All right, great, excellent. So welcome to the public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2021-2022. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people who are the traditional custodians of this land. I'd also like to pay respect to the elders past, present and emerging of the Eora Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginal people present. I welcome Minister Matt Kean and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of energy and environment. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's proceedings are being broadcast live from Parliament's website, and the transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the procedural fairness resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. In terms of the audibility of the hearing today, we have witnesses in person and via video conference. Can I ask committee members to clearly identify who questions are directed to? And could I ask everyone, please, appearing remotely, to state your name when you begin speaking? Could everyone please mute their microphones as well when they're not speaking? Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing? Okay, witnesses to be sworn. This will take some time, I think. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Kean, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, I ask that you each in turn, and I will go through the list as it appears on the hearing schedule, I think is easier. So could I ask that you each in turn state your full name, position, title and agency and swear either an oath or an affirmation. We'll start with you, Ms Tracy Mackie.
Tracy Mackie, Chief Executive Officer, Environment Protection Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Dr Grimes.
Paul Francis Michael Grimes, Coordinator General, Environment, Energy and Science, Department of Planning, Industry and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr Atticus Fleming. And this is also a sound check for everybody as I go through. Just obviously remember to unmute each time.
Hi, Atticus Fleming, Deputy Secretary, National Parks and Wildlife Service in the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr James Hay.
James Hay, Deputy Secretary, Energy, Climate Change and Sustainability, Chief Executive of Energy Corporation of New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Ms Nancy Chang.
Nancy Chang, Executive Director, Regulatory Policy Initiatives and Advice at the Environment Protection Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Dean Knudsen.
Dean Knudsen, Deputy Secretary, Biodiversity, Conservation and Science, Department of Planning.
Mr Knudsen, just to let you know, you are very faint.
Oh, sorry. Okay, how's that?
That's better, yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. So I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms Sharon Malloy.
Good morning. I'm Sharon Malloy, Executive Director, Biodiversity and Conservation Division with Environment, Energy and Science Group in Department of Planning, Industry and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr Kate Wilson.
Kate Wilson, Executive Director, Climate Change and Sustainability in the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Michelle Dumazel.
Michelle Dumazel, Executive Director, Biodiversity and Conservation in the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr Andrew Lewis.
Andrew Lewis, Executive Director, Energy in the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Paul Elton.
Paul Elton, Chief Executive Officer, New South Wales Biodiversity Conservation Trust. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Naomi Stevens.
Naomi Stevens, Executive Director, Park Operations, Coastal, Department of Environment, Industry and Planning. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Andrew Nichols.
Good morning. Andrew Nichols, Executive Director, Business Delivery in the National Parks and Wildlife Service. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Dr Georgina Kelly.
Hello, Georgina Kelly, Executive Director, Science, Economics and Insights in the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms Carmen Dwyer.
Carmen Lee Dwyer. I'm the Executive Director of Regulatory Operations at the Environment Protection Authority. It's now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Mr Stephen Beeman.
Stephen Beeman, Executive Director, Regulatory Operations at the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And finally, Mr David Fowler.
David Fowler, Executive Director, Regulatory Practice and Environmental Solutions at the Environment Protection Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Okay, so as there's no provision for any witness to make an opening statement, we'll proceed straight to questions from the opposition. Ms Penny Sharp.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Do you want to grab
Ms Sharp.
Oh, sorry, Annie.
Just so everyone can hear, which is great. Minister, you announced in this year's budget $193 million over 5 years for the next Koala Strategy. The current strategy expires at the end of the year. When are we going to see the new Koala Strategy?
Well, very soon. $193 million is the biggest investment that we've seen in New South Wales.
So just to be clear, in the next week, by the end of the year?
Well, I'm not going to announce here today. We're going to announce it.
I'm not asking you to announce it. I'm asking you to tell us when it's going to be. Sure. Well, I'm just give us an idea before the end of the year.
As soon as possible. I want it to be a surprise for you,
the plastics plan, Minister.
I'm very happy to talk about the plastics plan.
No, well, I'm not going to ask you about that. There's very little detail about the $193 million. Are you going to be able to give us can you give us a breakdown of the expenditure of this funding?
We'll give you the breakdown as part of the koala strategy, but it will focus on things like protecting koala habitat. It'll focus on things like research and counting koalas. It will focus on things like translocations, all the stuff that I've flagged in the public domain. we'll be releasing that strategy as soon as possible.
Thank you. I've been looking at the Saving Our Species program, and the amount of funding that's been spent for koalas over the last 3 to 4 years has reduced. How much money of the $193 million is Saving Our Species money rebadged?
It's new money. So it's
all
in
new?
addition to, yes, I believe so. I'll just get Dr. Grimes to confirm that.
My understanding is that it is all new money.
So Saving Our Species was cut by 25%. Funding hasn't just moved over to be counted in this announcement?
No, definitely not. So this is new money separate to the Saving Our Species program, in addition to the Saving Our Species program is shut.
Thank you. Given that you're not going to tell us anything about the Koala Strategy, I do want to talk about the 2018 to 2021 Koala Strategy. Are you concerned that only 4 of the 26 key actions of that Koala Strategy have actually been completed?
I'm concerned that our koalas are increasingly under threat. I'm concerned that that's due to a number of things, including loss and fragmentation of habitat, including, overdevelopment of koala habitat, and also the impact of climate change.
Sure, but I want to go back to the previous Koala Strategy, which was supposed to save koalas. There's only 4 things that have been completed. There's an online portal for koalas where people can tell us what they're doing in the community, and all power to them. There's the Australian Museum that's been designated as a biobank, which is great, but it's basically looking after dead koalas. And then we have the data collection and identification of koala habitat through seed, which is basically being ignored through the loosening of a range of different policies. And we've also developed an app to collect information about koalas called I Spy a Koala. Of the entire Koala strategy, they are the 4 things that have been completed in 3 years. Do you think that's acceptable, Minister?
No, I don't. I think it's a matter of public record that this government needs to do a lot more if we're going to protect our koalas.
But Minister, this was your plan. This is your plan. You've been the Minister for all this period of time, and all we're doing is we're looking at koalas, we're looking where their trees are, and we're saving their dead generic material.
Well, I think it's a matter of public record that I don't think the government is doing enough to protect koalas. As the Minister for the Environment, I've just delivered the biggest funding injection to
Except you won't tell us what it's about. Well, you couldn't even spend the money that you had for the last 3 years,
Point of order.
A point of order's been taken. I think I know what it's going to be about.
I mean, obviously this is robust and that's excellent, but we've got to at least allow the Minister to finish the sentence.
I'll just remind the members to allow the witness to at least be able to answer the question to some extent.
Look, Ms Sharp, I absolutely agree with you. We need to do a lot better when it comes to koalas. We've just put $193 million.
You've been in charge for the last 3 years, and it's worse.
Could I just finish my answer?
Sure.
Put $193 million on the table.
Well,
we've worked with some of the best.
Well, point of order again.
Okay.
Yeah,
I apologise.
Yeah, so just remind
I have enormous respect for you, Ms Sharp. I'm just trying to say, I agree with the proposition that you've put. We haven't done good enough when it comes to protecting koalas. They are massively under threat. The government could do a lot more, and we'll be announcing a very comprehensive plan that's been developed with some of the best scientists in the country, leading experts when it comes to protecting koalas, like Professor Kathy Belov, for example, and that plan will be fully funded. That's what the $193 million is for. But it's not just the koala strategy. There's a whole comprehensive range of things that we need to do to protect koalas.
We'll get to those, Minister, that's fine. I want to ask you specifically about the koala strategy, if that's okay. So can we get on to some of the other aspects, please?
Absolutely. Could I just finish my response there and say that protecting habitat is very important, which is why another part of the strategy involves purchasing land that will safeguard koalas in perpetuity and adding it to our national park.
Terrific. So in the last koala plan, there was $20 million to conserve habitat. The most up-to-date public information, I accept this may have changed, there were 7 properties that were acquired, which is around 3,613 hectares. Can you tell me how much of the $20 million in the current koala strategy has actually been spent to conserve habitat?
Yes, I think probably Dr. Michelle Dumazel is best placed to answer that question.
So in terms of habitat that's being protected, we've had 3,686 hectares, and that's been purchased and announced.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've got that. I want to know, sorry, thank you, Mr. Dumazell. I'm aware of that. That was the 7 properties. That was actually up to date to 2020. There was $20 million set aside in the current Koala strategy to conserve habitat. Are you telling me that those 7 properties cost $20 million? If not, can you please tell me how much of the $20 million has been spent to conserve habitat?
I don't have that exact figure in front of me, so I'll have to take that one on notice.
Terrific. If you could do that and come back to me this afternoon, that would be excellent.
Yep,
I would appreciate that. Thank you. I might just move back to the Minister then on that. Thank you. So you can't tell us how much of the 20 million in the current was there. Are you aware of?
We'll come back to you this afternoon.
Yes, terrific, and I appreciate that. Are you aware of the campaigns? There's a number of community campaigns operating across the state to purchase very important core koala habitat. There's a campaign to purchase land at Voyager Point near Liverpool. Are you aware of that, and can you tell me whether that's being considered?
I'm not aware of the specific parcel of land in Liverpool, but I know that there is a lot of community activists looking to protect koala habitat in Western Sydney, particularly in that Campbelltown area. So if you might give me that after this, I'm very happy to look at it. But there's a couple in Port Macquarie. I know that the Honourable Catherine Cusack's here today. She's been advocating strongly for a parcel of land up there.
Ruins Way. So that's what I was going to ask you about. There's 200 hectares of critical habitat in Port Macquarie. I'm just wondering if there's any status update that you or any of your officials could give us around consideration of that parcel of land.
Yes, the one in Port Macquarie, the member for Port Macquarie asked me specifically to look at purchasing that. I asked the head of National Parks to look at that parcel of land to see if it would be a suitable addition to the National Parks estate. So if I could just throw to Atticus Fleming, if that's okay.
Yeah, Atticus Fleming. I understand, I was advised in the last few days that property has been taken off market. I haven't confirmed that, and it may be it's not listed publicly any further, but it is a property that we're looking at. I don't think that's confidential. But of course, being able to acquire a property, part of it's the assessment, part of it's negotiating a satisfactory price. So we haven't landed all of those things in relation to that property yet. And as I said, it may have now been taken off the market.
Are you aware there's also significant land in Port Stephens that is also possibly coming to market in relation to this?
Sorry, Atticus, I'll just jump in. Yes, I've spoken to Kate Washington about that land, and I've again sent that brief. I've sent that request through to Atticus Fleming. Atticus is handling those negotiations, and I don't want to prejudice any.
No, sure. I'm actually not trying to do that.
Understood. Yeah.
A second action under the current Koala. The current Koala strategy was protecting habitat, and there was supposed to be 20,000 hectares of koala habitat protected. I know that 4,000 hectares has been transferred to the National Parks and Wildlife Service, but Minister, where are the 16,000 hectares of koala reserves outlined in the current Koala strategy? Where are they?
I think it's best placed to direct that to Atticus or to Michelle, if that's okay.
Sure.
So the intention is still to set aside that 24,000. That has been actually set aside, but the finalisation of that is still occurring. So while there's been the 4,000, as you've mentioned, that has already been gazetted as National Park, and there's been more than 4,900 hectares that have been protected as flora reserves, and it's just the final kind of stages of that moving across the other reserves that have actually been set aside.
So you're telling me they have actually been set aside, they're just yet to be gazetted. If you could take on notice, if you could list those for us, I don't need you to do that now, that would be useful.
Yeah, happy to take that one on notice.
Thank you. One of the other key items, and this is the last one I'll go to with the current Koala Strategy, was work done by the Biodiversity Conservation Trust, which was obviously very importantly managing koala habitat on private land. The last update I saw suggested that there'd been about 254 hectares in Port Macquarie and Lismore Ballina, and that the BCT was looking at property in the Southern Highlands. I think that Paul Elton's here actually. I mean, I'd like just to know how much is now, since that update on the current Koala Strategy, how much land the BCT is actually now managing in relation to koala habitat.
I might just throw that to Paul if that's all right, Ms Sharp.
Yep.
Paul Elton, yes, Ms Sharp. So far, we've now completed 3 koala habitat specific conservation tenders in the Port Macquarie area, in the Lismore Ballina area, and in the Southern Highlands, and that's resulted in 17 agreements across 2,834 hectares of priority koala habitat. I'd also add that there are many voluntary or partnership conservation agreements up and down the coastal and hinterland areas in particular that are also protecting koala habitat, and we currently have more than 200 applications for further partnership conservation agreements, and we estimate that about 40% of those will include koala habitat. So we're prioritising our, there's very high demand there, and we're prioritising the assessment and processing of those applications as well. That'll add a lot more hectares for koala conservation.
And you would anticipate, perhaps for you, Minister, when we see the new Koala Strategy, that there might be actually some targets in relation to how many hectares are going to be protected through these management agreements?
That's correct. In fact, I've asked the BCT to specifically look at expanding their terms of reference to target private land which contains koala habitat.
Thanks, Minister. Clearly, and you can, from my questions, my concern is that we do a lot of looking at koalas. I don't know that we do very much about actually saving their trees. You've got concurrence in relation to the private native forestry code of practice. Where is that code up to, and when is it going to be released?
I might just get Dr Grimes to give an update as to where the code is up to. Tracy, sorry.
So that code is, as you would be aware, being reviewed by LLS, so Local Land Services. They have the lead on reviewing that. We are encouraging them to work to finalise that review so that we can go through the process of concurrence with the Minister for the Environment.
It's been quite a long time, you'd agree?
Yes, it has been a long time.
When seen in concert with the Koala SEP and the Land Management Code reviews, are you concerned, Minister, that the lag time in adjusting all of these issues is actually allowing more koala habitat to be removed?
Yes, I am.
Do you intend, when the PNF code is being remade, and obviously I haven't seen it, but I am very interested in the changes that will be made in relation to core koala habitat, will you rule out removing the requirement, will you remove the prohibition on carrying out PNF in core koala habitat?
Will I remove the prohibition?
Will you agree to a removal of the protection currently in place about private native forestry and core koala habitat? Pretty seminal question in relation to the code.
That's a line in the sand for me.
So you're saying to the committee today that the PNF code will not allow logging to take place in core koala habitat?
What I'm saying is that there are some major sticking points in the negotiations over the remake of the private native forestry codes, and that's one of them.
Can we talk about the Land Management Native Veg Code as well? Sure. Obviously, significant concerns from the Audit Office through to the Natural Resources Commission about the massive rise in land clearing that's occurred since the reforms in 2018. Where are we up to in terms of changing, reviewing or updating the Land Management Native Vegetation Code?
I've signed the terms of reference for the review, but I might just throw to Dean to see where it's up to, if that's all right. Dean Knudsen.
Thanks, Minister. So that code also is under review by LLS, and we're participating in that review. The one thing I would say that in terms of land clearing, we've seen about a 10% reduction in land clearing this last year to about 54,000 hectares. And it's worthwhile to take a look also at the expansion of the conservation estate that's happened with respect to parks and BCT. And over the last couple of years, that's been about 380,000 hectares that have been added to the conservation estate, which well and truly does outstrip the extent of clearing. That being said, these reviews will be very important to figure out the future settings.
Look, I'm very happy about the new national parks. I'm sure you're dying to talk about them, Minister, but there's no koalas out there. So this is the point. So, but we'll move on.
Could I just get Dean to finish that answer?
I do like lizards and snakes.
Hang on.
Dean, can you just say, I've signed off the terms of reference. Where are they sitting with at the moment? Where are we up to? Who's the decision maker now?
Yep. So thank you, Minister. The terms of reference are currently with Minister Marshall for approval. So yes, indeed.
But again, you have concurrence. But
they're there.
Just to be clear, you've got concurrence on these, haven't you, Minister?
We do, yes. And we've signed off the terms of reference, so it might be best to ask Minister Marshall where they're up to.
Okay. Minister, koalas in Campbelltown, massive issue, as you know, one of the few healthy koala colonies that we have left, under significant pressure in relation to development out there. I mean, you've previously said that Campbelltown's a koala town and we need to pull out all stops to protect them. You'd be aware that there's been a court case recently where Lend-Lease isn't proposing to have the 450-metre corridor connecting Georges River and Nepean rivers as recommended by your own chief scientist. Minister, how are you going to save the koalas in Campbelltown?
We're going to enforce the chief scientist's recommendations.
Are you saying you're going to enforce 450-metre corridors?
We're going. I've told Lend-Lease and I've told all the major developers down there that the chief scientist will guide the decisions of this government when it comes to koala corridors.
The development's going ahead without that corridor. So how are you fixing that?
Sorry, Ms. Shupp, sorry. Stage 1 had already been approved. Yep. What I've said since when I became the Environment Minister, that the chief scientist would guide where the development could go, and the terms of reference for the chief scientist were to protect those core koala corridors and to protect the key koala habitat. He's given advice to me, and I've made it very clear to the proponents of development down there, so stage 2 of the Lend-Lease site, that they need to make it work within the guidelines the chief scientist has set. That's my position.
Will there be, well, okay, that's great, and I'm pleased that you say you've got a position in relation to this, but will there be a 400-metre corridor for koalas in that area?
I think some of the corridors... So I think, and I'm just talking from memory here, but from the chief scientist's report, there were some areas, I think it's an average that they talk about, the 400-metre average corridor, and some parts of that corridor that will contribute to the average are actually very steep ravines, so they shouldn't really count. We need to be protecting those core areas where the developers want to encroach on. The chief scientist, I've asked him to go and clarify exactly what those boundaries are that would preserve those corridors. I don't have that advice yet, but I'm happy to provide it at the appropriate time, and I'm very happy to make it clear. I'll continue to make it clear to Lend-Lease and all the proponents of development down there that they need to act within the chief scientist's advice to save those koalas.
Sorry, just one quick question, which is actually slightly different. What action have you given the koala inquiry this committee undertook, and obviously the huge pressure on koala populations as a result of the bushfires? What action have you taken to ensure that the unburnt trees that koalas rely upon across the state, across all land tenures, are not being further harmed?
Well, obviously the bushfires were a once-in-a-generation event. They've had a huge impact on a range of habitats, including koala habitats, and certainly across all tenures. We've put special provisions in place for the EPA and how we manage koala habitat on forestry. We've got additional protections around how we manage private native forestry. Do we, Tracy? No?
No, there is not.
We've got private native forestry.
IFOA.
Under the IFOA, apologies. I stand corrected. But obviously the EPA have changed the way that they manage native forestry through this process, Ms. Sharp.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions from the crossbench. I'll kick off. Minister, what is the status of the investigations that your department launched into the allegations raised in The Guardian regarding biodiversity offsets that environmental consultants that were advising your government were basically made windfall gains as a result of selling those offsets to your department?
I'll get Dr. Grimes to give a full update on where we're at with that, but I just want to state a few things for the public record. Firstly, the journalism of Lisa Cox has been absolutely outstanding in shining a light on some of these appalling practices. Secondly, a number of the issues that have been identified through this excellent journalism are now subject to investigations by integrity bodies. Thirdly, I've implemented a full and thorough review internally, which is being undertaken by Dr. Grimes, and I might just hand to him to give you an update as to where that's at.
Thank you. Dr. Grimes.
Yes, Chair. We take these matters extremely seriously in the department, and I can confirm we have initiated investigations and reviews. And they've been progressing, as the Minister's indicated. Some of those matters relate to matters that have been referred to ICAC. So for obvious reasons, because the work is still ongoing, I'm probably not in a place to share too much information about the work, but I would like to emphasise how seriously the department takes these matters and our commitment to making sure that the matters are properly reviewed and properly acted on if there's any findings that require actions.
So does that include potentially changing the system itself to prevent what is clearly has enabled people to undertake what is, you could almost call insider trading in terms of knowing where to purchase land and how to benefit from that?
Chair, I wouldn't want to preempt any findings at this stage, so I wouldn't want to go to that point. But clearly, there is a need for ongoing attention to ensure that high levels of integrity are being maintained, and the scheme is operating effectively to achieve the outcomes that the community is seeking, both to enable development to occur, but also to ensure that high environmental standards are met.
Minister, we'll go back to koalas, but I also want to stick with biodiversity offsets and koalas. I think one of the recommendations from the koala inquiry was that koala habitat cannot be offset, if you like, or at least, at the very least, have like for like. But that's not the case within the biodiversity offset scheme at the moment. What are you doing to improve that scheme to ensure that koala habitat cannot be cleared and replaced by, offset by something that isn't koala habitat?
Right now what we're doing is undertaking a comprehensive review of the offset scheme in general, how it's being applied, the governance structures around it, whether it's got integrity. I think the public has every right to know that any land habitat that is taken for development or roads or infrastructure is actually going to be offset with like-for-like credits. As to the policy decisions about what land can and cannot be offset. We're still working through that process, but I'm very happy for Dr. Grimes to give a further explanation.
Because just in terms of the principles behind it, I suppose, where we started an offsets inquiry, which I'm sure you're aware of, and increasingly hearing, for example, that what used to be red flags was supposed to be designed as red flags within the system, for example, that almost isn't the case anymore. Red flags can just be dealt with by the developer paying money into the Biodiversity Conservation Trust, that the Biodiversity Conservation Trust can't find enough land to offset, that Cumberland Plain woodland continues to be offset, but it's critically endangered and there's not enough land for there to be offset. The scheme itself is not stopping clearing at all, it seems, of critically endangered habitat, and it's under your watch that this is happening. So are you going to reform the scheme so that critically endangered habitat can't be cleared, for example?
Well, I think it's clear that there needs to be root and branch reform of the scheme, both from a policy level and an integrity level, and yes, we will be doing both.
What's the timeline for that review?
I'll seek advice from Dr. Grimes.
Dr. Grimes?
Yes, we've already got a very comprehensive program of work underway to look at improvements to the scheme and also to look at any opportunities to strengthen assurance around the scheme. We've developed an integrated integrated improvement and assurance program within the department, which we are pursuing, and that work will be overseen by an external monitor. The external monitor is Mr. Mike Murdoch, who's a very widely respected and experienced former public servant who will be assisting us with ongoing work. I would stress this is a program of ongoing work, actually learning lessons as we go along and ensuring that the lessons that are learned are then incorporated into changes into either the administrative settings for the scheme or the policy settings for the scheme. We'd advise the government in relation to any policy matters as they need to be considered.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to move to a different area now, specifically in relation to there are a couple of areas that the government has identified to potentially open up for coal mining, which is just next to Wallamai National Park, very close to the Blue Mountains World Heritage Area. Firstly, Minister, are you aware of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee's concerns about coal mining in the vicinity of the Blue Mountains World Heritage Area?
Yes, I am.
So, do you support then the government's proposed potential release of areas very close to Wallamai National Park, the Hawkins and Rumka areas, for coal mining?
Well, what I support is going through a thorough assessment process of any projects that could impact on our environment, including our World Heritage areas. That's what this government does. We've got an EIS process, and any project should go through that proper process. And once the details are thoroughly interrogated, then I'll form a view as to whether I support it.
Thank you. My question time is up to Deputy Chair, Mr. Mike Pearson.
Welcome, Minister Kean. Are you aware that there's recently been an inquiry into the well-being and health of kangaroos and other macropods by this committee?
I certainly am, Mr. Pearson, and can I thank you for your leadership on that committee. You've highlighted some really important issues, and I know that you're not new to these important issues around animal justice, and I want to acknowledge your long-standing commitment to these issues.
Are you aware that one of the main recommendations is that you consider the report very seriously before you consider signing off on the next kangaroo management program?
Yes.
Which strangely happened, our inquiry happened around the same time that this document will be before you to sign off on together with the Federal Minister. Will you take the advice from the recommendation to not sign off on the next kangaroo management program until you have seriously taken into consideration the report and its findings and recommendations?
Well, I am not sure when I will be required to consider the next kangaroo management program, but it seems
very
it's a pretty
soon,
sensible
by the end of this year.
suggestion that that I consider the parliamentary inquiry's recommendations before I do so. So I'm very happy to say yes, I will do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, in the inquiry, we, including the budget estimates last year and also the hearing this year in the actual inquiry into this subject, and then we had to call back your department again for further questioning. And one of the main mysteries is the fertility, the understanding of the fertility of kangaroos, and there are very different points of view about this. So I'm going to ask, and we still really haven't had a clear answer from your department. So I'm going to seek a clear answer through you. And I think the best way to ask the question is, rather than getting into technicalities of and scientific technicalities. So can the Minister advise of the maximum number of joeys that a female red kangaroo and a female eastern grey kangaroo can rear to maturity in 1 year? I understand you probably don't know the answer to that, but that answer is critical.
I want to hear what he says.
The reason that the question is important because a lot of animals... Sorry, what was that?
Kangaroo reproductive rates is not one of them. So I might hand over
you need to read the report.
Well, that won't help you either. That's why I'm asking the question.
I might hand over to Sharon Malloy, who is our kangaroo reproductive expert on the line. She will give you a full composition of kangaroos and how they reproduce.
Ms. Malloy before.
Thank you, Minister, and Sharon Malloy here, obviously. I might be a zoologist, but it's a long time since I've practiced zoology, and it was back in Ireland, so I'm certainly not a kangaroo population ecologist expert, but I do have access to those people both within the department and also some of our external scientists who did provide evidence, Dr. Stuart Cairns and Stephen McLeod and Tony Popple, who between them have about sort of 80 years experience in sort of the area of kangaroo population dynamics and biology. So we can certainly get you that information.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Malloy. You'll take the question on notice. So the next question relates to that, and it relates to what the answer will be. So whatever the answer to that question is, can you answer then this question? How does this fertility rate align with the harvesting quota system, which allows for up to 17% of all kangaroos to be killed in each of the zones where commercial shooting takes place? Now, you will need the first answer to be able to answer the second question. So will you take that question on notice?
I can, but I can also add a little bit of information to the second question. So there is quite a bit of debate about what the survival rate is. There's some that suggest it's 10%. We presented evidence at the inquiry that the population rate can be as high as sort of 50, 60, 70%, depending on how good the conditions are for different kangaroo populations. So there is a lot of debate, but there's also a lot of peer-reviewed published information on it. So yeah, I can certainly take the detail of that second question on notice, and they are tied up together. So yeah, appreciate that.
So, and a question which will relate to this is that, you know, the evidence that was found during the inquiry was that no records are actually kept, Minister, of joeys that are killed, either for the commercial or non-commercial killing of kangaroos. Now, my question is, if there's no record of the joeys that are either bludgeoned to death or flee and die from exposure and predation, if we don't have the number of these animals, given that the deaths of joeys will impact on the population numbers available for future slaughter, does this give you any concerns about the ability of your department to determine the sustainability of the kangaroo management program if we don't even have that data?
Well, yes. So we should be looking to use the best data that we have available, and I'd hope that it will consider those very serious issues that you've raised, Mr. Pearson. So I'll ask my department to see if they can ascertain that data, and obviously that will be influential in the decisions that I take.
Unfortunately, though, I think what you'll find is that there is no data, because in our inquiry, neither the Kangaroo Industry Association nor the oversight, the National Parks and Wildlife Service that oversees the killing could give us that number. Can the Minister confirm that the Kangaroo Management Program does not undertake any field inspections of the commercial shooting of kangaroos and the destruction of joeys?
I'm not best placed to confirm that, but I'll take advice from Sharon Malloy.
Yep. So we have a compliance program that does certain things for the kangaroo management program. We inspect harvesters, we check tags, we check chiller premises. We do not go out with commercial harvesters to check how they are humanely killing or shooting kangaroos. There is a code of practice for the commercial kangaroo management industry and program that was reviewed in 2020. And we expect our licensed harvesters and shooters to adhere to that code of practice. And I note that one of the recommendations in the inquiry report is around that issue of joeys and collecting information both for commercial and non-commercial. So we will be looking at all of those recommendations, Mr. Pearson, and providing some advice back to the Minister and Government about how we would respond to those recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from Mr. Justin Field.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your time here today. Minister, I just wanted to follow up on one of your answers. I think it was to Ms. Sharp about the PNF code review. One of the sticking points you said was that in the review of the code, one of the sticking points was whether or not a PNF logging would be allowed in critical koala habitat. Of course, there's currently a prohibition there. You said it was a line in the sand for you. So if it's a sticking point, does that mean that the National Party is seeking access to core koala habitat for private native forestry?
No, that doesn't mean that at all. What I'm saying is that the proposition that Ms Sharp put to me is one that I take very seriously, and I wouldn't want to see any further measures to risk koala habitat. So it would be a line in the sand for me.
You also said it was a sticking point in the negotiation. So where's the stick?
Well, the sticking point is that I want to get these codes out so everyone's got certainty for landowners and certainty for environmentalists about what can and can't be done on private native forestry.
But if you don't want access to PNF in koala habitat and it's a sticking point, that would suggest that someone does. Who does?
Well, I'm not going to play hypotheticals here today. What I'm going to say is that, you know, protecting koala habitat is very important to me. Clearly, it's an issue. This government has...
We're probably not worried about how important it is to you, Minister. We're worried about how important it is to others in your government, I think.
Well, you can rest assured that whilst I'm the Environment Minister, that I'm going to stand up and argue for koalas very strongly.
Thank you, Minister. There are multiple proposals and companies pushing to access native forest biomass, including from private native forestry, for hydrogen and electricity production in New South Wales. This is hugely concerning for biodiversity protection, as you understand, and increases logging pressures. Will your government's green hydrogen policy that you recently announced allow for the gasification of native forest biomaterial to produce hydrogen?
No.
How will you ensure that it doesn't? You have no regulatory barriers to protect against that at the moment.
We will write that into the regs and only provide the subsidies for those people that produce green hydrogen through the electrolysis process or using waste. So creating biomethane from landfill and things like that, we'll definitely allow that, but we will rule out the production of hydrogen using private native forests.
So you currently rule out the production of electricity using private native forestry. It's in the regulation. But then the next clause is a whole heap of exemptions. And you do know that private native forest biomaterial is allowed currently for electricity production. There's a proposal in the Hunter, Red Bank Power Station, Verdant Earth Technologies to burn up to 1 million tonnes a year of native forest biomaterial for electricity. If that electricity is used in electrolysis for hydrogen, you're effectively doing the same thing. When are you going to stop native forest biomaterial being used for energy production in New South Wales?
Well, I mean, I made it very clear. The hydrogen strategy will support those people that produce hydrogen using electrolysis through our renewable energy or using biomethane produced from landfill.
Well, do you consider the Verdant proposal to be renewable energy? Because electricity produced in that plant could be used for electrolysis, so you have the same impact on the native forests.
I take your point. I'm making it very clear at the top level. Perhaps if I could hand to Tracy Mackey to say how we will enforce that via regulation.
That'd be great.
So, Mr Field, as you're aware, Singleton Council has been the responsible planning authority for that particular proposal. They sought advice from us back in May this year.
Excuse me, Ms Mackay, could you just move the microphone to you? Yeah, thanks.
Is that better?
Yeah.
So they sought advice from us in May this year. We came back to them and indicated we need much more information about the processes that were being proposed to be used for that particular proposal, and we will continue to provide advice to either council or any other planning authority, depending on what the Land and Environment Court rule with regard to that particular matter.
So are you joining that action in the courts? Are you engaging in that process?
We are not a party to that action and we're not involved in that process.
Well, if the court approves the modification, there's 1 million tonnes now of native forest biomaterial that they're trying to get access to. We know the DPI has been facilitating meetings between Verdant and their officials to make sure that they can get access to the biomaterial. So won't you miss the boat here?
So that particular legal matter is the subject of whether or not Singleton Council should be the responsible planning authority. So that's what that action will determine. It will not determine whether or not that particular proposal is approved or not. So if it does go back to council, as I've said, they've already approached us previously. We will seek further information to support council with their consideration of the proposal, as we would do with any other council, any other proposal. With regard to DPI's involvement in that legal matter, that is absolutely a matter for regional New South Wales, and we are certainly not party to that legal process.
Any trees cleared under the new 25-metre boundary clearing rule, the bushfire rule, under the exemptions currently in the POEO Act that allow for native forest biomaterial to be burnt for electricity, can timber from that 25-metre boundary clearing be used? Because that's a substantial amount of timber that might be out there.
Well, I hope not.
So I might ask Ms Chang to provide some detail. So we've got regulatory arrangements in place with those that are currently using biomass to fuel their processes. And in fact, we did a major audit of the key producer in that space to look at where they were receiving materials from and make sure that we were being as transparent as possible.
And they would be complying with their licence
and that they were complying with their licence. There were a small number of non-compliances, and I could talk to those that were found on that licence, and we have followed up to ensure that they're now compliant. And unfortunately, a recent ruling in NCAT has forbidden us from releasing information at the level of detail that the community desired around that. So our intention was to release it and be transparent, but for commercial and confidence reasons, NCAT ruled that we could not do that.
To save the time of other members, I'll come back to Ms Chang.
Justin, time's up.
Throw to one. I'm saying don't throw to
right,
the official.
Okay, sorry. I thought, like, come on.
Actually trying to do the right thing. Back record.
Ms Sharp. It's actually Ms Jackson. Oh, Ms Jackson, that's all right. Thanks, Minister. So just to confirm the government's climate change policy, it's a 50% reduction in emissions by 2030 and net zero by 2050. Is that right?
That's correct.
So, and the announcement that you made recently with the Premier was that the government is on track on current policy settings to meet the 2030 50% reduction target. Is that correct?
Ms Jackson, just based on the current policies that we've implemented, the roadmap, the EV policy, the industry policy, etc., our modelling shows that we're on track to hit between 47 and 52% reductions by 2030.
Yep, and so when the new Premier said, well, the great thing about this government is when it comes to meeting our net zero target, we're completely on track without any policy change at all. That's not correct, is it?
Our net zero for 2050 target.
Yeah, so the new Premier said, Premier Perrottet, well, the great thing about this government is when it comes to meeting our net zero target, we are completely on track without any policy change at all. That's wrong, isn't it?
Well, I mean, there will have to be additional policies to get to net zero by 2050.
On current policy settings, we're not going to meet net zero by 2050, are we?
I don't want to play word games here today, but the reality is that 50% emissions reduction targets by 2030 is by all standards, including those most ambitious countries in the world, is clearly on track to hit net zero by 2050.
Well, how do you then explain this chart, which was produced by your government, which shows, here we go, this is the 47 to 52 by 2005 levels, which you articulated is on track to be a 50% reduction by 2030. But
I just can't.
We've got this gap here.
Point of order.
It's in your roadmap.
Point of order, Madam
In your
Chair.
roadmap. I can table it, but it's from the roadmap.
Point of order has been taken by Ms. Catherine Cusack.
Yeah, we really do need that document to be copied in a copy provided to the Minister, I think.
I just can't see it, that's all.
Yeah, thank you.
We can come back to it when that's been able to be tabled.
A copy will be provided to the Minister.
I think, Ms Jackson, the point that the Premier was trying to make, and he's probably best placed to answer it, is that based on the policies we've got in place, we'll get to 50% by 2030, and that puts us well on track to get to net zero by 2050.
Well, if that was the point he was trying to make, he didn't make it because he referred to net zero, and it is true, is it not, Minister, that without additional policy changes, we are not going to get to net zero by 2050. We're not on track on current policy settings to meet that target, are we?
Yes, we will need to introduce new policies to get to net zero by 2050.
Great. And what are those new policies going to be?
Well, I'm not going to speculate what technologies may become available or what new opportunities we may have to reduce our carbon footprint in a way that grows our economy. But right now, we've put in place a number of policies that will roll out more renewables, EVs, help our heavy industry to decarbonise in a way that's going to create jobs, drive investment and grow this state's prosperity. And that's how we're going to tackle climate change on this side of the Parliament. We're still waiting to hear what your policies are and whether or not you're going to try and beat our projections or you're going to put in place policies that will beat our targets for 2030. So I'm waiting to hear what Labor's position is, Ms Jackson. Well, as a leader of the Labor Party and one of the most ambitious trailblazers
nice try, Minister. Come on.
Party,
So,
I would hope
other than that sort of fluff, other than that fluff, you're not going to give us any concrete policy proposals that the government is considering to meet its net zero target. Other than that, just kind of very general.
Is doing more in this country at the moment to tackle the issue of climate change, and I'm so proud of that. We've just introduced the biggest and most ambitious renewable energy package in the nation. That is going to see us completely decarbonise our electricity grid. We have introduced the biggest electric vehicle plan. Baya Jafari from the EV Council says it's the best EV strategy in the country.
All about it then.
Well, no, this is directly relevant to the question.
No, because I'm asking about new policies and you're telling us what you've already done. You've acknowledged that we need to do more to meet net zero, and I'm asking what the more is.
Ms Jackson, we have some of the most comprehensive policies to tackle our carbon emissions in a way that will grow our economy, and we will continue to look at ways to reduce our carbon footprint and grow our economy. Obviously, there's a way to go to get to net zero by 2050, but the question has to be asked. The new leader of the Labor Party has been the leader now for over 140 days. And we've seen more environmental policy from that known greenie Dom Perrottet than we have from the Labor Party. In 20 days that Dom Perrottet's been the Premier,
I mean, he doesn't even understand the difference between the 2030 and the 2050 target. So, you know.
Ms Jackson, we haven't seen a single policy, let alone commitment, to reduce our carbon emissions in New South Wales from the Labor Party. So I'm not going to sit here and be lectured by Labor when the coalition has just stolen the mantle of leading the way when it comes to tackling climate change. I'm very proud of that.
Is one of the things you are considering to bridge the gap between the 2030 50% reduction target and net zero by 2050, nuclear power in New South Wales?
Can you just repeat that question?
Is one of the things that you are considering to bridge the gap between 50% reduction by 2030 and 2050 nuclear power in New South Wales? Is that on your
Insiders the other day?
Is that on your government's agenda?
Nuclear
Well,
are chasing unicorns.
I did, but
it's a total fantasy. It's a total fantasy.
I mean, it was interesting. I did see what you have to say, and I wondered whether the Premier saw it or Minister Tudhope saw it, because they say very different things to you on this question. They say it's absolutely on the table. They're looking at it with fresh eyes. They don't want to be lumbered by the ideological baggage of the past. Their message is very clear that the government is considering lifting the ban on uranium mining and nuclear power in New South Wales.
Well, no. I think let's not push misinformation here. There is a very big difference between uranium mining and nuclear energy. Let's get that on the table. And you've asked me a question about whether the government is considering nuclear energy.
So
to
nuclear
hit our
energy
net
is off
zero
the table.
goals.
Is uranium
And I've
mining
said
on the
no.
table? So uranium mining is on the table.
There is a bill before the upper house by your very good friend Mark Latham to undertake uranium mining.
Well, point of order, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
order, a point of order, Ms Sharp, a point of order has been taken, sorry. Mr Franklin,
they're obviously very different things.
Again, it is to the fact that the minister is not able to complete his sentences. And I mean, I understand it's robust, we've let it go, but we've really got to...
Yeah, we do have a lot of interjections from both sides actually when the minister is talking, so we'll just, from the cheap seats on both sides. Okay, Ms Sharp, ask your question. Oh, sorry, Ms Jackson.
Okay.
Sorry, Penny was yelling, I got confused.
We work as a team. So nuclear power is not on the table. Is uranium mining in New South Wales on the table under your government?
Nuclear power is not on the table. Uranium mining is only being put on the table by the Labor Party's very good friend and former leader, Mark Latham. And I'll say to Mark Latham what I said to everyone on Insiders the other day.
Minister Tudor-Hope told the Legislative Council. Minister Tudor-Hope told the Legislative Council, I will ensure that the paritatorial government has a look at this with fresh eyes.
Point of order again. I'm sorry, but literally the chair's ruling was that the minister be allowed to finish his sentence, which he wasn't. I'm sure this is excellent and an excellent question, but perhaps...
Would you like to finish your sentence, Minister?
I would love to just make a very clear statement on uranium mining. Let's get the facts on the table. The uranium price is at record lows. Record lows. No one is going to build a new uranium mine while the prices are that low. Secondly, they're closing uranium mines in Australia. In fact, in South Australia, they are actually closing uranium mines. Thirdly, all the value in uranium is in the enrichment, which is not going to be done here in New South Wales or in Australia. So people pursuing this are just pushing this mad ideological burrow. Fact.
I mean, thank you, and that was an excellent summary of the speech that I gave in opposition to Mr Latham's bill.
Invitation is the sincerest form of flattery, Ms Jackson.
Don't interrupt me, Minister. Whereas the contributions from members such as Taylor Martin, such as Wes Bang, comments from Minister Tudor-Hope and the Premier himself have not articulated a clear position on uranium mining in New South Wales from your government. So can I be clear? Under your government, is uranium mining in New South Wales on the table?
Well, uranium mining is not on the table. Mark Latham's put it on the table. I've been very clear.
So you will not support his bill?
I'm excited that we're in furious agreement about uranium mining, Ms Jackson.
But
another thing that we agree on.
You might be excited, but I'm confused because you say one thing here and yet I can give you quote after quote after quote from your colleagues, fellow members of your government in support of the proposition.
A point of order has been taken. No one's speaking over each other.
That it is budget estimates, and she's debating rather than asking questions of the minister.
Thank you. I think we know that during budget estimates we do have a reasonably robust form of debate. I think Ms Jackson was getting to a question with that.
The question was, how do I and members of the New South Wales community reconcile the extremely contradictory comments coming from different members of your government about whether or not uranium mining in New South Wales is something that you would consider?
Well, you should know as well as anyone, Ms Jackson, that political parties are made up of a diverse range of voices and a diverse range of views. I mean, you know, it's exactly the same way, I guess, that people would reconcile your views with Joel Fitzgibbon's views, who wants to build more coal mines around New South Wales and burn more coal to produce our electricity. So, you know, I'm the minister responsible for the environment. I'm the minister responsible for energy. We've set out a very clear pathway to get to a lower carbon future. We've just released stage 1 of that pathway, and we'll come back and release stage 2 and stage 3, which will help give you confidence that we're going to get to net zero by 2050. And I'm looking forward to Labor telling us what their targets are going to be. So whether you're going to go further than a 50% emissions emissions reduction target by 2030. I think we're all waiting with bated breath as to what you're going to do and how you're going to do it.
So can I clarify the status of the quote-unquote research being commissioned by the former Deputy Premier John Barilaro, which was supposed to be coming back to Cabinet about your government's plan to pursue uranium mining in New South Wales? Where is that up to?
I'm not sure where that is up to, but just...
Is it gone completely? Is someone else doing it now?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with this research that you're talking about. I'm not aware of it. If there's lots of ministers could bring different propositions to Cabinet and they'll be considered on their merits, just as any propositions around mining or energy or anything else could be considered. I'm not going to rule in or rule out things today. I'm not going to play hypotheticals.
So there was public reporting that after the Cabinet considered the question of uranium mining recently, the Deputy Premier was tasked by the former Premier, Gladys Berejiklian, out of a Cabinet discussion to go and develop a plan for the New South Wales government to consider uranium mining in New South Wales. That was publicly reported as being a direction given to him by the Cabinet, which you're in. Is that not accurate?
Well, I'm not going to go into Cabinet deliberations. We obviously believe in institutions and the proper processes, but I'll give you this news flash that something else that's been publicly reported, that there's a new Premier and a new Deputy Premier in New South Wales, and they're very good people, and I'm excited about their very good vision for New South Wales.
What is your position on this?
And so...
Ben's a very enthusiastic proponent of the
There
new
has
leadership
not
team.
been any report back on the work that the former Deputy Premier was doing in relation to uranium mining?
Not to my knowledge, Ms Jackson.
I want to ask about the recent Auditor General, the recent report of the Audit Office on 7th of September. You're probably familiar with it. It talked about the fact that the statewide climate change adaptation plan was not complete, or had not been completed. Why has it taken so long, considering it was due in 2017?
Well, we've obviously invested significant resources and money into climate change adaptation. I mean, we've just employed, I think Atticus Fleming will talk about the 125 additional firefighters in national parks to manage the greater risk of bushfires. I think that, we're spending a lot of money to manage...
5 years, Minister. I think the point of a plan is to take all of the kind of things that you're going to tell me now and put that all together into one comprehensive document, which was due in 2017 and does not exist yet. Why is that?
Well, if I could just finish my answer.
Go ahead, Minister.
We have the State of the Environment report where we report about the adaptation measures that we're putting in place. That is all our measures in a comprehensive document for the public to read. We're spending money on coastline management to manage sea level rise. There are coastal communities that are massively under threat because of climate change.
He hasn't finished his sentence yet.
We're spending money on, what I will say is that we're accepting all the recommendations from the Auditor General. We need to do, obviously, a lot of work on adaptation, but we also need to do things on mitigation, and that's why this government has some of the most ambitious climate change mitigation policies and plans in the nation. In fact, it's a coalition government leading the way when it comes to tackling climate change, and I'm very proud of that fact. It's not a Labor Greens government, it's a Liberal national government that is pathing, trailblazing, a better future for this state and a more prosperous future for everyone, whilst protecting our environment and handing our planet to our kids better than we found it. I'm very proud of that, Ms Jackson. Maybe you should join the Liberal Party, Ms Jackson. I mean, this is the place for progressives.
You committed. It's not a commitment. It's not a commitment that I made or the Labor opposition made. Your government committed in 2016. You made a commitment to have a statewide climate change adaptation plan in 2016, and it's now 2021. And there is no plan, and the Audit Office has slammed you for it, and your response is, we spend money on environment things.
Ms Jackson, prevention is better than cure, and that's why we have the most ambitious climate mitigation policies in the nation, policies that we're yet to see from the Labor opposition, ambitious targets that we're yet to see from the Labor opposition. I mean, David Shoebridge is so excited about what we're doing in the coalition. He's thinking of tearing up his membership.
Okay.
And,
just for the record, it's not true.
Order. So, despite your claim that New South Wales is leading the nation, in fact, we're the only state or territory that doesn't
have a climate change adaptation plan. So is it your intention to develop one or not? Just tell us that. Do you intend to have a statewide adaptation plan like every other state and territory in Australia, or are you not going to do it?
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying.
I'm asking you a question, though. Will you do it or not?
Of course, we will have strategies to adapt to our changing climate, just as we have the most ambitious strategies in the land, up there with the world's leading strategies to tackle climate change when it comes to mitigation. So it's both, Ms Jackson. And if Labor is going to go to the next election saying we're not going to have a plan to deal with mitigation, we're only going to do adaptation, then you're giving up. And that's very disappointing. You know, the once great Labor Party that fought and lost elections on the issue of climate change is now giving up. They're so defeated by it. Well, you know, that's not acceptable. We're going to do adaptation and mitigation.
I am asking you whether or not you will develop the statewide adaptation plan that you said you committed to doing in 2016. Every other state and territory has. You will not give me a clear answer as to whether that plan will exist or not.
I've given a very clear
answer. So yes is the answer. Was the answer yes?
Of course.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
This government is going to lead the world when it comes to tackling climate change.
I'm going to take from all of that the answer was yes, and ask when the statewide adaptation plan will be available.
Well, as soon as we're ready to make it available, Ms Jackson. That's how government works. We go through a proper process. We develop these things, and we put it out there.
You've had until you've had from 2016.
This minister is certainly focused on the process.
You've had from 2016. So, how much longer? Do you need? This is not a flippant issue. For example, the Audit Office identified major issues just in one area that I'm familiar with: the $50 billion public housing portfolio. No climate change adaptation plan for public housing, none, despite what you've said. So this actually does matter, the statewide plan. So when are we going to see it?
It does matter. It absolutely matters. But if you're suggesting here today that I should have been not focused on the most ambitious policies and plans to tackle climate change in our nation, like our renewable energy roadmap, like our EV strategy, like our industry and innovation fund, like
I'm
working with
suggesting
our
you can
friends in
walk
the
and
National
chew
Party
gum. I'm giving you a compliment. I'm suggesting you could have done two things at once.
We are very focused on making sure New South Wales leads the country and is up there with the most ambitious countries in the world when it comes to tackling climate change.
So as soon as possible on the statewide adaptation plan, we have as soon as possible on the koalas. What about the green investment plan? Where's that up to?
Well, I'm very happy to get Dr Grimes to give you an update on the green investment plan.
So we're continuing very active.
Possible, Dr Grimes?
Oh, come on.
Point of order.
Yes, if you could please treat witnesses with respect and allow them to at least answer the question. Dr Grimes, continue.
We are continuing extensive engagement with both Treasury and Invest New South Wales on green investment policies, and clearly the government's net zero industry and innovation program is fundamentally oriented towards attracting and supporting and facilitating green investment in New South Wales.
What I will say, as part of the Green Investment Fund, we've already committed to doing TCFDs and rolling that out. And I'm interested to see a single policy from Labor when it comes to green investment in New South Wales. The new leader of the opposition's been there for over 140 days. You supported him over the members' choice of preferred leader of the Labor Party, the members' choice, the caucus choice, and we haven't seen a single policy.
Thank you, Minister. Those questions have question time's expired from the opposition. We'll go to questions from the crossbench. Mr. David Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister. Nice to see you. And the large number of additional witnesses we have. Thank you all for your time today. Minister, have you been provided with a copy of the net zero modelling that Federal Minister Angus Taylor has been refusing to release at a federal level?
You'll be shocked to hear that I haven't.
Given your close political connections with Mr. Taylor, have you sought a copy of it, given how crucial it'll be for state targets?
Look, some investments of my time are better than others, but no, I have not sought to get a copy of Minister Taylor's modelling.
Do you think it'd be prudent to seek a copy of the modelling to see how it mirrors with New South Wales modelling?
Well, look, we've done our own modelling here in New South Wales based on our plans and policies. But yes, I mean, if Minister Taylor wanted to make his modelling available to me, I'd be very interested to see it.
Minister, you were asked some questions earlier about the position on uranium mining and uranium processing from the opposition. That's correct?
Yes.
Yep. Are you aware that the Minister for Finance and Small Business last week said this on Hansard? As a senior minister in this place, I will ensure that the Perrottet Tool government has another look at this bill, being the Pauline Hanson's Uranium Mining and Nuclear Facilities Prohibitions Repeal Bill, has another look at this bill with fresh eyes, and in doing so ensures appropriate safeguards while also examining the issues surrounding the debate more broadly. That is a commitment I give to the honourable member in this place, and that was a commitment given to Mark Latham. Are you aware of that statement by the Minister?
Well, I'm aware because the outstanding Ms Jackson has just raised it with me. The Honourable Damien Schuderhope is an excellent minister. He's doing a great job as leader of the government in the upper house. Obviously, he has to manage a very diverse range of views on the crossbench, and government considers all those views very seriously through the usual manner.
Well, what is the process that the government will be taking to examine the issues surrounding the debate more broadly? I'm assuming that the Minister for Finance was accurate in his statement. So how is the government examining the issues surrounding the debate more broadly?
The debate around uranium mining?
Well, the debate around the uranium mining, but he's specifically referring to the Uranium Mining and Nuclear Facilities Prohibitions Repeal Bill. The Minister for Finance says there's a process in your government to review this bill and examine this bill. What is that process?
Well, the process will be Cabinet. When let me tell you how the Cabinet works. I mean, when crossbench
We've been
MPs
watching how the Cabinet works over the last week and a half.
Let me tell you how it should work, and that is when crossbench MPs bring a bill, then it comes up to Cabinet for consideration, and it's debated usually in a robust but respectful way.
Minister, this is a 2019 bill that the Cabinet had previously indicated it was not supporting and had made a decision to not support. This is a 2019 bill. So why is the government considering a backflip on it?
Well, I think that you're drawing a long bow there. I mean, the government is not necessarily supporting backflip. They're supporting considering it through the Cabinet process like we would any crossbench bill or any opposition bill that's put forward.
My understanding of Cabinet is you consider a bill, you make a decision on it. It's highly unusual to bring it back again 2 year later to do a backflip. That's the issue here. Why is the government considering a backflip on this bill?
Well, I mean, they're questions for the Leader of the Government in the upper house. If the government does consider the bill in light of, again, then it will go through the normal processes which all bills go through.
Well, the Minister said that there is a process. So is that process going to involve the Minister for Finance? Is it going to involve you as the Energy and Environment Minister? Who is going to be, which minister is responsible for examining the bill?
Well, I'd imagine it's a resources bill, so the resources minister would provide the minute to Cabinet that would make recommendations, and then Cabinet, the whole of Cabinet, all ministers, would consider the bill like it would any other bill, private members or government, or otherwise government.
Given Pauline Hanson's One Nation Party is pushing this bill in order to open up nuclear power in New South Wales, is your department, responsible for energy, going to have a say on the minute that goes to Cabinet?
Yes.
And what is your position on the opening of nuclear power facilities in New South Wales, Minister?
What's insiders?
Well, I feel this is like Groundhog Day because Rose Jackson just asked exactly the same questions. And what I would say is that firstly, with regard to uranium mining, it doesn't I mean, the government should be focused on creating new industries that will actually create real jobs and drive our prosperity. And that's not uranium mining, that is hydrogen and, clean tech and a whole range of things. With regard to nuclear energy, my position remains clear. It doesn't stack up on practical grounds and it doesn't stack up on economic grounds. It's 2 to 3 times.
Or environmental grounds.
Or environmental grounds. And Mr. Shoebridge, what I will say though is that technology in a range of areas is evolving very quickly. Small modular nuclear reactors could possibly have a role to play at some distant point in the future. But at best, NuScale and Rolls-Royce, who's developing that technology, say that their prototypes, and not even something that's going to be commercially available, is not going to be ready till 2030. And by that stage, mid-2030s, we've lost 4 of our 5 coal-fired power stations.
So why on earth is your government wasting time and energy and resources on this? I mean, how is it that the Minister for Resources is going to be going back and reviewing it? Why are you wasting the time on revisiting an issue which you rejected in 2019?
Because as the Honourable Shane Mallard said, we respect the crossbench. No matter how diverse their views are, including Mr Latham's. And I'm surprised Mr Latham's not here today. He has a lot to say about me in the chamber.
Indeed. We'll walk in any minute.
Minister, you've had, according to ministerial diaries, 23 separate meetings since June of 2019 and the first quarter of this year with proponents of the Hunter Gas Pipeline and the Kurri Kurri gas power station. Why have you allowed yourself to have 23 separate meetings?
Well, I meet with all stakeholders. Maybe you could say who those proponents are.
Snowy Hydro, Gemina, plus other energy firms.
Well, let's not pretend Snowy Hydro are just talking about the Kurri Kurri gas plant. They're also delivering one of the biggest renewable energy projects in the country called Snowy 2.0.
All of these meetings were said to be for this purpose.
Are you seriously characterising the Hunter Business Chamber as a proponent of gas?
I'm reading your diary and what your diary says the purpose of the meeting was.
But that's not a fair characterisation.
They were the purpose of the meetings. I'm going off your diary and I'm assuming it's accurate.
I hope so. The Hunter business community are entitled to meet with me about issues that they're concerned about, and as a minister, I obviously listen to a broad range of stakeholders and their views. I think you'll see that I've met with hundreds of environmental groups and hundreds of proponents of renewable energy as well, Mr. Shoebridge. So can you please put it in context?
Well, Minister, you've had 2 meetings with Hunter Gas Pipelines. Did they disclose to you at the time that the financial backers behind the Hunter Gas Pipelines are major financial contributors of the Liberal Party?
They went through the meeting request process like every stakeholder does. They fill out the appropriate paperwork and make the appropriate disclosures, which we make public.
Well, there's no evidence on the record of a disclosure about their major financial donations to the Liberal Party. Garbus Simonian, who has 2 companies which are major shareholders in the Hunter Gas Pipeline, has donated $25,000 to the Liberal Party. We have Mr Grugin and his company Hunterland, to both state and federal, combined donations to state and federal New South Wales Liberal Party, $210,000.
There are donation limits in New South Wales. You can't give more than $6,000. This is entirely misrepresented.
They disclose their donations.
This is a joke.
Minister.
Well, donations are a matter.
Take a point of order.
Donations are a matter for the party.
Yeah.
We always act with the highest level of integrity in our decision-making processes. We meet with a broad range of stakeholders, and we'll continue to do that. And we'll make them transparently available so you can ask questions like this, Mr. Shoebridge.
Well, there is no evidence of any disclosure during the meeting or before the meeting about large donations. Did Mr Grugin, was he in the Hunter Gas Pipeline meetings on the 14th of September 2020 or the 7th of December 2020? Was Mr Grugin in those meetings?
Is that Hilton Grugin?
Hilton Grugin.
I can't recall ever having met Hilton Grugin in my life. And therefore, I don't think he was in the meetings.
Was Mr Garbus Simonian, Simonian, in either of those meetings?
Can I check that and confirm? But I'm not familiar with that gentleman either. I'm happy to check to see whether he attended a meeting and come back to you.
Okay, your question to us expired, Mr Shoebridge.
any disclosures they gave about donations.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we'll move to questions from Mr. Mark Pearson.
Thank you very much. I'll just continue with the kangaroo inquiry, if that's okay, Minister. One of the recommendations is for the Auditor General to examine the kangaroo management program and examine it in terms of whether it's meeting the requirements of the Biodiversity Conservation Act. And the reason that recommendation is there is because after gathering a great deal of evidence from the department and other experts, it became a finding is that the department's methodology for calculating the quotas for killing kangaroos is not transparent and is not clear, and it couldn't be made clear. And this is the reason, because your department is responsible to protect kangaroos from harm under the Biodiversity Conservation Act. Yet, at the same time, we have a commercial industry, a non-commercial killing of kangaroos. So we found that this was quite a priority. I'm asking you, would you support that recommendation that the Auditor General investigate whether the department's kangaroo management program, and particularly you've got one coming up to sign off on or not, whether the Auditor General should actually examine if it's meeting the requirements of the legislation appropriate to it?
We're very happy to look at that, yes.
Would you support that recommendation?
I need to get fully briefed, but it doesn't seem an unreasonable request. So yes, of course, we'll look at it.
And also, there are two other recommendations which actually relate to the same question, that the Natural Resources Commission appoint independent ecologists to analyse and examine the methodology used to determine the kangaroo management program. Would you be willing to support that recommendation?
We'll definitely look at it.
Okay. Can the Minister confirm that Dr. Steve McLeod is a senior research scientist with the department?
I think Dr. Grimes would be best to advise on who his staff are.
Thank you, Minister. When it comes down to individual staff, perhaps Sharon Malloy may be the best officer placed to answer the questions.
Ms. Malloy?
Yes. Yep, Sharon Malloy here. Steve McLeod, to the best of my knowledge, works for the Department of Primary Industries. He's not an employee of DPI.
He's not an employee of the Department of DPIE?
Yeah, he's Department of Primary Industries. Okay. Similar acronym, yeah.
Okay. So if so, why is Dr. McLeod listed on the department's Kangaroo Management Advisory Panel webpage as representing an independent body, the Australasian Wildlife Management Society? Can you answer that question?
Yeah, and I think you asked me that previously, and we've given I took it on notice, and I think we've given an answer to that.
I don't think we do have an answer.
Oh, okay, all right. I'll do my best to answer it, but I might need to take part of it on notice. So he is a member of that society and was nominated, as he can be, to be on the Kangaroo Management Advisory Panel to represent that organisation. And to the best of my knowledge, and again, I'll have to double check, I think there's another Department of Primary Industries member of staff that's on there representing the Department of Primary Industries.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I'll clarify all that for you.
So, while I have you, Ms. Malloy, is that you made reference in the inquiry to having a very modern, up-to-date kangaroo management program compliance program, which includes prosecution guidelines. Would you be able to forward a copy of those prosecution guidelines to the committee, please?
Yes, absolutely, not a problem. In fact, I think they're on our website, but if they're not, I can certainly forward you a copy.
And also you made reference to DPIE in undertaking opportunistic, random and targeted inspections of carcasses, harvesters, chiller premises and processing works. Can you please furnish a list of all those inspections from 2018 to 2020? And that being of carcasses, harvesters, chiller premises and processing works.
Yes, I can do that. And I think that information is in our annual reports, which get published on the website. But if it's not, I will certainly get that information and forward it to you. That's not a problem. And I've just got through some information from my team. So there's Andrew Sanger is the actual Department of Primary Industries rep on that advisory panel.
Okay. So, Minister, at the inquiry, and we can refer to page 6 of the 19th of August hearing transcript, Dr McLeod stated, in regards to questions about whether eastern grey kangaroos were sedentary, and this is extremely important, he said, I think what you have identified is we really have a knowledge gap here. We really need to understand the movement of kangaroos through the environment more. So given that statement, given that the DPIE clearly have a limited understanding of the movement of grey kangaroos, can the department advise how can the kangaroo management program be confident that significant increases in estimates of population shown in the quota reports are accurate?
That's a very good question. I might just have to ask Sharon to help me out.
Yeah.
Rather specific.
Yeah, it is quite specific, but I can talk about it in general terms. And we've given you quite a lot of evidence in relation to the validity of the survey work that we do. It's done annually for the 9 zones in the western part of New South Wales and done triannually on the 6 zones in the tablelands. We've got data from 46 years. We're pretty confident in terms of the scientific rigour of...
But Dr McLeod's not confident, Ms Malloy. He's made that statement quite clear. He's not confident that we have the knowledge of this movement in 45 years.
Just order. We'll just allow Ms Malloy to answer.
Yeah. There is probably more research that needs to be done on certain aspects of kangaroo biology and movement. Indeed, I think one of your recommendations in the inquiry report talks about various, in fact, a number of the recommendations talk about sort of numerous pieces of research that we could do to sort of fill in knowledge gaps. So if Dr McLeod has said that, then I'll completely trust him, and it's probably an area of research that we might need to do a little bit more work on, which is the primary role of our colleagues in the Department of Primary Industries. They assist us with that research.
Okay. Minister, do you acknowledge that there is an inherent conflict, and this is something the committee has had to grapple with and try and get its head around, that while your department's main purpose is to protect and prevent harm, unnecessary, unjustifiable harm to kangaroos and other macropods, do you not think that there's an inherent conflict of interest between your department's statutory obligation under the Biodiversity Conservation Act to protect kangaroos, as I said, but also running a program that facilitates the commercial exploitation of kangaroos?
Well, I mean, when you phrase it like that, yeah, I mean, I would hope, though, that our department would have the appropriate governance structures in place to be able to do both things, that is, protect these macropods, but also support the industry. I acknowledge the significant work done by the committee and the serious issues that have been raised, and we're going to look very closely at those recommendations that have been made in order to help us further strengthen getting that balance right.
And you can understand it's an extremely important, critical, because if one kangaroo is shot or one joey is bludgeoned to death, and the methodology used to calculate how many animals are to be killed is wrong, that means that animals are being harmed in breach of the Biodiversity Conservation Act. But it's being authorised by your department. So that's the critical the critical question that really has to be answered, because it's a very serious matter.
I think we all want to see the highest animal welfare standards put in place when how we manage pests or native macropods, whatever. And where we can achieve that, we should. And I think the inquiry goes a long way towards doing that. I know my very good friend, the outstanding Honourable Catherine Cusack, has spoken to me about these issues. We've been talking about it, and I'm going to be working with her to make sure that we put in place those robust protections that will give the community confidence that we are getting the balance right.
At the inquiry, Mr Brill cited safety reasons for not conducting field inspections and monitoring point of kill, referring to the death of a colleague due to a firearms incident, but that was in relation to inspections for clearing of native habitat. Can the department confirm whether any compliance officers in your department have been harmed or injured whilst monitoring kangaroo welfare at the point of kill? Might have to be taken on notice.
I have to take it on notice, but Ms Malloy may be able to assist us right now.
Yeah. To the best of my knowledge, Mr Pearson, from the commercial industry's perspective, I am not aware of anyone being injured while I'm doing compliance. But the health and welfare and safety of my staff is paramount. So going out at night time with shooters is probably not the best use of our compliance resources. I can't comment from a non-commercial perspective whether anyone's been injured there, but maybe my parks colleagues may know, or we take it on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We're actually now going to have a scheduled break that we had from 11 to 11:15. We'll still break just to 11:15. It's 11:03, so if we come back by 11:15, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
All good? Great. Okay, we'll proceed with questions again, this time from the opposition. Ms Penny Sharp.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Minister. Minister, the Premier's just now said at a presser that in relation to net zero, we didn't have to change one policy setting to achieve that aim. Given that you just told us in the last session that policies were going to have to change post-2030, is the Premier wrong?
I think what the Premier is trying to say is that we've got we're on target to get to net zero by 2050.
Well, no, you're not. I mean, we just had that conversation.
Well, we are, because we are going to hit a 50% emissions, between 47 and 52% emissions.
Do I need to show the diagram again? Do you want to get the graph out again?
No. The reality is that there's no country or government in the world that knows exactly how they're going to get to net zero by 2050. We've put out our plan, our stage 1 plan, that will put us on a path to get there, and we will release our stage 2 and stage 3 plans. But I think what the Premier is clearly trying to say is that we are committed to getting to net zero by 2050, and we're going to put in place very ambitious policies to achieve that.
He doesn't know the difference.
No, let's be honest, the Premier doesn't understand.
He doesn't understand the difference, does he?
The Premier is very committed to ensuring that New South Wales leads the country and the world when it comes to tackling climate change in a way that will grow our economy. That is what this Premier is about. He's backed these ambitious policies.
Let's just be clear, he doesn't actually understand what he's saying at these press conferences. He doesn't actually understand it.
I think that's very unfair, Ms Sharp, and you're playing word games with, you're cherry-picking things that the Premier has said in a press conference out of context. The reality is that this Premier is absolutely committed to hitting net zero emissions by 2050 and doing so in an economically responsible way.
Does he understand that policies will need to change? Because that's actually quite a fundamental issue. If he thinks that we're going to get there on current policy settings and we're not, that's a pretty significant misunderstanding.
He understands that our stage 1 net zero plan is putting us up there with the most ambitious countries in the world when it comes to tackling climate change, but we have more to do, which is why we're going to release our stage 2 and stage 3 plans to hit net zero emissions by 2050, and we'll do it with policies that are going to grow the economy, create jobs, drive investment and underwrite our prosperity.
Thanks,
and
Minister.
I know
Minister, will
that
you
is in stark contrast to the policies
Minister,
that you haven't put out. We haven't seen a single policy from Labor on how you're going to tackle
got nothing to do with your question time.
Emissions.
So, with your budget estimates, we need to know. Minister, will you consider legislating net zero given the gap that's identified in your roadmap?
Will we consider legislating
net zero in New South Wales to ensure we get there, given all of the issues that have been identified if we're going to get there anyway, according to the Premier, are you going to legislate
it's in regulation, and we've got policies to achieve that target, Ms Sharp. So
that's a no?
Well, we've got a very clear pathway to hit between 47 and 52%, and I look forward to seeing Labor come out and say they're going to.
No, sorry, my question is very clear, Minister. I know that you like talking about this, but my question is very clear. Will this government consider legislating net zero by 2050?
We've got our targets in regulation at the moment. We've got our policies to back that in.
Okay, so that's a no. That's a no. Just to be clear.
I said we've got an ambitious target. That's given force through our regulations, and we've got policies to back that in.
Great, that's okay. I actually want to ask about national parks now.
Wow, I've been waiting.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot to talk about. Minister, I want to talk about the Kosciuszko National Park Special Activation Precinct Plan, and I want to ask you particularly about where you see the hierarchy in relation to plans of management for national parks.
Can you be more explicit?
Okay. National parks have plans of management. It's supposed to be the overriding document that governs the way in which the land that's under those national parks has been gazetted and managed. Do you believe that is an appropriate hierarchy?
Well, the plans of management obviously play an important role in governing how our national parks are managed.
But you don't believe they're the number one consideration?
No, I do. I mean, that is the law at the moment, Ms Sharp.
Okay, well, you are aware then that the Special Activation Precinct essentially is looking at doing development and handing over development consents within that national park to Regional Growth New South Wales, I think is their fancy pants name. Do you think that that is acceptable?
Well, what I think is acceptable is that there is a process currently underway to review that proposal. Submissions have now closed. I'm not going to preempt where that process may end up, but what I will say is that we want to encourage more visitors to our national parks, but we need to do it in a sustainable way. So I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals here today. Let's go through the proper process and see where it lands.
Are you not concerned that essentially the plan of management is being overridden by the proposals by the former Deputy Premier?
Well, our National Parks and Wildlife Act, has a statutory obligation to support the visitation of people to our national parks. We need to do that in a sustainable way, and right now the way that's achieved is through our plans of management.
Minister, do you consider it appropriate that the developments would be proposed for the National Park without any capacity to deliver an environmentally meaningful offset for the resultant environmental impacts?
Well, can you perhaps, I'm not going to
You want me to explain the offset to you? The offset's very basic. So there's been developments proposed within the Kosciuszko National Park. The proposal to deal with that is for any damage that they provide for them to be offset within the park. You're eating the park alive, aren't you, Minister?
I mean, you don't need to use inflammatory language like that. It's totally inappropriate.
You asked me to explain it. I did give you the long answer. I asked to give you the long question.
500,000 of additions to the national park estate. In fact, that's more than we've seen for well over a decade. You've got 12:45 to be able to do your DEXA. I know that you love your national parks and we welcome them. I'm talking about this one that you're failing to protect. Well, what aspect? Let's go into the detail.
Allowing development in a national park that can't be offset.
What specifically? What development specifically?
Within the Special Activation Project.
But I've just said we're going through a process. We're considering
we'll move on from that. If you don't want to answer that, I've got a more specific one for you then. What legal advice has your department taken to ensure that the proposed amendment of the Plan of Management complies with the requirements of Section 72AA of the National Parks and Wildlife Act?
I'm happy to ask Dr Grimes or Atticus Fleming to answer that.
Well, someone can explain that to me, or maybe Dr Fleming?
I think Mr Fleming will be the right person to address the question.
Yeah, Atticus Fleming. I'm advised by my team that we're confident that all of the obligations of the Act have been complied with as we're working through this planning process. I understand the point you're raising, Ms Sharp, has been put to us by the NPA, and because they have indicated that they take legal action, I prefer not to obviously discuss specific legal advice.
So your legal advice is that you've complied with 72AA and there's been a proper analysis of this plan that's gone out for public consultation?
My expectation is that we would always comply with the provisions of the Act in developing plans of management, and this would be no exception.
Minister, I note that the consultation period for the draft plan of management for the horses in Kosciuszko National Park, I think, closes today or tomorrow, or very soon. The draft plan sets out a target of 3,000 in the park. Can you tell us where the 3,000 comes from? Throughout the 3,000 figure. I mean, the context obviously being that previously scientific committees have indicated that that number needs to be much lower. The original draft horse management plan that went through a very rigorous process suggested there should only be 600 horses. I'm just wanting to know where the 3,000 figure came from.
Well, obviously there was an extensive community consultation process in developing that draft plan of management. There was input from a range of stakeholders. Look, I mean, the reality is that by not taking any action, we've seen numbers explode down there, and it's devastating, that beautiful, pristine environment. So 3,000, I know some people will want it to go further. There are also a group of people that want far less. They don't want any horses taken out. We've just got to move this debate forward, and I think we just need to take the politics out of it. 3,000 is a number that I think brings everyone together. We'll see with the submissions.
It's the number you could do a deal with John Barilaro on. Is that the case, Minister?
It's the number that we could land on that brought those people that care about these horses horses and those people that love that natural environment together on, and that's the first time we've been able to do that in a very long time.
And I recognise and welcome that there is progress in terms of at least agreeing to remove horses, because as you know they haven't been removed for 10 years. Minister, what extra resources sit behind the plan in relation to even the 3,000 number? There's around 14,000 now. In 5 years there's quite a lot to be removed. How much extra money have you given National Parks to deal with it?
We haven't landed the plan yet, so once we get the plan, we will obviously need to resource it to give it effect, but I don't want to preempt things. I want to make sure the community are part of this discussion. They don't feel like we've prejudged where it may land. That's why we're going through that consultation process. I just want to make sure we try and take the heat out of this issue. But Ms Sharp, I share your love for that national park. I want to make sure we move forward in this discussion, and rest assured that I will do everything in my power to make sure national parks are adequately resourced to move forward with regard to the Kosciuszko horse issue.
Are there planned, this is separate to the horse plan, but extremely important. Obviously the horses have done an inordinate amount of damage, particularly to the waterways and the watercourses within that national park. Do you have plans, or do you expect that you're going to provide additional resourcing into the park to restore the damage done by the horses?
Yes, absolutely. I think we need to. Particularly around the sphagnum bogs and protecting those very threatened and endangered species. There's already been a number of measures that have been put in place, like fencing and things like that, but there's going to have to be restoration work. On the flip side, what I will say is we do know that country does bounce back from heavy agricultural practices or heavy impact. We've seen that when we removed livestock from the national park, so it's going to be a bit of both. Removing the horses is key, but also there's going to have to be some restorative work to some of those damaged ecosystems.
And look, it really goes back to my first question in this session, which was about the role of the plans of management within national parks. Obviously, the draft horse plan has actually had to fit under the Wild Horses Heritage Act, again giving preeminence to horses rather than all of the threatened species within the park. Would you consider repealing the Wild Horse Kosciuszko Heritage Act on the basis to ensure that the plan of management for that beautiful park is actually given preeminent status?
No, not at this stage, Ms Sharp. The community, we've spent a long time trying to find a middle path here, and it's been very difficult, as you know, and I do not want it to do anything that's going to upset building that community consensus to manage the park in a sustainable way. So I'll rule that out right now.
Minister, I actually want to move to a different park and the Light to Light walk in the Ben Boyd National Park. My understanding is that there's a review of environmental factors on that park, and there's been significant concerns from the local community in relation to the impact of the bushfire season, and the original review of environmental factors hasn't taken into account the impact of the fires that obviously tore through there. Can you tell us what additional measures are being taken to ensure that the ecosystem and that Light to Light walk is protected, and will you review, or has the REF been revised to address that impact?
Happy to take it on notice, but I think Atticus Fleming is best placed to answer that.
Yep.
I think we should take it on notice. Clearly, the REF is still out for public comment. We'll ensure that those issues are taken into account in the environmental assessment. When we respond to you on notice, we can give you some additional details about some of the investment in that park around restoration after the fires.
Yeah, obviously the issue here is that the community, look, it's not there is some controversy around the walk. I'm not arguing the toss about that, but I am concerned that the REF has gone out, the communities are being consulted, but it actually doesn't take into account that, a significant proportion of that was burnt in 2019.
Can we just come back to you on that?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Catch up with you offline.
And while you're doing that, I also know that there is significant concern from the Aboriginal community down along that area. Again, there's been and I know that there's been some adjustments to the plan based on feedback of the local traditional owners, but my understanding is that there are still significant issues in relation to Aboriginal sites along the Light to Light walk and the protection of those. Can you tell us what additional work is being done, or is that work now concluded?
I think we've been trying to work very closely with the traditional owners down there, and where they've raised concerns, we've tried to address them. But Atticus, I might just throw to you on the specifics.
I'm not aware of any outstanding concerns, but Naomi Stevens is here and she's worked more closely on that project. So I might ask Naomi if that is a comment.
Naomi Stevens. So the route for the project was obviously reviewed and assessed for cultural heritage values, and we amended the proposal on the basis of the concerns that had been raised by Aboriginal communities. We actually dropped a day, the final day, out of the walk because the area was of such cultural significance to Aboriginal people. We also changed some of the planned route for the area that's now is still part of the project. The REF considers the Aboriginal cultural heritage, and I can confirm that we did work before the 2019-20 fires, but we then also redid quite a lot of the assessment work that underpins the REF to reflect what had occurred in the fires and to ensure we picked up sites that may have been exposed as part of the bushfires. And the REF will address any outstanding concerns. We've obviously got...
So, sorry, just to be clear, my understanding is the REF is out. How is it being... It's out for consultation?
It is, sorry.
So you're talking about... You seem to be talking about an REF that's going to be reissued. I assume that's not what you're talking about.
No, that's not. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's fine. I might move on. I've got this afternoon with you, and I will pursue this further then. Minister, I want to talk about the Blue Mountains World Heritage Area and Warragamba Dam wall raising, an issue that you've previously been very strong on and suggested in a number of ways that there are, we need to deal with the flood issue, which everyone takes extremely seriously, and the way that we mitigate that. But you'd be aware with the EIS coming out. Sorry?
Order.
Justin.
If you...
Yes, I think Justin's fine.
We all own the World Heritage Area.
That's right. Some of us actually care about Region Honeyeaters. Minister, do you believe that this project should go ahead?
Well, I believe that the project should go through the proper process, which it is. I mean, it's still open for community consultation. There are obviously a diverse range of views on this topic, but the government has a very clear position that, since 2016, the government's position is that they will be raising the Warragamba Dam wall. Now, I'm obviously very concerned about the impact of inundation on the World Heritage Area. Those issues need to be completely canvassed through the EIS process, which is what is happening at the moment.
Do you still agree that the economics of raising the dam will make the project unviable?
I think the economics...
Now that you're the Treasurer, it's your problem.
That's right. I think the economics are difficult, but again, that's a decision for government as to...
The Treasurer. That'll be you.
As part of a government.
At some point in time.
To work out how it will allocate its very scarce resources. But let me just say this. Those communities in the Lower Nepean and Hawkesbury obviously are going to face increasing threat of inundation due to climate change. We need to find the best way to manage that threat. I think we all have an interest in finding the best solution. That's exactly why we're going through a proper process to do that.
Minister, are you comfortable that the EIS actually deals with the potential biodiversity offsetting reasonably, given it's trying to argue that it's temporary rather than permanent?
I think that obviously inundation, temporary or permanent, is going to impact on the Greater Blue Mountains area,
World Heritage Area. World Heritage Area.
World Heritage Area. So whether it's temporary or permanent, it's both going to have an impact. So that's what the EIS is looking at, that impact.
Very clever answer, Minister. It's a very big different cost in terms of biodiversity offsetting as a result of that fiddle.
There is obviously an impact as a result of inundation, no matter how temporary it is, and that should be reflected in the offsetting regime.
Minister, how will you reconcile the issues? I mean, there's obviously the Gundungurra people and the importance of their songlines, very significant sites down there. There's also the warnings from UNESCO in terms of the World Heritage status as a result of this project. What action are you taking to deal with those issues?
They're being canvassed through the EIS. The traditional owners absolutely need to be partners in this process. I know that they're engaged, and I've certainly spoken to them, but the impacts on cultural heritage and the World Heritage area are real, and we need to very delicately assess how we can manage it to protect that area for future generations, whilst also understanding the needs of those people living in the Lower Hawkesbury.
No one's
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now go to questions from the crossbench. I'll start with a few. Minister, as has been pointed out already this morning, you're now in a unique position of being Treasurer as well as Environment Minister. I know you've been lobbied probably quite relentlessly by the community for the creation of a Great Koala National Park. Will you put your money where your mouth is and protect that critical habitat, koala habitat on the mid-north coast while you can and while you're Treasurer?
We're going to do everything that we can to protect critical koala habitat. We've obviously put $193 million aside to deal with that, and as the Treasurer, the new Treasurer, I'll be looking to see what more we can do to ensure that we meet that target that I set of trying to double our koala population by 2050.
Does your $193 million for the Koala Strategy involve looking at some areas of state forest that are koala habitat and making them part of the Protected Areas Network?
I'll look at any opportunity to protect koala habitat, no matter what the tenure is. So if there's opportunities to work with Forest Corp to get a great outcome for our koalas, then yeah, absolutely we'll be doing that.
Minister, because you're now a shareholder of Forest Corp, aren't you?
I believe so.
That puts you in your unique position, doesn't it? Now, as the minister who wants to double koala numbers by 2050, as the minister who wants to double koala numbers by 2050, you're now in a position to be able to purchase some of the best koala habitat in the state to make that promise a reality.
Right. Now, let me be very clear. As Treasurer, I intend to continue being an aggressive voice for our environment and our planet. That's not going to change. I'm committed to this. I always have been and I always will be.
Have you met with, or are you aware of the proposal that is before you? It's called the Forest Bridge proposal. It would see 2,500 hectares of land added to Bongal Bongal National Park from parts of Tucker's Knob and Pine Creek State Forest. Pine Creek State Forest has previously been identified as critical koala habitat. That proposal, and I understand actually that both of those state forests have been or are near assets of intergenerational significance, which I think is a new thing that you've done since the bushfires. Yeah. Are you aware that those two areas are part of that assets of intergenerational significance?
I'm not familiar with those two parcels, but maybe Atticus Fleming can speak more directly to those.
Because are there state forests as well as national parks that have been part of that, or is it just national parks?
Just national parks.
Yeah, Atticus Fleming, just confirming, assets of intergenerational significance apply to areas of national park and not to areas of state forest.
Are you aware whether anywhere around the near Bongal Bongal National Park has been declared one of those assets of intergenerational significance, Mr. Fleming? You can take it on notice if you don't know.
Yeah, look, I'll correct this if I'm wrong, but I think Bongal Bongal is not an asset of intergenerational.
Thank you. I think you've just cut out, but I think you said you think that Bongal Bongal National Park has been declared an asset of intergenerational significance. You just cut out then, but I think that's what you said because I can read lips.
Correct, yeah. I'll confirm the exact area.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, thank you very much. Minister, I just wanted to talk about, just ask you questions about native vegetation and the kind of rates of land clearing that have taken place over the last few years, particularly the 2019 land cover change reporting appears to confirm that vastly increased unexplained clearing of the past two reporting periods has continued. I think someone mentioned just previously that this year there has been 54,500 hectares cleared. There's still a lot of that. There's still a lot of that clearing that is unexplained. Is that correct, or you don't know how much is unexplained?
There is still a lot of unexplained land clearing, and it might be best for me to throw to the department to give you an update as to where that's at.
We'd be very happy to provide an update. I might hand to Deputy Secretary Knudsen.
Great. Thank you, Paul. Dean Knudsen. So exactly as was just mentioned, the last stats show 54,500 hectares cleared. Those stats were released on June 25th. We have started work with LLS to effectively take a look into unexplained clearing. And at this point, I'll just give a couple of examples of what can go as unexplained but legal land clearing. For example, a suite of routine allowable activities under the LLS Act. Certain parts of the management code can occur, which are unexplained but legal. Another example would be clearing due to landholders undertaking self-assessments, particularly for non-woody vegetation, determine the land management activities that are permitted. And the legislation requires the landholders retain records of their self-assessments, which can be requested by the department during investigations. I'll just give an opportunity to Ms. Kelly if she wants to add anything to this work.
That's okay. I think that's that answers that. I just wanted to also ask whether just how many. Let's take from say 2017. How many breaches? How many prosecutions have occurred? Do you know for breaches from 2017 under Part 5A of the LLS Act or the Biodiversity Act for land clearing breaches? How many prosecutions?
I don't know that statistic off the top of my head, but I think Ms. Malloy she just put up her hand, so I'm going to take that as a very good sign. Ms. Malloy.
Sorry if that was rude by putting up my hand.
No, that's great. I can't see it, but great. Yeah. Ms. Malloy.
No worries, Sharon Malloy. So I have got I've got the stats for 2020-21. If we go back in time, Ms. Firman, I'd have to take that on notice and maybe do you up a table, but we've certainly got those stats. So essentially the way the reporting goes, so we've got we had about in 2021 financial year, we received 565 reports of vegetation clearing. Now that would be mainly under Part 5 of the 5A of the Local Land Services Act, but potentially, because we're almost finished resolving the issues under the Native Veg Act, there was a number of legacy issues which you'd be aware of. So there was 283 compliance actions that happened during that period, and the compliance actions are a range of things. So they can be advisory or warning letters with penalty notices with certain fines. There was some remedial directions, and we had a number of prosecutions and a number of prosecutions completed. So I can give you more detail going back to 2017 if you'd like that, but I'd have to take that on notice. I don't have all of those stats in front of me.
That's okay. Taking it on notice is fine. Minister, at one of the last budget estimates hearings, whether it was this year or last year, it's all a bit of a blur, I think, but I asked you about full-time equivalent compliance officers and what your compliance officers were doing in relation to native vegetation. Do you know what the current number of full-time equivalent compliance officers are within the department?
No, I don't have that on me, but I'm happy to refer to the department.
Yeah, Sharon Malloy here. Yep, Sharon here. I can answer that. So it's the same from my answer back in March. So it's 37 full-time equivalents. Obviously, some of those staff would be working part-time. and that's the current sort of number of staff.
Was that 27 or 37?
No, 37, and that hasn't changed over the last 2 or 3 years.
Okay, so I understand then that that's not enough compliance officers to investigate the number of breaches and reporting that comes through the environment hotline within a certain period of time. Is that there's quite a few cases that don't get looked at or investigated because there's not enough compliance officers still?
No, I tend to disagree with that. We have a compliance policy and prosecution guidelines and a compliance program that allows us to prioritise what some of those cases can be dealt with very, very quickly. You might get 500 calls to the environment line, and as I mentioned, only 283 of them need investigation. So we prioritise them. We close low impact cases or cases where they just require an advisory letter within 3 months. So if you ratchet that up to sort of medium and sort of egregious cases or cases where there are large amounts of clearing, it ends up being a relatively small number that need that intensive work by the compliance staff. So we're able to prioritise quite effectively across all of those different bits of compliance that we do, because it's not only Local Land Services Act, but it's also Aboriginal Cultural Heritage and Threatened Species. So our compliance program adjusts to deal with that from a prioritisation point of view. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. We will now move to questions from Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and hello, Minister. Last time when we talked at estimates in March, we were talking about the Clean Air Strategy, and the draft plan was to be released imminently. We've now seen that draft plan. When it comes to coal and coal-fired power and the air pollution that comes out of those two industrial sources, the draft strategy is more a bunch of sort of thoughts and feelings than actual strategy, isn't it?
No, that's not correct, Ms Boyd. And let me just say, no one has done more to deliver air quality improvements in this state than the coalition government.
What is new in the Clean Air Strategy in relation to coal and coal-fired power stations and curbing the air pollution that comes from them?
Let me tell you what's new, and that is the most ambitious renewable energy plan in our nation's history that will see our coal-fired power stations not replaced with coal, but with renewables.
With respect, we talked about this last time. I said at the time, that's fantastic. We can see where things are going. And again, that's kind of a prediction of, well, the market's moving this way. And yes, we have some legislation in place which is going to pave that way. But what are you doing in relation to curbing the air pollution today from coal and coal-fired power stations?
What are we doing today? We're doing a range of things. We're transitioning our electricity system to renewables. We're moving towards electric vehicles. We are helping our heavy industry to decarbonise, and that will mean that they're belching less pollution into the atmosphere.
If I could bring you back, Minister, because I don't have much time, the idea of looking at where industry is going and then saying, oh, so that should result in some air pollution being less in the future, I don't think is what the community is expecting. The community want to know what you're doing right now to stop, for example, coal being, transported without covers through major towns.
Well, I mean, we obviously take the issue of air quality very seriously. We understand that those towns that are on train lines that transport coal see a lot more dust and a lot more air pollution. I totally understand that. But right now, we're putting in place a suite of measures around our coal-fired electricity generation, around our vehicles and our industry to improve air quality around New South Wales.
Without touching the operations of what those companies are doing right now.
We have put our policies on the table. They're our policies, and if you're proposing new ones, then
sure.
I look forward to that.
Is it acceptable for me to stand on Gosford Station, so it's not known as being a coal area, on Gosford Station with my two children and have uncovered coal wagons coming past?
Look, we need to make sure that we are protecting human health and our environment, and where we can do that, we absolutely should. And that's what we're doing on a range of fronts right across New South Wales, whether it comes to coal being transported on our railway lines or whatever.
So
we should be doing what we can.
Why isn't the covering of coal part of the clean air strategy?
Well, I think that with regard to coal trains, we have strong environmental standards which are enforced by the EPA, so Ms Mackey might be best placed to talk about what we're doing with regard to that issue. So
particularly in terms of the regulation of coal trains, that was something that was implemented last year in 2020, and there has been quite a bit of work done around what aspects of rail regulation were required with regard to the dust.
Does the regulation require those coal to be covered? No.
No, it doesn't.
So the question then, sorry, I don't have much time, to you, Minister, is why? Why is that not part of the strategy, that we would just cover those so that we don't have to breathe it in?
So there was detailed scientific and technical work done about what was required in terms of the regulation of the rail users, so not beyond coal but including coal, and it was determined that that was not an element that would be covered by the regulation. And I know you've got limited time, but we've got someone who's...
I will be back in the afternoon to pick up on that a little bit further. I have limited time with the Minister. So that's one thing that I would say would be a good thing to put in the coal, in the clean air strategy. Also, last time we spoke, you said that you talked a lot about the high standards you thought were in place for coal-fired power stations. I think what's become clear in our Clean Air Bill inquiry is that the coal-fired power stations have the most lax regulations in sort of most comparable countries when it comes to air pollution. Why is that not addressed in the Clean Air Strategy?
We have regulations that are enforced by the EPA, and I'm very happy for Ms Mackey to talk about that later on this afternoon.
Thank you, my time's expired.
Thank you. Mr Justin Field.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I wanted to come back to the LLS code review. This is the 3-year review. You mentioned earlier, I think maybe it was through one of your officials, that the terms of reference was sitting with the Agriculture Minister. Is that correct?
I think Mr Knudsen said that was the case, so yes, I believe that's so.
I asked questions about this in March. At that stage, Ms Dumazel responded that you've been doing preparatory work for the review, been undertaking that. We're just waiting on the finalisation of the terms of reference. That was happening in March.
Well, they've been finalised.
They're sitting with the... Didn't you just say they were sitting with the Agriculture Minister?
They've been finalised from my end.
When did you send them to the Agriculture Minister? How long has that been sitting with that Minister?
Dean is probably best to answer that.
I don't remember the exact date, but it's been quite a while. We can certainly come back and give the specific date to the committee.
March, April, any idea? Was it soon after those estimates? I think you're on mute, Mr Dean.
Yes, sorry, Mr...
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
All I was going to say was that I don't have the specific date, but definitely can come back to you later on in the afternoon unless Mr. Mazzell has it at this point.
Minister, this was part of the agreement, I think that it's widely understood between the Liberals and Nationals over the biodiversity reforms, that you would review the code. Hugely controversial. The Chair just took you through some of the stats for unexplained clearing before. What's going on here? Your colleagues in the National Party just like put a handbrake on, say we don't want to play, we're just not going to, we're not even going to do the reviews we promised. What's going on?
You're probably best to ask
well, Minister, have you taken it up with Minister Marshall as to why those terms are still sitting on his desk?
I regularly talk to Minister Marshall about a whole range of things where we have to get the balance right between agriculture and environment, but I'm not going to go into private conversations with my colleagues.
Well, is it acceptable to you that this review just doesn't happen?
Well, I want to see this review happen. That's why I've signed off on the terms of reference.
What do you do if Mr Marshall just doesn't sign off on the terms of reference? Does it just sit there forever? The review won't happen.
Like the veg maps.
If I can...
I think the Chair's drawing a connection to the native vegetation regulatory map.
there's a 5-year statutory review as well.
Oh, and so this is exactly what was raised in March, that the plan was just to kick it off to the 5-year review. Are you saying that's what's going to happen?
No, I'm saying that's the backstop, but I'm saying that terms of reference.
What if they just don't do that review?
Sentence, Justin.
Marshall, chop, is what you need to say, Minister.
I'm sure you'll be attending Mr. Marshall's hearings later in the week, and he's probably best placed to answer these questions. I can't speculate as to why he has or has not signed off on the terms of reference, but you're probably better placed to
and I shall
ask those questions.
Something closer to your home, private native forestry reporting.
And I will say, my office has raised it with his office on a number of occasions.
I'm sure it was a nasty email. Minister, when will the forestry snapshot, the next forestry snapshot 2019-20 be published? We've only got, the latest one we've got is 2018-19. That's before the fires.
Can I ask Ms Mackey to answer that question?
So we're in the publication phases of that. It will come to the Minister shortly, within a matter of the next couple of weeks.
Why is it so late?
We've compiled everything that we require from a range of parties, so we don't hold all of the information, so we're reliant on those different organisations to provide us with the information, and that's what takes the time in terms of the compilation of those reports.
Well, some information that you should have that belongs to you as the regulator. What was the volume of timber taken from private native forestry operations in 2019-20?
We don't have that information. That is not something that we collect.
Yes, you do. P&F operators are required to report to you annually on the volume of timber that they both take out and forecast to take out.
But that goes to local land services.
No, under the code, it goes to you.
A point of order, Madam Chair. All I'd just suggest is that, particularly when speaking to public servants, I understand you're not being deliberately rude, but if we could just treat them with the respect that they're due.
Chair, to the point, we went through this in March as well.
Sure, just to the point of order, please. Yeah, he understands. Okay, proceed.
Ms Mackey, you know these reports are required to go to you. If they're not coming to you, that's, if you could make that clear, that would be useful.
There's a range of information and data that was transferred from the EPA to LLS some years ago. We, as I indicated at the previous estimates, we were not receiving that data. We have now received, in the matter of the last month, a very large volume of data. We're going through that to look at what we have and haven't received, and we have been working closely with LLS to try and receive that data on a more regular basis to make sure that we can actually follow up and be able to understand what's happening in that P&F space.
Okay, we might come back to this afternoon. Thank you, Chair.
And we just lost the Minister briefly, maybe for comfort stop. Do you have questions or not to the Minister, Ms Jackson?
Yeah,
just for a sec.
I can do one. Sure.
Make sure you just put the mic down.
Sorry, thank you. While the Minister's not here, this was probably, I'm not quite sure who the department is, about biodiversity offsetting. My question is, I recently asked some questions on notice in relation to the payments towards the Biodiversity Conservation Trust. It might be one for Mr Elton or perhaps for Mr Knudsen. And what it shows is basically increasingly developers and others are looking to pay out rather than protect critical habitat and that's subject to biodiversity offsets. And I'm just wondering whether you can, in relation to the response to my question, so in 2018 there was 31 payments into the BCT to transfer offset obligations. In 1920 it was 75, and in 2021 it's now at 104. Are you able to tell us what proportion of all offset credit obligations being generated are being fulfilled through the pay and proceed payment to the BCT option? I think it's probably one for Mr Elton.
Actually, if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind just offering just a little bit of context on this. There are options always with every project that has an impact for them to secure their offsets directly, or they can go through with the BCT and enter into a biodiversity stewardship agreement and acquit their liabilities that way. It is not just simply making a payment and then ignoring the obligation. It's done in a very rigorous way in terms of the size of the payment that needs to go to the BCT. to ensure that the offset liabilities are acquitted. But what I will say is that we can come back to you with respect to the profile of offsets which are being acquitted outside of the BCT versus within the BCT. That will take us a little bit of time to do that, so we'd have to do that on notice. But certainly what we're seeing is increasingly, and Mr. Elton can certainly talk about this, an increase in the use of the BCT. It's a new institution, and that's what you would expect as people become more comfortable and familiar with it. More businesses are using.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. And Mr. Elton, I'll come back to you this afternoon on this, but I might go to the Minister on this, which is just the general concern about the biodiversity offset scheme. I mean, you've indicated that you're going to be doing a review, and it sounded to me this morning that Mr. Grimes suggested it's a significant review given the problems with the scheme. I mean, my biggest concern, I think, the concern of those that are actually looking at maintaining and keeping biodiversity is that more and more we're seeing developers use the payment option as the first option, not last resort. Are you concerned about that?
I'm concerned about the integrity of the overall scheme. I want to make sure that that developers, are genuinely offsetting their environmental damage. That's why it was set up, and it should be delivering on those objectives.
No, that's okay. I'll come, Mr. Grimes. We'll go into this a bit this afternoon. I mean, I just wanted to get an update from you. I don't think that Ms. Fairman asked this question, but I just wanted to check the Colby Reserve and the fact that it hasn't been actually gazetted, or this was the offset. So this was the offset for the M7. 15 years ago, Colby Reserve. It says that it's under ownership of National Parks and Wildlife. I believe it's not been gazetted, it hasn't been handed over. 15 years later, we don't actually have a proper offset.
I might just get Atticus to jump in while I check my notes, if that's right, Ms. Shah.
Yep, that's fine.
I happen to check my notes. Atticus Birmingham, I haven't checked my notes, but I can't confirm whether it's been handed to us or not. I can confirm that.
So my understanding, the last information is the National Parks and Wildlife Service have been quoted as saying that remediation works need to be undertaken and will be completed in 2022, and then it will be transferred. My problem is the complete lack of transparency around this. This is an offset for a road in Western Sydney. It was supposed to be complete. It's 15 years and it's still not done. There's no update in relation to the remediation or status of where that is, and on the website it says the national parks have it when you don't. It's still in transport.
I'll take that on notice. I'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. I might go to Ms. Jackson.
Thanks, Minister. I want to ask just to start off with a few questions about the renewable energy zones, starting in the Central West. So obviously you'd be aware that there were concerns about the way that some landholders were approached by prospective project developers and some of those interactions. What have you done to resolve those issues?
In the Central West or the New England? Central West. Clearly there's been an issue with Transgrid in how they engage with landowners. I'm not happy with it. I don't think it's been done in a respectful way. We're currently developing a new set of guidelines that Transgrid will be forced to adhere to when engaging with private property owners. I think Mr. Hay might be best to give you the detail on that, so if I could get him to jump in, but happy to go through all your questions if you want to take him later. Or
yeah, I mean, I might go back to him later on the details, but when will those guidelines be available? That would be a useful question to know.
Imminently.
As soon as possible.
Again, if Mr. Hay, I'm just not across the detail on that, but Mr. Hay, would you mind just...
Perhaps just on that one, Mr. Hay, if you wouldn't mind letting us know when they might be available.
Yeah, James Hay here. The guidelines are being prepared at the moment and will be going up for approval, so we are hoping to get them out just as soon as we possibly can. In terms of specific date, there isn't a date. We just need to work through the final details.
And that's approval by the Minister, is that right, Mr. Hay?
They'll be approved through the Energy Corporation New South Wales, but in consultation with the Minister and other parties, including Transgrid itself.
Okay. Moving on to the Hunter Renewable Energy Zone. So the public information in relation to that RES has basically remained unchanged for
almost the entire year. Is there any update on when more information might be available on the Hunter Renewable Energy Zone?
The priority is obviously the Central West Renewable Energy Zone and the New England Renewable Energy Zone. So New England's about 8 gigs and the Central West, I think, is around 4 gigs. So that's going to get us to the 12 gigs that we've legislated through the roadmap. The Hunter's really important, and I just should acknowledge Labor's contribution to getting that made as a renewable energy zone. And it's really important because it's close to the load. So it's not going to be, the priority needs to be those other zones that we can get that energy into the system to supply the whole of New South Wales, but that Hunter zone is going to be really important for that industrial load around the port, for example, and developing those industries. So the priority has been those other two. We're getting to the Hunter and we'll have more to say about it, but again, it's not the priority at the moment.
So will you have more to say this year or next year? Because obviously investors are, interested in some certainty.
The key thing around all the renewable energy zones is getting the energy corporation set up that will then run the auctions to build the new generation. Once that governance structure is set up, then we can roll them out across all the renewable energy zones. So go to competitive open auctions for the Hunter, the Illawarra, the New England, the Central West and the South West. But right now we're running really hard to try and get that underway. We expect that structure to be all set up, the ENCO, which Mr Hay talked about, early next year, and we're hoping to run our first competitive auction in that time. As to when the first one will be run in the Hunter, Mr Hay might be best to give you more information.
James Hay here. The auctions process, which will be the consumer trustee, will be commencing ideally Q1, Q2 next year. In terms of the Hunter res, the question that was asked, with each renewable energy zone, what we do is commence with an expression of interest, both, and particularly in Hunter, because it's more of an existing centre for generation. What we'll be wanting to do is also understand those who want to use energy in the renewable energy zone. Renewable energy zones are not just about generation, so we're anticipating an expression of interest early in the new year. We're currently working hard to sort of work on the Hunter renewable energy zone is a different model, if you like, to Central West Orana. So we're working that up, but we anticipate pushing that forward early in the next calendar year.
Thanks, Mr Hay. Obviously, you have mentioned, Minister, a priority for you is the jobs and employment components of these projects. I mean, what assurances are you able to give in relation to local procurement, for example?
So we've set up a renewable energy procurement board effectively, and it's chaired by Dan Walton from the AW and Craig Memory from PIAC, which is like a consumer advocacy group. They're going to be recommending the guidelines, which will deliver on the government's commitment, supported by Labor and the crossbenchers, that the majority of this infrastructure will be built with local content and local labour. So we're just waiting on those guidelines. But I think by the end of the year, we're hoping to have that framework, which then I'm required to consider and sign off on.
Yeah, and so the guidelines hopefully will be available by the end of the year. And to what extent, again, can you give us assurances that those will be more than just a guide, that actually there will be an assurance that the requirements that they come up with are actually met and implemented on the ground for these projects?
Well, I mean, this is state building, nation building stuff, and it's my absolute commitment that we'll be using local labour, local content, obviously, where there's obviously a cost implication. All this infrastructure needs to be paid for by consumers, so every dollar additionally that we add then has to go.
I mean, could be paid for by you as Treasurer.
Could be paid for it by taxpayers, of course, but someone's got to foot the bill. we want to make sure that we keep the costs as low as possible whilst using local content and local labour. So I know that sounds like I'm dancing around it, but the intention is to make sure that we're supporting local jobs, supporting local businesses, and driving our economy forward. Like, this is one of the biggest infrastructure programs our state's ever seen, and we need to make sure those jobs are staying here.
Yeah, I mean, and it's good that is your intention, but as you would be aware, there's oft slip between cup and lip on this stuff, and so people are looking for an assurance that as this is rolled out, that the intentions, those best intentions, are delivered in terms of actual jobs, actual procurement contracts signed on the ground.
I want to work with the opposition to give the community confidence that we will actually do that. The only caveat that I'd say is obviously the guidelines will have to be in line with the WTO rules around dumping and a whole range of things. But yes, a very clear intention, and I think all parties that supported that bill, is that it is going to drive local jobs and local content.
There have also been some concerns raised around safety issues for the renewable energy zones and the people who are working on that new infrastructure. Is that something that has been brought to your attention?
Yes, I've met with the ETU, for example, and I've met with the AW, and they've raised those issues. We obviously need to be making sure that everyone that works on these projects goes to work in the morning, comes home safely to their families at night. So we won't be compromising these safety standards, and we'll take advice from those relevant unions, those relevant businesses as to what we need to do to make sure that we have the highest quality safety standards in place.
I wanted to ask a question, just a brief follow-up from my question to Dr. Grimes, just about the green investment strategy, because I did just want to push a little bit on when that might be ready.
I don't have the exact timetable for that.
As soon as possible?
It's been a busy couple of weeks, which I didn't anticipate. So I need to balance the delivery of the green investment strategy with the considerable new issues that I need to get my head around. Okay, I'm not going to give you an exact time today, but I'm happy to come back to you with something more concrete.
It'd be better just to come back with a strategy, Minister.
Which we will do.
I next wanted to just ask about storage. So obviously the infrastructure roadmap predicted $32 billion in private sector investment. How's that going?
Very well. So we've gone out for 2 expressions of interest, one in the New England and one in the Central West. The New England Renewable Energy Zone, we called for expressions of interest of up to 8 gigs of renewable energy. We were oversubscribed by more than 4 times. We got interest of about 34 gigawatts. So the 8 gigs, so the value of that interest in New England alone is in the order of around $40 billion worth of private capital, which is pretty extraordinary. Similar situation to the Central West Arana. We were after about 3 to 4 gigs there. And again, I think it was oversubscribed 9 times, was it, Dr. Grahams? Something like 9 times. So the private sector is really interesting in this. The capital's there. Again, setting up the consumer trustee and the governance process is the key thing, and we're running really hard. We've got a lot of staff on this, and we're aiming to get that done by the end of the year.
One of the things that you would be well aware, it's excellent that there is a lot of private sector investor interest in renewable energy. And one of the things, obviously, you'd be well aware that needs to be resolved is that reliability question. Yep. So how are we going? How are you progressing on the storage issues?
So obviously we've legislated that we will need to also deliver 2 gigawatts of long duration storage, so that will be supported by the underwriting process that Mr Hay talked about. We've got Snowy 2.0 as well, which is well underway. The major constraint there is the transmission infrastructure to get that electricity into the market, so we're riding Transgrid really hard to build that infrastructure. The other part of the reliability strategy is obviously the interconnectors between the different states. So we've got the Queensland interconnector well underway, and I think the Victorian interconnector is well underway. In addition to that...
Sorry, just back on, is Snowy 2.0 going to deliver the long-term storage capacity needed by 2030. Is that project alone going to deliver that?
No way.
And so
No
what
way.
else?
The snow is about 2 gigs on top of, I think there's about a gig there as well, so that's 3. You've got the interconnectors, which will obviously be able to ensure we get more electricity out of Queensland. Their coal-fired power stations are a lot younger than ours, so they'll last a bit longer. Then we've got our 2 gigs on top of that. So that's 4. I mean, our roadmap will ensure that there's enough dispatchable capacity to back up the renewables, but we need to get cracking, and the essential ingredient is getting a consumer trustee in place so we can run the auctions for the underwrite.
I mean,
the market, sorry to cut you off, the market is responding really well, not just for renewables, but also for storage, so we're confident as soon as we call for expressions of interest there, we'll be flooded with offers.
I mean, one of the projects that I understand was/is in the work is the Glen Innes Creek pumped hydro project. Are you aware of the quite considerable now delays in the provision of that project?
I'm not familiar. I know the project. I'm not familiar with the reasons for the delays, but Mr. Hay will definitely be across that.
Mr. Hay?
One of the things that we've recently completed is seeking all interest from all pumped hydro that's looking to develop in the state through the pumped hydro grants part of the roadmap policy. We're in the middle of assessing all those applications, including the one you mentioned, so we can come back with more specific details, but some of that is clearly at the sharp end of commercial consideration as to which of those projects get grants to deliver the 2 gigawatts that the Minister talked about. Of additional over and above Snowy Hydro's long duration storage. So that process has allowed us to get a view across all pumped hydro options in the state that are coming forward for feasibility.
And Mr. Hay, just to clarify, for example, in relation to that project where construction was intended to have commenced in late 2019 and still hasn't commenced now in late 2021, that, for example, is not going to disrupt the modelling on which the storage capacity was based. You're confident those models are still robust and going to be able to deliver the storage that we need by 2030?
We're confident that the pumped hydro grant scheme will its target is to bring forward at least 3 gigawatts of potential long duration storage that can be developed by 2030. And our process now is to, with that grant scheme, to help them through the feasibility stage to have them ready to participate in the auctions the Minister mentioned that the Consumer Trustee will be running. So we're doing everything we can to bring those forward.
You've identified the exact issue and the big risk to the system. These coal-fired power stations, they're coming under enormous pressure. Like we've planned for 2030, but the reality is that what I should say is that long duration storage takes a long time to build. That you pumped hydro, the transmission lines and stuff. So we need to start now. I'm confident we'll get there by 2030, but there are a number of other pressures being brought to bear on the system, which we need to be cognizant of. So all I can say is, thank God collectively we legislated this pathway, because if we didn't have a plan to replace the stuff, there would be a real problem. So those people trying to say that we shouldn't do anything, they're being so irresponsible.
Thank you. Minister, you'd be aware of the landmark decision by the Land and Environment Court in August in relation to the EPA having to take action on climate change. What directions, this is in terms, of course, to those guidelines, what direction have you provided or given to the EPA to respond to that ruling?
Well, I expect the EPA to respond to the ruling. We didn't obviously contest it, so that was the first direction that I gave, that we wouldn't be contesting the decision of the court, and I expect the EPA to get on with the job of implementing the decision of the court. Ms. Mackey, would you like to talk to that?
I can certainly talk to the actions that we've already taken and what we plan to do. if that's helpful.
Sure.
So prior to that legal matter going through the courts, we had already made some steps in terms of progressing towards tackling our contribution around the government's climate change policy framework. And indeed, in our strategic plan that was launched in July, which was prior to the court's decision, one of the 5 focus areas is on climate change. We are well progressed in drafting a policy, that is the EPA's policy around climate change, and we expect to be able to share that with some key stakeholders this side of Christmas, with a view to making that public early in the new year. Associated with that policy will be an action plan which indicates the immediate and then the longer term actions. And then what it also does is highlights the range of things that we're already doing which contribute to the government's net zero target.
Can I check then that when you're referring to policies and what the government is doing, that is it also in relation to the EPA's duty to protect, restore and enhance the quality of the environment in New South Wales in terms of the activities of the industries that you monitor that you'll be looking at, or are you simply referring to your own internal and the government's targets?
So we're not going to be setting any targets. It's a policy around how we deliver on the climate change issues that are associated with our responsibilities across all of the legislation that we have responsibility for. So there's some 14 various acts. So we have looked across all of our responsibilities and looked at what we can do as a regulator. We are not a policy agency, we are a regulator. So we've been very careful to look at what's within our remit. And there are a range of things that we can do that we will be looking to move down the path of.
And do you have a timeline for that work to report back?
So the part of the court's decision is not a report back in terms of to the court, but we will be making public shortly in the new year our policy, which is the commitment around what we'll do in the space, including the action plan.
Okay, great. So in the new year, thank you. Minister, I just wanted to go back to the issue of the state government potentially opening up new areas for coal exploration. So are you aware of one of your predecessors, Rob Stokes, when he was Environment Minister, he wrote a letter of support for the nomination of additional areas of inclusion in the National Heritage List for the Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area. And some of those areas that he supported nomination for are smack bang in the middle of these potential strategic release areas around Kunguddy, Kalgoorlie, as well as Hawkins and Rumka. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
Does it concern you then that these areas have been supported potentially by a previous Environment Minister for World Heritage Declaration, if you like, and now your government is potentially considering them to develop and mine for coal in those areas?
Well, I need to get across the details, but obviously I want to see more land included in our national park estate, not less. More biodiversity protected, not less.
What role will you play as Environment Minister in the decision-making process around the preliminary regional issues assessment for Hawkins, Rumka and that area?
Well, it will go through the planning assessment process, I'd imagine, so a proper EIS, and my agency will be making decisions through the normal course of that process.
So this is the PRIA, Preliminary Regional Issues Assessment, so that isn't coming to Cabinet?
It might be best for Dr Grimes to provide some details about the process. I'm just not familiar with it.
Dr Grimes?
Chair, you're referring to exploration licences?
Yes.
Yeah, some of those matters obviously will fall out of our area of responsibility. I don't have anything to add at the moment, but we may have an officer who has something to add. Otherwise, it'd be largely a process that was managed outside of the EES group. I've got no volunteers. So
that's okay.
We could take on notice whether there's any further information we can provide you.
Minister, have you had a briefing around what is potentially at stake in relation to the Hawkins-Rumka area that your government is looking at opening up?
No, I haven't, Ms. Fairman.
So are you aware that you've received 15,000 emails in opposition to this new coal release area from the Wilderness Society, has sent 15,000 emails to you?
Didn't notice 15,000 emails?
That's what it was. I think I would have noticed 15,000 emails.
That's right.
And that the Wilderness Society has in fact, and other community groups have in fact sought meetings with you as Environment Minister to talk to you about the fact that there are these areas that a previous Environment Minister has supported the nomination to include in World Heritage areas, that they want to talk to you about the importance of these areas, and that you haven't met with, as I understand it, anybody to get a briefing on these areas. The Hawkins and Rumka areas smack bang next to Wallamart National Park.
I'm a great admirer of the Wilderness Society and the work that they do. I'm very happy to meet with them about this issue or anything else. We'll certainly speak to my office about making that happen.
You said before that you are aware that the UNESCO World Heritage Committee has concerns about coal mining taking place in the vicinity of the Blue Mountains World Heritage Area, yes?
Yes.
So this is your government potentially opening up areas right next to the World Heritage Area for coal mining. You don't know whether you have had a briefing on this. You think that you won't have any decision, won't be involved in decision making about it. Don't you think, in terms of just getting some kind of a sense of what is at stake in terms of the Blue Mountains World Heritage Area falls within your remit as Environment Minister?
Yes, I do. And we'll take that up. Now that you've drawn it to my attention, I'm very happy to go and get across this issue and make sure that we participate fully in the process.
Okay, that is a very good thing. Thank you very much for that. Now, are you aware of the Kamei Ferry Wharf project, which is a tourist ferry service from La Perouse to Canal?
Yes.
Are you aware that there are at least 4 endangered species, several vulnerable, many protected species that are going to be at risk if this goes ahead? Have you been briefed on the threats to threatened species as a result of this proposal?
I don't believe I have been, or I don't recall being briefed on the specific threat to 4 endangered species, but I'm happy for Atticus Fleming to provide you with some information.
Atticus Fleming, I can't recall being briefed or briefing the Minister, but I might just ask Naomi Stevens if she's aware. And before Naomi starts speaking, I think this is a project that is being implemented largely by transport.
Yes, I do have a list of a few species here that are at risk while Naomi is finding her notes, whatever, but potentially the Bear Islands endangered White's seahorse, weedy sea dragons, pot-bellied seahorses and pipefishes, which are all endangered, are potentially at risk from this proposal. Is that your understanding, Mr. Fleming or Ms. Stevens?
Naomi Stevens. I am aware that those species are potentially impacted by the proposal. Department of Transport is the proponent for the development, and they're undertaking all the planning and assessment work. And the impact to those species will be considered as part of the environmental impact assessment that's being done for the project.
Gosh. Okay, thank you. Ms. Minister?
Could I just seek leave for one moment?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Much coffee.
Very anxious.
Last time he said he has too much coffee. He shouldn't have had that coffee at morning tea. Okay, so actually, do you have any questions for the public servants while the Minister has gone? Mark, because it's your question time.
I might actually ask a question, my last set of questions about kangaroos to Ms Malloy.
But just before we go,
do that or do wombats?
Oh, sorry.
I think you might have had something you wanted to add.
I was just going to add on that particular project, we certainly have a role in terms of that approval process, particularly at the EIS stage, and we are aware and engaged in that process with Transport.
Thank you. All right, so Mr Pearson, questions from you?
You probably need to take this on notice. I think it is to be directed to Ms Malloy. In the New South Wales 2021 quota report on page 15, the DPIE announced the expansion of 2 commercial harvest zones, being the Griffith Zone and the Southeast Zone. The Griffith commercial zone was expanded to include the non-commercial zone of Wagga Wagga. So can you explain the reasoning behind the DPIE's decision to expand this zone?
I will have to take that on notice. I don't have the exact details. I may be able to get back to you this afternoon on it, though, if the team can find out for me. But we sort of continuously look at the zones and the boundaries and work out what's the best way of managing and balancing between the sort of inland zones and the coastal zones. It's probably something along those lines, but I will get you a definitive answer.
Okay, and then there are some more questions following that for more specificity, so I will put those to you on notice so you can give the narrative of the answer. Minister, just wanted to ask some questions about wombats and wombat mange.
Sorry, Mark. He anticipated you would ask about it.
Yeah, well, I usually let him know most of the questions I'm going to ask, and then I give him a couple of surprises.
Yes,
very
better.
It's a very...
Order. Proceed with your questions. There's not much time left. So,
Minister, are you aware of the harm, the condition of mange that wombats suffer?
Yes, of course.
And are you aware that it's actually becoming worse, and it's a situation of these animals being under your care, control and supervision, that we aren't actually getting on top of this problem, and the mange is actually affecting more and more of these animals?
Well, I came prepared today, Mr Pearson, because I thought you might ask about this, and luckily Atticus Fleming has been doing some very important work to tackle this issue, and he's best placed to give you a bit of an update. So, Dr Fleming, over to you.
Thank you, Dr Fleming.
Mr Fleming, really nice.
You look like a doctor.
The Minister said Dr Fleming this time. Anyway, proceed, Mr Fleming.
It's really Naomi Stevens who's doing the work. I mean, I can tell you from the notes that I've been given, and then I'll get Naomi to add.
I'm sorry, we're just finding it difficult hearing you, Mr Fleming. Could you sort of either speak straight ahead towards your microphone or move closer to it? That's what we're finding. If you move your head away, we can't hear you.
I hope that's better.
Yes, so far.
I'll get Naomi to add to this, but we are doing work at Bent's Basin. We've been trialling a couple of different techniques to try and address the problem with mange. We had some initial success. Unfortunately, that initial success has been undone, so we've moved on to trialling a second agent, Bravecto, which is showing some early signs of success. We're doing collaborative work with the University of Sydney, and I know that the NEST Threatened Species Hub has also been involved in developing national guidelines, and we've contributed to that process. So we are doing a lot of work, but the problem, as you said in your question, there's no solution at this stage.
Is one of the problems, or one of the problems that's been pointed out to me, is that a lot of individuals who are actually wombat carers or concerned landholders, there is a particular drug which can be applied to the to the entrance of the wombat den, if we call it that, but the drug is restricted in terms of its availability. I actually haven't got the, oh yeah, here it is, moxidectin. Now, there is a concern being expressed to me that individuals who want to be able to treat wombats, or at least put the substance there so they can be treated, there's a restriction as to whether they can have access to that particular drug. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware. I'm happy to take it on notice unless Naomi can add some detail.
Is moxidectin one of the trials in the work by the university and yourself? Is that being used, or other?
We initially used Sidectin and then Provecto. So unless they're going by a different name, it would not be one of the drugs we've used. But again, I'm going to take that on notice and confirm.
So, Minister, how much, what's the purse, the funds that have been put aside for this research and development into treatment of wombat mange?
Well, I'm now in a better position to be able to find some funds, but as Treasurer, I'll certainly be looking very closely at that, Mr. Pearson.
Have you got a ballpark figure?
I'm going to have to be advised by the experts on what's going to be necessary, because I want to come back to next estimates and be able to say, we've got a solution for you.
That'll be in Treasury estimates. That's right, Treasury estimates. Talk about wombat mange in Treasury estimates.
So, Mr. Fleming, would you be able, in your research so far and the work that's been done so far, can you glean what might be an appropriate figure to make this research and development robust?
I can't give you a figure.
No, okay. Now I might turn to magpies, Minister.
Oh.
We're going on a bit of a species journey.
Speaking of 15,000 emails that you unleashed on me, Mr.
Oh, yes, well.
Replying to those. I saw those ones.
So just a question you'll take on notice. So how many licences to harm magpies did the department provide to landholders in the last year?
We'll give it to you on notice.
Okay. But in regard to the National Parks and Wildlife Service 2003 policy, quote, management of native birds that show aggression to people, unquote, which has been having ongoing review and was scheduled for a release in 2021. Can the department provide an estimate as to when this new policy will be published and come into effect?
Atticus?
Atticus Fleming, I'm told that review will be complete at the end of this year, Mr. Pearson.
Mm-hmm. Will it include some of the projects that have occurred in Queensland of other deterrence and translocation being used as opposed to lethal means?
You have previously provided some information, including the names of a couple of researchers, and the work that they have been doing is being taken into account in the review of the policy.
Okay. I think I can finish there.
Justin, do you want to ask a question?
If I could. Minister,
yeah, just like anybody.
He's given up. The renewables
Let's keep going.
You win.
Order. There's hardly any time. Go, Mr. Field.
But
Minister,
he's always wanting to question me, and he gets an opportunity, he doesn't bother turning up.
The advisory committee for the Batemans Marine Park was advised quite a few months ago now that consultation around the new plans for marine parks would be going up for consultation, and nothing's happened. Where is that at? Where is this new plan?
Probably best to ask Dean Knudsen.
Thanks, Minister. So we have developed with fisheries and also the Marine Estate Management Agency, a revised plan that is now with the two ministers, but we're just trying to coordinate the release of that is where I believe that's up to. So it's the fisheries minister as well as Mr. Kean, and I know his office is engaged with the fisheries minister to expedite that.
Is this another one of those things that you've signed off for consultation and it's just sitting on Minister Marshall's desk again, Minister?
Well, we're not the holder.
That's the case.
Sorry, could you? I missed that. Did you say we're not the holder?
I'm not holding it up.
So it's Minister Marshall that's holding this process up?
You'll have to ask Minister Marshall.
There is an amnesty that's been in place now for a couple of years on 5 sanctuary zones down there. This is undermining the environmental protections of our marine parks, including around the green list site on Montague Island. Why are you allowing Minister Marshall to dictate the effective removal of these sanctuary protections?
Well, I'm not allowing Minister Marshall to dictate. We're trying to work through a process. I've signed off on the terms of reference, and Minister Marshall, I'm sure, is considering what to do next.
All in due course.
As soon as possible.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move to very short, quick questions from the opposition.
Yes, I just wanted to ask about the Tallawarra B project. To what extent is that going to be fossil fuel powered?
Well, I think I'll just get the specific details, but effectively it'll be net zero from day one. So they have to offset any fossil fuels, and they're going to shandy in a proportion of hydrogen.
5%? Is that the proportion?
Immediately, but I think it will ramp up to around 20, James. We'll get those details.
I mean, it's essentially $78 million for a fossil fuel power plant, isn't it, Minister?
It's essentially money to ensure that we can transition to renewables very quickly and support the uptake of hydrogen in doing so.
I mean, it is a fossil fuel power plant, though, isn't it?
Well, it uses natural gas. They're offsetting their carbon footprint from day one. It's going to take a portion of hydrogen to drive the creation of hydrogen and helpfully build that economy so that the Illawarra can have a natural hedge to the threat of climate change, which is coming to their industries.
I mean, do you think that 5% from 2025 is adequate in terms of the green hydrogen component? Are you happy with that? Extremely low percentage?
Well, my understanding is that the proposed power plant will be able to take more than 5%, but that 5% is going to be really important to the developing the supply chain in the Illawarra, which will hopefully then scale up and be ready for export use by the end of the decade.
Can you give us any more information on that scale up? Any timeframes, any figures?
In terms of how much hydrogen the plant will take?
Yes.
Can I just get James to speak to the technical details of it?
Yeah, James Hay here. The arrangement that we've done in this grant is to effectively require the proponent to enter into the largest offtake for green hydrogen in Australia, and it is about the capacity to deliver the green hydrogen. I would add that this is a peaking plant. It operates only a very minimum part of the time. It firms renewables, so and it's fully offsetting all its emissions through that time. There is an obligation also on the proponent to undertake further engineering works to extend the use of hydrogen through the plant to a higher percentage. There's some more work to do on that, but it may well be in the vicinity the Minister talked about or higher. But that is a process over time, but it will be governed by how quickly green hydrogen can be produced and the volumes required. But I do emphasise this plant will run around about 2 to 3% of the time that it's available to run, because it's a very peaking plant, so its emissions will not be large.
Thank you. Minister, I just wanted to ask you quickly about waste to energy incineration. The EPA released a draft energy from waste policy recently, which seemed to, which just talked about 4 different areas for these energy waste incinerators to take place. I just wanted to check then on what that means for a couple of the waste to energy incineration projects that are currently slated for Western Sydney and parts of Sydney. One's Cleanaway and one is the Next Generation projects. They're currently in the planning pipeline. Does that mean that they will go ahead, that the policy does not refer to the ones that actually, if they're approved, will be built in Western Sydney?
No, our policy is that there will be no energy from waste facilities in Western Sydney or in the Sydney Basin unless they are replacing things like, so for example, so no waste to energy in the Sydney Basin, but if a company that is already burning fossil fuels to produce energy, so for industry, then they may be able to look at having a cogeneration facility, but that would be very small and wouldn't have, basically it rules out the proposals in Eastern Creek.
Okay, thank you. Minister, you said before that your government is trying to strike the right balance when it comes to managing native vegetation on private land. You're trying to strike a balance. So what does that balance mean when you as Environment Minister are overseeing a regime that's effectively approving or allowing the clearing of, 50,000, 60,000, 70,000 hectares of native vegetation every year? Is that striking the right balance?
Well, I mean...
Or is the Agriculture Minister and the National Party winning out on this balance?
Well, I think the balance that I'm referring to is supporting a strong economy while protecting the environment. We've found the right balance when it comes to tackling climate change, and our policies, I think, reflect that, and that's how it's brought the coalition together. With regard to land management, there's obviously... there's communities that rely on that asset, the natural asset, to create jobs and drive their economies, but we need to balance that with the need to protect our environment. That's what we're trying to do. It's a hard challenge, Ms. Fairman, as you well know, as a long-time environmental campaigner, how hard that challenge is.
Thank you, Minister. It is now 12:45. That is the end of your time with us, so thank you for appearing today. We are breaking for lunch.
Hang on a second.
Do you have a question?
Sorry, of course. Questions from the government. Mr. Franklin, you could have gone, Minister, you could have gone.
You've been getting me excited all morning.
You could have gone, but we now have questions.
Can't go now.
Questions from... Order. Questions from Mr. Franklin, I understand.
Minister, I was wondering if there's anything you wished to add about the issue that we were discussing with Mr. Shoebridge about diary and your diary and his diary and the diary issue.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to give an answer to that question, Mr. Franklin, or the Honourable Ben Franklin, and I should just refer to the earlier question from David Shoebridge regarding my meetings with the Hunter gas pipelines. The first meeting he referred to was on the 14th of September 2020. My records indicate that the following private individuals were in attendance: Mindy Moss, Gabus Simonian, James Simonian and Paul Rubenstein. My second meeting he referred to was on the 7th of December 2020. My records indicate that the following private individuals were in attendance: Gabus Simonian, Mindy Moss, Barbara Campany. And with respect to my disclosures that Mr. Shoebridge referred to in his questions, I note that the donations are publicly available via the Australian Electoral Commission and the New South Wales Electoral Commission websites, and they are a matter for the Liberal Party to deal with.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes my questions.
Thank you. Is there any other
You can read about it in my favourite forum, the Sydney Morning Herald.
Thank you very much, Minister. We will now break for lunch. I understand we are back at 2 o'clock with everybody but yourself. Thank you. Order.
Constantly say refer to the memo on Friday.
Okay, we're now good? All right, we'll now proceed to the next questions for our afternoon session, starting with the opposition. Ms Penny-Sharp.
Thank you for coming in, Mr Fleming. Oh, do you want to put something on the record?
I do that,
yes,
please.
Yes, you can.
You raised a few things that I just thought were worth closing out. In Kosciuszko National Park, I wanted to clarify that the plan of management amendment, there's nothing in that provides for regional New South Wales to be the approval authority, which I think is one of the issues you raised. So that's certainly not in there. You will be aware that there's an alpine SEP, so the resort areas it's planning, that's the approval authority. Colby, late 2022 is when that's expected to transfer to national parks. You threw me with a reference to the website. I think that's the transport website that had the error on it, so we'll get that clarified. The asset of intergenerational significance at Bongal Bongal National Park, that's about 3,859 hectares. It's not the entire national park, but it's the important koala habitat in that park. The koala acquisition program, the update there is it's 10 properties in total, 4,424 hectares, and 14.467 million has been spent. That includes about 680,000 in administrative costs. There is also another property that's under contract, which is not in those figures, which would add another, I think it's about 950 hectares.
Are you able to tell us how much that will cost? Probably not. If it's
I'd rather not give.
No, that's fine. I'm not going to push it. I understand that's negotiating. Yeah, that's fine.
You also asked about the state forest transfers for koalas. There's 4,055 hectares which were to transfer to national park tenure. That's happened.
Yep.
There's another 5,000. It's about 5,002 hectares that has where the management responsibility is formally transferred to national parks, but they remain flora reserves. There's another 14,000, I think it's 213 hectares that is in the process of transferring across so that NPWS is the manager of those flora reserves. They're broken into different categories, so some of them are basically the EXCO process. There's one Balangai State Forest where we're hoping to expand the original proposed area because an adjacent mine has been refused approval. And there's some state forests in northern New South Wales where we're talking to Githable about how to effectively move forward jointly.
And they'll all be, so all of those are coming from state forests?
Yes, that's right. It's only the 4,055 where the tenure changes. The rest, it's the management responsibility. So we're appointed
They're
as
all going
managers.
to be flora reserves?
The rest are flora reserves, yes. Wombat Mange. Moxidectin is
maybe if you could
wait till Mark's here when he gets his
please, rather than you start the opposition.
And I'm not sure who asked about CAMA.
That was me, and we'll start your time afresh after this. Yep.
Sorry. I just wanted to acknowledge that a member of the public has written to the Minister and CC'd me about those issues. I couldn't recall when I was answering the question, but I did just want to put that on record.
Okay, that's good. Okay, we'll start the 20 minutes now of opposition questioning.
Terrific, thank you. I might just follow up on that update, and I appreciate you getting it to us this afternoon. So in terms of the $20 million that was allocated under the previous soon to be finished Koala Strategy, so there's still $5 million that's not spent, is that correct?
Correct. So that is still available to National Parks and Wildlife Service. We're still actively considering properties.
Thank you. And all right, I might come back to that. I've actually got some other ones, but I'll work through them. But that's okay. I wanted to ask about Killalea Reserve. There's been a lot of discussion about this, and I'm sure that the department, if not directly National Parks, is very aware of this, the community concern about overdevelopment on that site. There has been some discussion, as I understand it, about whether it would be transferred to National Parks and Wildlife Service. Are you able to give us an update about where that is up to?
You're correct that there have been discussions around the possible transfer of that site. I think it is Crown land, so we're the recipient rather than the proponent of any transfer. So I should leave it for Crown land to answer the question, other than to say that I think they're working through that and hopefully there's something imminent.
Great. Okay, thank you. I wanted to talk about the playing fields at Shayville National Park, which is Pitttown, so up near the Hawkesbury. My understanding is that it previously was Crown land. There's a bunch of playing fields there. They play soccer, netball, cricket, and it's been in community it was transferred to the National Parks and Wildlife Service, but it's basically been managed by the Pitttown Sports Club since 1996, with some, very limited fees applied to the use of those fields, and the club, as a result, has developed a whole community sports focus. My understanding is that National Parks and Wildlife Service has now come to them and wants to charge them annual fees of over $19,000 to use the land. Can you tell me why, after 25 years, this has happened?
I'm not aware of the developments that you're referring to, so I'm hoping someone's listening and will get me an answer, and I'll share that with you later.
Terrific. And look, you can probably take this on notice, but my theory, and I'm not asking you to comment, is that you are seeking revenue wherever you can get it, and where there have been previous arrangements, you're now seeking those. Would you be able to provide to the committee a list of any other of such facilities, Pitttown being an obvious example, where previously there's been peppercorn or low fee arrangements, and if you could provide a list of those that are now looking at new lease arrangements?
Very happy to do that. I suspect I'll have to do that out of session.
Yes, no, that's I accept that. That's fine. Thank you for that. I wanted to come back to Warragamba Dam, and I know that we have covered some of this in the inquiry, and obviously the EIS. I mean, a lot of the answers in the inquiry were wait for the EIS. I'm wanting to understand the input that National Parks, or maybe it's also for you, Dr. Grimes, the department generally, particularly environmental parts of the department, had in relation to, I suppose, the argument that's being made in the EIS that the inundation as a result of the dam wall raising is only temporary and not a permanent harm. I'm happy to take that answers from both of you on that.
Yeah, there may be limited assistance we can provide this afternoon, simply because these are matters that we'll be providing input into and comment on the EIS. If there was anything that could be provided in that, it would probably be Mr. Knudsen or one of his officers who could provide you with further information, but it is a process that's currently
well, I suppose my question, and I'm not, maybe it's Mr. Knudsen, I suspect it is him. My question is: have you done modelling of what the biodiversity offsets would be if it's considered permanent inundation as opposed to temporary inundation?
But ask Mr. Knudsen.
Sure, and I'm going to pass it to Ms. Dumazel, who's actually got the lead director responsible for this environmental assessment, but we can walk through what's on exhibition with respect to the EIS and how that was derived. Ms. Dumazel?
Thanks, Mr. Knudsen. So in relation to the upstream impacts, it was agreed that we would, with Water New South Wales, that it would be assessed within the area from the current 20-year flood extent up to the likely new 20-year flood extent with the raising of the dam wall. And so what we're doing now is reviewing the EIS and going through it in detail.
That's great, but my question is what work has been done in any aspect of the department around costing the biodiversity offsets that would be required under different, different options? Or are you telling me that you're only going to assess what's in the EIS as opposed to the different options?
Yes, we're looking at what's being included in the EIS. And I'm unable to comment any further on that because we're actually going through that process at the moment. But what we will be doing is looking in terms of what's been put forward. We'll be assessing it based on the biodiversity impacts and what's put forward in the assessment report, and we'll go through that in detail against that. Unfortunately, I can't give you any more advice at this point in time.
Sure. As I know, because everyone's participated in the inquiry, I mean, in the lead up to that, there's been a lot of discussion about the issues in relation to biodiversity offsets. And we had, and Mr. Field will correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding was that, you know, we all would be revealed during in the EIS. But my question is, what modelling in the lead up to the EIS has been done regarding the cost of biodiversity offsets? This has been a very significant issue that's been in the public domain and been discussed a lot. And as my understanding of it, it has significant impacts in terms of the cost of this project.
I'll need to take that on notice, and I'll see if the team listening to can provide some additional information. But Mr. Knudsen, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I did. Just in general, as a point of principle, normally it would be the proponents' preoccupation, shall we say, to do any modelling of how they structure their proposal, what the potential impacts of that, including what the residual offsets that would be required would be. So I think that's probably a question for the proponent as opposed to for us, because we certainly don't do modelling of potential offsets associated with individual projects and the scenarios for those projects. We wait for the proponent to determine which way they want to proceed, and then through the assessment methodology, et cetera, we come to a conclusion as to what offsets would be required.
Well, thank you. I mean, I appreciate that answer, but can I just say two things that are concerning me about that. One is I had thought that the point of these cluster arrangements around the way that government is structured would be that these issues would be considered on the way through. And secondly, and you're sort of saying to me, no, not really, it's an issue for the proponent, which means that water is not considered. But my concern, I suppose, maybe it's one for you, Mr. Fleming, there is a significant issue with a World Heritage area. Inundation and the offsets that were required are an extremely important part of whether this project went ahead. I mean, was there no work done in the department that would actually be looking at this impact and how you would actually have to calculate biodiversity offsets and how you would ensure that there would be no net loss given the size of the project?
So our role has been to effectively ensure that or make submissions to ensure that the impacts were properly assessed. And I would just add that when it comes to offsets, planning makes that ultimate decision. But we have submitted that there are biodiversity offsets, then there are additional offsets that are required. I made this point in the committee inquiry. Additional offsets are required in relation to the status of that area, both as a national park and a World Heritage area. So effectively,
and the threatened species habitat of region honeyeaters, obviously extremely
yes, I think
important.
they're captured in the biodiversity offsets, but I'm saying there's effectively another layer of offset which relates to the protected area status.
And so did you make recommendations about whether it should be considered permanent impact versus temporary impact?
Not that I've seen. But I think... Could
you come back to me if that's incorrect, provide a bit more detail on that?
I can confirm whether we've done that, yes.
I wanted to... biodiversity offsets, while we're there, we may as well deal with these. So I just really wanted to clarify, Dr. Grimes. I mean, there's clearly been some very serious allegations in relation to biodiversity offsetting. I accept that you're taking them seriously. Could you just explain to the committee? I'm a little bit confused about. In your answer, as I thought I understood it this morning, you basically said, look, it's a continuous process and we're going to do that. The Minister indicated that kind of root and branch reform is needed. Clearly there's administrative practices and then there's policies. I mean, are you looking at legislative change in relation to this? Can you just, I suppose, expand for the committee what is being undertaken to deal with the specific issues raised, but more broadly concerns about biodiversity loss under the scheme?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was worth picking up and discussing a little bit more this afternoon so that there was a clarity about the work that we're doing. As I indicated this morning, we've developed an integrated improvement and assurance program, and it is recognising that as we learn lessons from the rollout of the biodiversity offset scheme, that we need to be incorporating those lessons and making necessary changes to the scheme so it's meeting the objectives that the government is seeking and the communities seeking. So very much a program that can evolve over time as we identify areas that need to be addressed, and for that reason, the inquiry process that's underway at the moment we see as being very, very useful, and we'll be participating very actively in that. And certainly if we identify other matters that should be built into our program of work, we'd be standing ready to build those into our program of work. Some of those matters may go to policy issues, obviously, and then they'd be matters on which we would be providing advice to the government, and then for the government to be considering. But our basic stance, if you like, is one of wanting to make sure that we've got programs of work in place to address any issues that need to be addressed. So it's not that we're undertaking a sort of, in inverted commas, single review with a single reviewer, but rather we've tried to make sure that there's a concentrated focus on our overall work program, including having an external monitor to report on progress in implementing changes and improvements to the scheme. And there is very deliberately a focus on both improvements to the scheme and assurance, because we agree that ensuring that there's high degrees of assurance is going to be important.
So, I mean, obviously the allegations around, it's been described as insider trading, people making windfall gains through inside knowledge through their involvement. It's very specialist work, clearly. What are you doing to address those probity issues?
As I indicated this morning, we've launched several investigations, or initiated several investigations within the department. We'd indicated at the time that the first set of articles were published that we took the matters that had been raised very seriously, and that we'd be reviewing those matters.
So has that come to, what's the time? I mean, they were obviously quite old. So just to be clear, they're internal investigations?
A mixture of internal and external. And the work that, as I indicated this morning, the review work and either investigations or review.
Well, there's very specific allegations, so let's call those investigations.
Exactly. The work that is proceeding there, I think, as I indicated this morning, overlaps with matters that had been referred to ICAC, and that the investigations and review work was still ongoing, and as a result I didn't feel it was appropriate for me to be commenting in further detail, but I can assure you that there is a very comprehensive set of work being undertaken within the department.
And I'm not asking you to speak to the detail of those, but I am interested in the time frame for conclusion of those, particularly the internal investigations, or is it all interlinked?
There are a number of interlinked components. I can't give you a final date for conclusion of that work. Obviously, we'll be wanting to progress it and complete it as quickly as possible. But it is a number of inquiries are well progressed, but they're not at the point of final conclusion.
But have any of them gone to the ACCC?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. There's obviously a consultation going on with the Biodiversity Offsets scheme, and I'm told that there are a lot of submissions, upwards of or close to 1,500. Is it intended that those will be made public?
The consultation process you're referring to is the consultation process being undertaken by the BCT at the moment.
It might be. Sorry, it might be Mr. Elton.
Around the calculator.
Yes, sorry, my apologies. Yes. Yes.
It's Paul Elton. Just to clarify, Paul, the first stage consultation was conducted by the department, and that involved receipt of submissions. So you may wish to comment on that, but in terms of the current BCT role, we're conducting the second stage of consultation as requested by the Minister. and that process is involving extensive engagement with all scheme stakeholders and participants through a series of sessions and workshops and so on. And we're working towards completing that process by early in the new year.
And is it the expectation that the submissions will be made public?
That would be a matter for the department. That was part of the
sorry. Dr. Grimes, back to you.
I think our confusion's arising because of this sort of two-stage process. We conducted an initial consultation process earlier this year. I can't see any immediate reason why those submissions can't be made public or shouldn't be made public, but I'd have to take that on. Notice.
Look, ultimately, I think the minister will have a view about that.
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to understand, and look, you may have to take this on notice. It's quite, offsets are being generated through a range of different pathways, and I'm wanting to know how many offset obligations are being generated across those pathways with the various consent authorities. So under the EPA Act, the LLS Act, and the Vegetation SEP. I suspect you need to take that on notice, but...
Either have to take it on notice or a combination of Ms Dumazel and Mr Elton may be able to assist.
I know it's a complex question.
There, but it may be that we're having to take a detailed question like that on notice. I'll just check with Ms Dumazel.
Yeah, I might just add a few things to that. Mr Grimes, in terms of the obligations, the offset obligations are set through the conditions of consent, and it's responsibility of the consent authority to ensure these conditions are met. Now, proponents can meet their obligations, as you know, in a number of ways. So obviously the first thing is about avoiding the offset. Avoiding offset, and then the next thing is to minimise that, and then we look at the different pathways for it, which could include where a proponent might create a biodiversity stewardship agreement on their own site. They might seek a landholder close by that might have those particular credits that they need to offset, or they can pay into the Biodiversity Conservation Trust. So we have a public register that shows the status of all biodiversity credits, and the register shows, which credits are retired. And the BCT, and I might hand over to Mr Elton to talk about the records that the registers that he has.
No, it's okay. I'm well across that. I'm well across that. Mr Elton has previously briefed me on that, and I appreciated it a great deal. So no, that is fine. Look, my concern is a bigger one, which is what worries me is that it just seems as though we're managing these seas in very narrow silos, and we're not actually. There's actually very little ability, and it's unclear to me about who has got oversight over all of this around what is happening to biodiversity loss as a result of the scheme. So, is that EES's role? Who is there any role in government where someone is actually not dealing with the very complex system and program that it is, but who's actually saying, look, over this year we've lost this much. Who's advising if you go to the Environment Minister, who's advising the Environment Minister about this is how much we've lost under the scheme, these are the trends in relation to how much people are just sort of paying out rather than avoiding or minimising? Thanks.
Yeah, there's a couple of points.
Sorry, Mr Mazel.
Dr Grimes, continue.
Just waiting for Ms Sharp.
No, I'm listening. Sorry.
Right, okay,
No. But please, I have to do these. I'm listening.
I wasn't wanting
but women.
No, I'm not. Sorry, I'm not being rude. My apologies.
To be rude. When it comes to the ultimate provision of policy advice, that would be a matter for the department and should be a matter for EES. Indeed, in considering the biodiversity offset scheme, there could be benefit in thinking along the lines that you're suggesting, and that is, how does it fit strategically? What's our strategic roadmap for biodiversity within New South Wales? And certainly in our own internal thinking, we're giving some thought to bringing a stronger strategic perspective to the way the various elements of our biodiversity responsibilities or programs and policies come together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is a question, I think, for the EPA, possibly Ms Mackey. I've just had reports from the community, and there's been a historical legacy of this, in fact, of basically kind of slurry and pollution escaping from mine sites surrounding Royal National Park, from coal mines and into Royal National Park waterways. Historically, there's been one, for example, where a spill of 10 tonnes of coal by the Metropolitan mine went into a waterway near the Royal National Park. I've got a photo in front of me as well, which is from mine sludge in Camp Gully Creek, which is recent in Royal National Park. What is the EPA doing to ensure that surrounding coal mines such as Metropolitan are not polluting the waterways of the Royal National Park?
So we have quite clear regulatory responsibilities about managing water quality or any pollution events from any type of mining. I know the particular one that you're talking about, and I'm just going to ask either Steve Beeman or Carmen Dwyer to give you some further information, because we've had quite an ongoing engagement with the community down there.
Okay, Mr. Beeman, maybe to start, or
I'm just not sure which of the two of them had the lead on it.
Okay, we'll let them.
Carmen Dwyer, I don't have the specifics on that particular matter, but we'll endeavour to get them for you before the session's finished, if that's all right.
Okay, thank you. Because I understand as well that just on the same issue, I understand that there's an Environment Protection Licence number 767, which is the licence for Peabody's Metropolitan Colliery, which allows, it's for their holding dams, and it allows their holding dams to discharge into creeks which run into Royal National Park. Is there any information about that from the EPA? Is that correct?
So we will have to pull up that licence for you. We can do that through the course of the afternoon and give you details on that. But we're quite aware that there's a local academic that's very interested in that particular site, and there's a local group that have set up their own monitoring on that site. So we're quite...
Okay, we'll come back to that. I'm sure, it's probably something of interest for the whole community if, in fact, it is pollution running into Royal National Park waterways. So I want to ask a little bit of detailed questions now about the biodiversity offsets scheme, if I can. Might go to you, Mr. Elton, I would think. Just around the reform that's taking place around the biodiversity offsets price calendar. So I understand from early next year, the model will be that the trust will control the price calculator and it'll be hidden from public view. Is that correct?
So the proposal, the department commissioned a technical review that was conducted by EY Port Jackson Partners. The proposal was to move the administration of the calculator to the BCT, and for the BCT to design and use a different model. There is a proposal to take the calculator down from public view because it causes some undesirable market distorting effects. But to replace that, the department is looking to replace that with market information tools so that proponents and landholders can still consider the potential costs of offsets or the potential proceeds they could make from generating offsets, respectively. So, the current calculator at the moment is based entirely on an econometric model. It works reasonably well most of the time, particularly where credits are regularly traded, but it does occasionally spit out anomalous overcharging or undercharging, and that's the basis for making the change. The proposal is to move to a model that will have 3 information support tools, an econometric model, a cost structure model, and a market soundings model, and that we hope will enable, and that's based on the PJP recommendations, and we hope that that will enable us to issue charges that are closer to our expected costs to acquit offset obligations that are transferred to us from development proponents.
So therefore, is it your understanding generally that, I understand that the developers will be asking you to quote on the price of transferring their offset obligations to the public as well? Yes. So do you expect generally that the prices that developers will transfer to the trust will be higher than they have been over the previous years?
Not necessarily. As I said, in most cases, the calculator at the moment spits out, I shouldn't say spits out, produces appropriate charges. In fact, we're now publishing on our website details for every offset that's been transferred to us. We're publishing details of the payments made to us and our costs of acquittal, and cumulatively to date, there's only a small operating deficit. So they'll there's some undercharging that has been realised, and you'd expect that, because where there might be undercharging, there is an incentive to pay into our fund. There's also been some overcharging that hasn't been realised, because there's then not an incentive to pay into our fund. So, but I think once we've got this new method in place, we'll be much more confident that we can only see some modest unders and overs, and hope to balance that out on a rolling 5-year basis.
Is there a risk? I understand that there are a fair amount of the current offset gap, if you like, in terms of you have a fair few current offsetting obligations which have been transferred to the trust which have not yet been fulfilled. Is there a risk that a number of these commitments that have already been made will never be able to be offset? And what happens in that situation?
Yeah, look, I don't see a significant risk of that. Just to give you an update, we've had so far, as at 30 September this year, we've received 242 payments worth $55.9 million, transferring 574 offset obligations to us. We have so far acquitted or acquired for acquittal, or we're pending acquisition, i.e. we've entered into a pre-purchase agreement with a landholder, enough offsets to acquit 47% of those offset obligations that have come to us to date. And all of those so far on a 100% like-for-like basis. I expect that pattern will largely continue, and we will be able to offset most offset obligations on a like-for-like basis. But we won't be able to hold that up forever. There will be occasions where there are offset types where we may have to use the variation rules, or in fact the regulations may require us to use a conservation action where they're more suitable than a site-based offset. So at this stage, there's no real evidence of us facing any difficulty in acquitting all offset obligations that are coming to us under this scheme.
Thank you. I just wanted to explore some of the detail of a particular, just to kind of get our heads around. There's sometimes perverse incentives, I think, that are being created by the offsets calendar. And at the inquiry the other day, and I am taking liberty to do this because we're probably only going to be able to get you for like an hour during the inquiry, so I'll spend some of the time here to go through it. But documents tabled by the Better Planning Network at Friday's offsets inquiry hearing showed that it's cheaper to clear high-quality Sydney turpentine ironbark forest. This is specifically at the Mirvac IBM site in Sydney at West Pennant Hills. So it's cheaper to clear high-quality Sydney turpentine ironbark forest than it is to clear low-quality Sydney turpentine ironbark forest. So in other words, I think the calculator, if you like, has has the low quality being something like $12,311 per credit, and the high quality being $9,281 for high quality credits. So what is that? What is wrong with the calculator that anomaly and perverse incentive to clear better quality vegetation is showing up?
I might have to refer that question back to the department because the department administers the current version of the calculator.
Are you aware of anything like that happening in other examples, Mr. Elton? Have you been alerted to the calculator throwing up those kind of perverse incentives previously?
In some cases, I couldn't give you any specifics. I'd have to take that on notice. But yes, I am aware of those odd anomalies, and that's another thing we're looking to address as part of the design of the new calculator.
I just have one last question on that one, just to finish this line. Also, while you're taking things on notice, because so the New South Wales Threatened Species Scientific Committee final determination has determined that all occurrences of Sydney turpentine ironbark forest are threatened, basically, regardless of their condition. So, but the low quality Sydney turpentine ironbark forest on the site is classified as not being a threatened ecological community when it comes to your biobanking calculator, I believe. That's concerning, don't you think?
I think, Chair, as Mr. Elton's indicated, it's primarily a question for the department because it goes to the setting of prices under the calculator. As to the very specifics, I would either have to refer to one of the officers or take on notice. But I think a very important point is the need for reform of the calculator, and that's indeed the consultation process that we're going through at the moment. It was identified that we had concerns around the calculator, requested a review, commissioned and initiated a review last year from PJP, Port Jackson Partners, Ernst & Young Port Jackson Partners, and have been proceeding through the course of this year towards both consultation and ultimately implementation of new pricing arrangements for biodiversity credits. I might just pause for a moment in case Ms. Dumazel or Dr. Kelly might want to add anything on the operation of the biodiversity offset payments calculator in that respect.
Thanks, Dr. Grimes. So there's a couple of things in that. It's around, number one, in terms of we have the biodiversity assessment method, and that calculates the credits that are required. In that specific example, I have to take that one as on notice, as Mr. Elton had indicated. But generally, the way that the biodiversity assessment method works is that there's a ratio of about 4 to 1. It's dependent on the actual species or the ecosystem that you're looking at it, but it's quite a scientific, detailed method, and Dr. Kelly might want to add a little bit more to that specific point. But certainly the biodiversity assessment method takes into account the status of species. It also takes into account the different requirements for individual species. And then, as Dr. Grimes had noted, with the actual calculator that's out at the moment in terms of not the BAM calculator, but the pricing calculator, that calculator, we had that discussion paper that went out earlier this year that was looking at taking down the calculator, but also changing the method. And that was actually more in relation to the payment that would go into the for payments into the BCT. What I'm not sure about is in the example that you've raised, whether that's from a previous biobanking component, and that's kind of different because obviously since the biodiversity offset scheme came into place in 2017, there has been a transition process for previous biobanking aspects, but certainly the work that we've done in terms of the biodiversity offset scheme and in terms of the proponents, their requirements to offset the credits, that's a lot more transparent and rigorous under this process. But I'll just hand to my colleague, Dr. Kelly, who might want to say a little bit more about the scientific component.
Thank you. Yes, Georgina Kelly. I just wanted to clarify, not necessarily specifically about the turpentine example, but the BOPSI, the Biodiversity Payments Offset Calculator, is indeed a calculator that estimates market price. It doesn't set market price. So therefore, because it's a market, there can be a situation where there might be a lot of high quality turpentine being made available on the market, and yet limited amounts of low quality, and that's the nature of a market scheme. And so just clarifying again that the BOPSI doesn't actually set the price, it estimates the market price.
Thank you very much. We will now move to questions from Mr. Justin Field.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Dumazar, while you're taking notice, I might just come back to some of the questions that Ms. Sharp was asking about Warragamba Dam. You had indicated that as part of the development of the EIS, and I don't want to misquote you here, so correct me if I'm wrong, but there was an agreement to basically consider the impact, upstream impact, between the current 1 in 20 year event impact and compare that to the 1 in 20 year flood event impact should the dam wall be raised. Did I get that right? How was that decision arrived at?
I'll have to take that on notice. Because I don't have the information in front of me at this time.
But you would agree...
Actually, yep.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You can continue.
My understanding is that our experts worked with the Water New South Wales to determine that, and I'll take that question on notice.
Who's your expert?
The team within the Greater Sydney branch. So I'll just go and I'll need to take that one on notice.
That's fine at all. But you would agree, I assume, that that would mean that areas that will be impacted upstream from a flood event will not be, its impacts will not be considered under the EIS. That there will be impacts greater than a 1 in 20 year event upstream.
So we're at the moment going through the EIS and we're working through that at the moment. And so I think it's best if I don't comment specifically on that process. But yes, there was the agreement around the 20-year mark.
So there was an agreement that was reached. I might put some more questions on notice about the nature of this agreement. The March 2021 flood event, the most recent flood event, I think was only a 1 in 10 year event in the Warragamba catchment, if my memory of our previous hearings serves me right. But the volumes of water that came down the Warragamba catchment were sufficient to have totally filled the capacity of a 14-metre dam wall raising within a period of about 2 days, which suggests that a much more significant impact would have been delivered upstream, even under that event scenario, than what is being contemplated in the EIS in terms of impacts that will be offset. Has your department looked at how that event would have impacted upstream as a bit of a case study for assessing the biodiversity impacts of the dam wall raising?
Certainly the team will be looking at the information that's included in the EIS. It will be taking into account the expertise that we have of our flood specialists and our engineers, and they'll be going through that in detail as they're finalising their advice.
Okay, thank you. I might move on if I could. Ms. Mackey, sorry, was that...
Sorry, if you don't mind, it's Dean Knudsen. I just wanted to say that you've asked also a specific question about that event that has occurred and whether that will be taken into account, and we should come back to you on that. Just to clarify, because that was quite specific as opposed to the standard work that's done through the EIS process. So
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Ms Mackey, if we could turn to the question of private native forestry reporting. Do you accept that under the current PNF code, the obligations are on PNF approval holders to report both the volume of timber and the area logged to the EPA on an annual basis?
So they're reporting, the advice they get is to report it to LLS, and LLS hold that data, and we have to get it from LLS. So I understand the reason why there's some confusion about this, and David Fowler can provide further clarity, has got to do with the guidelines that preceded the arrangements where LLS took over the data responsibilities in 2018, and what they actually get when they get their approval from LLS in terms of advice.
It does seem that there's been some confusion around this for a long period of time, because it's quite specific in the actual code that landholders are report to the EPA, but you're saying that they don't. They report to the LLS.
So we have, we're in the process of sending out advice to all landholders that have approvals for PNF, because we now have that information from LLS. So we're writing to all of them to remind them of their responsibilities. So it's not a compliance action, it's a proactive step to say, here's the requirements, this is what you need to adhere to, this is what's expected in terms of reporting. And we hope that that will assist in more of the returns coming forward.
To you, reminding them to report to you.
So I might hand over to David or Carmen, because they're both sitting in that space of engaging in PNF, to talk you through what we're...
Before we do, if I could, in the last session you indicated that you recently received a large amount of data. I assume that was from LLS?
That's right.
That was received how recently? What, in the last couple of weeks or month? Or
about the last month.
What was the nature of that data?
It's a very large data set, and it contains all sorts of data, and probably David is best placed to take you through.
I'm happy to throw to David in a second, and he can run me through all of that. But
it's not something that I've dug into, because there's too much sitting in there. It actually requires a lot of...
This one is for you, though.
Yeah.
When did the EPA take over regulatory responsibility for private native forestry?
When?
Yeah.
So we've had PNF responsibility for quite some time. There was a change back in 2018, and I can get you
That's the 2018. It's now 2021.
And that's about a regulatory arrangement between the EPA and LLS. So that's what happened at that point.
Yeah, but it's now 2021, and you're telling me that the relevant data to enable you to actually perform your regulatory functions has largely just come in a data dump in the last month or so.
You could possibly characterise it in that way.
Why weren't you getting this information before?
As I said, we've been repeatedly seeking that information for a matter of years.
I don't know if you have said that, actually. That's
we have.
Who have you been seeking it from?
Local Land Services.
In what form were you seeking that information?
So we've sought it in the range of fora that we have in terms of at an officer level, at a senior officer level, at CEO to CEO meetings. We've also put formal requests. We've written to them. It's not that we have not sought this information.
Sure.
We think it's quite critical to the way in which we're able to regulate the space.
So when you and David Witherden, CEO of LLS, sit down and you've had this out, what was his response for why it wasn't being provided until now?
I've had commitments for it to be provided, and we've had trouble getting the breadth and depth of information that we need as a result of those commitments.
Do you know why?
I don't know why. You'd have to ask Local Land Services.
Okay, I shall do that. I wonder if Mr Marshall might be the critical link in here. If I could... as soon as possible. If I could then, for whoever's appropriate, if you could take me through, and it might be Mr Fowler, if you could take me through the actual nature of the data, that would be useful.
Thank you, David Fowler speaking. We received a number of, after multiple requests, we received a number of reports and data sets from Local Land Services regarding PNF approvals and information associated with those approvals, including landholder details, areas of land that were subject to the PNF approvals, and that effectively, after we'd trawled through that data, it was a significant amount of data in, as I said, multiple data sets. We effectively had, or realised we had current information around the some 3,500 plus PNF approvals. That information has now been considered by the EPA. We've developed a prioritisation process which looks at all of those approvals, the environmental values associated with land subject to those approvals. We're using satellite and aerial imagery to look at the vegetation change that's occurred on those particular properties, and then we're looking at soil and vegetation mapping, threatened species and ecological communities mapping to effectively allow us to identify those sites that are the highest priority for us to consider from an operational perspective. In addition to that focused risk-based approach, we are engaging with all 3,500 PNF approval holders to make clear the EPA's regulatory role and the co-regulatory role that we have with the local land services. And in particular, we are looking at reinforcing those reporting obligations, which I think, as indicated, there is some confusion around who that reporting needs to be submitted to, both reporting regarding previous PNF activity around volume of timber, the number of hectares that operations have occurred on, and silviculture treatment, but also proposed PNF activity looking into the future 12 months. So I guess from a regulatory approach, we're having that engagement to inform and educate the landholders about their obligations.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. We might come back to volumes at some point.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions from the opposition again. Ms. Rose Jackson.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a few questions about the energy account payment assistance, the government's emergency support. I suspect that's Mr. Lewis, is it? Great, thank you. I see someone raising their hand. Wonderful. Yes, excellent. So I understand, Mr. Lewis, that was a $30 million scheme. Is that correct?
Which particular time? Sorry, Andrew Lewis. Which particular time frame are you referring to, please?
Well, I mean, in a way, you tell me, because, you know, our understanding is that the government committed $30 million to assist, you know, as part of COVID emergency support to assist with energy payments. How long is your understanding of how long that scheme is administered for?
So in early 2020, the government committed a total of $30 million in additional assistance stimulus funding for EPA, which was to be $5 million in the 2019-20 financial year and $25 million in the 2020-21 financial year.
Right, so we're in, and so of the $25 million that was allocated to this financial year, has all of that money been expended?
The $25 million was allocated last financial year. And
so the $30 million has all been allocated? Is there any budget remaining?
No, because they were only allocated for those two financial years, the 2019-20 and 2020-21 financial years.
So
I can tell you what the current budget allocation for EPA is this financial year. If you'll just give me one moment, please. The current annual budget allocation for 2021-2022 is $23,125,850.
And so the $30 million was in addition to the ordinary allocation. There is no for the 2021-22 financial year, there was no additional allocation to the scheme?
There has been no additional stimulus funding allocated at this point this year. The difference between when the $30 million was initially allocated was that it was towards the end of the financial year, and with the onset of the first COVID lockdown, there was the potential for a significant increase in applications, and therefore the decision was made by government to allocate additional stimulus funds. As we're still relatively early in the current financial year, our projections at the moment are that based on the annual allocation for EPA, we will be able to manage within that budget at this point in time. But if that changes, we have a process to engage with New South Wales Treasury via the Treasurer and Minister for Energy and Environment to seek any increased allocation if that is considered necessary. Obviously, the EPA scheme, the Energy Accounts Payment Assistance Scheme, is a parameter-driven scheme. It depends on the number of applications that are received and the assessment of the level of assistance for each applicant that is provided as to how much on an annual basis is spent, and if there is additional funds required, we go through a process to seek those additional funds.
Thanks, Mr. Lewis. And so just to clarify, so even though in this financial year, in the 21-22 financial year, we have had the second lockdown, which in many ways was actually much more significant than the first lockdown, your view is that no additional funding is required for the scheme. So last financial year, $25 million extra was allocated. This financial year, no additional money has been allocated, and the second lockdown was in this financial year.
At this point in time, our projections are with the that we will be able to operate within our budget that's been allocated. But as I said, if the number of applications that come in continues to remain high, we have a process where we can seek additional funding for this program.
So, well, I mean that leads on to my next question, which is, yes, are you seeing more applications than you would ordinarily expect as a result of the lockdowns? Is that something that you are seeing?
Compared to pre-lockdown, yes, we are seeing more applications being received. So to give you an example, last financial year, the amount of assistance that was provided under the EPA scheme was some 27% greater than the previous financial year, which was only had 3 months of lockdown, and the increased assistance was provided right at the end of that financial year.
And so
we are basing. I'm sorry.
No, apologies, Mr. Lewis. You finish.
I was going to say we have been basing our uptake numbers for this financial year largely on the uptake rate that occurred last financial year during the lockdown, and the budget that I mentioned before that has been provided for this financial year is greater than the amount that was spent last year.
So the $25 million additional that was from the stimulus money that was allocated last year, did you not spend all of that? Was that not all allocated?
Not all the additional stimulus was required to meet the level of demand that came from EPA. That is correct.
How much of that $25 million was allocated?
I'll have to take that on notice and check exactly how much of it. I just don't have that in front of me at this point.
Can you give me any guide, Mr. Lewis? Was it in the vicinity of like $2 million, or was it in the vicinity of like $20 million?
The total amount spent on EPA last financial year was $18.144,550,000.
And that presumably was. What is, apologies, Mr. Lewis, can you give me an example of what might ordinarily be spent pre-lockdown? So do you have, for example, a figure for 18-19 so that I can get a sense of, what the budgetary allocation is in a normal year, no lockdown, no COVID?
It varies from year to year. I'll have to go and check for previous years, but it is generally No, I will double check, but it has been somewhere in the teens in terms of $1 million.
Right, okay. And there is $23 million allocated for 2021.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And are you able to tell me how many people access the scheme in the 2021 financial year? You said it was a 27% increase in the year before. Are you able to tell me how many people access the scheme?
I will take that on notice, and I should be able to provide that information a little bit later this afternoon.
Thank you. Do you have any information on how many applications were rejected?
No, we don't have information on how many applications were rejected. As you may be aware, the EPA scheme is primarily delivered by non-government organisations, and there is no requirement on those NGOs to advise us of how many applicants were not supported. They provide us with, we receive information through the digital EPA system of how many applicants have been supported.
Are you able to tell me how, so those non-government organisations, those NGOs, they make assessments based on the guidelines for the scheme, the eligibility requirements for the scheme. And so if you don't meet them, obviously you get rejected. Do you receive any information as to what the primary grounds of rejection are? Does the department receive any sense from the NGOs that administer the scheme as to why people would be missing out, even if you don't receive the numbers?
We do receive informal feedback from the NGOs, and a lot of the time it is that in the opinion of the NGOs in terms of undertaking their assessment, the applicant has not met the financial hardship criteria, which is the basis of the EPA scheme.
And I mean, how much, if any, checking do you do of the way that those decisions are made at the NGO level? Do you have any oversight that would give you confidence that that those decisions about whether people fit into the eligibility requirements or not are being properly administered at the NGO level?
Yes, we do have an audit regime, an annual audit process, which examines the systems and processes that are undertaken by the NGOs, and we do regularly check in terms of to make sure that they are complying with the requirements of the guidelines, particularly in terms of their record keeping and assessment processes.
And have any NGOs been excluded from the scheme because they failed an audit?
I'll need to take that on notice. There have been, I am aware, I don't know the exact number, but I am aware that there have been a number of NGO EPA providers that have been deregistered following the audit process.
If you could provide on notice that information, that would be really useful, Mr. Lewis.
Certainly, no problem.
Have any NGOs who are still in the scheme requested more funding, indicated that, you know, there's a demand that they can't meet?
Yes, absolutely. So we have a well-established process with the NGO providers. So they get twice a year they get an allocation of a budget for EPA vouchers, and we along with the NGO regularly review. And if it appears that a particular provider has a higher than forecast demand, we are able to reallocate funding and provide them with additional EPA assistance to provide to their clients.
And so, sorry, those sort of check-ins, was that, how regularly are you doing those check-ins about what money has or hasn't?
So we have our electronic database identifies how much funds are remaining against each EPA provider, and we have triggers that when the remaining balance based on how many months are left in the year or in the 6 monthly payment period is looks like it's going to trend to be below their balance, that flags an alert, and we get in touch with that provider to see if they would like assistance. Alternatively, providers also proactively contact the department and advise us if they believe that they are going to need a top-up, and we review their top-up applications based on the data that we have from them in terms of the number of successful assessments that they are undertaking.
And again, just to clarify, at present, so late October 2021, that data is tracking as on budget for this financial year, because obviously between June and October 2021, we've had massive economic disruption in Sydney and actually outside of Sydney as well. So you're confident that the allocation that has been given for this period is adequate to meet demand?
So based on the projections that we do regularly review and update, the latest projections on uptake rate are indicating that we will be able to operate within the funding envelope that has been provided. But as I mentioned before, if that situation changes and the uptake rate remains higher than forecast, we have well-established processes to seek an increase to the budget envelope for the EPA scheme to ensure that all applications that are assessed as eligible do receive EPA assistance. There would not be a case where EPA would be declined because to stick to a budget allocation. As with all the energy rebate and social programs that the department administers, if there is a higher than forecast uptake rate, we do have a process to seek additional funding support from Treasury.
Perhaps so long as the Energy Minister remains the Treasurer, might want to get in early, Mr. Lewis. Do you have a breakdown of the geography of where applicants are accessing the scheme? Is that something that you are able to track, where the funds are being spent by the NGOs?
Yes, we do. We do have access to that information through our digital EPA system, and that information is published twice a year as part of our overall energy social programs report. What I can confirm is that prior to COVID lockdown, the broad geographic distribution of EPA assistance and rebates was roughly 50% between regional New South Wales and Sydney Metropolitan, but we have noticed a significant increase in demand from Metropolitan Sydney over the last financial year. I don't have the exact breakdown on me, but we do regularly check that, and that informs some of our decisions about seeking additional NGO providers or focusing on particular areas for not only the energy rebates program assistance, but broader assistance that can be provided. So in the recent COVID stimulus funding that was announced by the government last week, there was an additional $50 million provided for expansion of the Solar for Low-Income Households program, and the first areas where that expansion is going to be is in the former 12 LGAs of concern, because that area in particular correlated with a higher uptake of successful applications for EPA assistance over the last few months.
Are you able to take on notice the provision of that information for the last few months and the geographic breakdown of requests for assistance over that period? Is that something that you'll be able to provide on notice?
That is something that we will be able to provide on notice. It depends on how you would like to receive that. We can provide it by LGA, we can provide it by region.
LGA would be fantastic, Mr. Lewis.
We certainly have that information available.
If you would, LGA would be really useful. Who is responsible for the promotion of the process? Is that something that the NGOs take care of in terms of, proactively letting the community know that the support is available, or is that something the department takes care of?
It's a combination. Certainly, the NGO providers make that known to their clients that come in seeking assistance, and obviously the clients that visit NGOs are not just after energy assistance. There's a broad range of financial and other assistance that those NGOs provide, but also the New South Wales government through Service New South Wales promotes not only the EPA scheme but the range of energy social programs through the EDMs that regularly get sent out by Service New South South Wales to its database of customers.
Are you aware of any proactive promotion in communities who maybe are a little bit harder to reach from sort of, general government information? So, communities for whom English is a second language or who perhaps are a little bit disengaged from some of the sort of ordinary government programs. Are you aware of any proactive promotion for those communities?
So yes, we do. We do undertake promotion for called communities, and we do various types of engagement, both from the government and in conjunction with NGOs.
Are you aware of whether any of the energy and gas retailers had moratoriums on disconnections during the recent COVID outbreak? Is that something that you're aware of?
So under guidelines that were implemented by the Australian Energy Regulator, there were moratoriums on disconnections in place for all gas and electricity retailers, not just in New South Wales but across Australia.
Are they still in place, or has that been lifted now?
The latest version of the AER's guidelines meant that it was communities that were subject to lockdown requirements. So I believe that some of those restrictions have either recently lifted or are about to lift, but I'm happy to take that on notice and get confirmation of exactly if those limits on disconnections are still in place, or if when they were changed by the Australian Energy Regulator.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. That would be great. I just wanted to move on to ask some questions about modelling on the impact of gas prices, household retail gas prices. Who might I direct those questions
Probably
to?
Mr. Lewis is
Mr. Lewis?
probably our best here.
Well, Mr. Lewis, you would be aware that sort of in mid this year we had a real surge in wholesale gas prices. Now, I'm aware that because most of the contracts are sort of long-term contract, that doesn't immediately flow through to household retail prices. But, has the department done any modelling on the impact of persistently high gas prices on household retail gas prices?
The department doesn't usually undertake that modelling. We do in some circumstances. We rely in particular on market bodies such as the Australian Energy Market Operator, the Australian Energy Market Commission and New South Wales Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal, but particularly the first two that I mentioned, who do regular, some of them do quarterly pricing reports, and so we primarily base our assessment on those reports, but we have in the past done and commissioned our own, but we have not done so recently.
And what is the latest advice on whether those higher gas prices that we have seen recently in the wholesale gas market whether they might flow on to household retail prices? What's your expectation?
I'm happy to take that on notice and get the latest report that has been published on this issue and provide that information.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you. Okay, questions from the crossbench. I think this may be a question probably for you, Mr. Fleming, but you may... Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, it's in relation to Kosciuszko National Park and the feral horse population there. Can the department provide an update on the most scientifically accurate estimate of horse numbers in the park?
We can. That document is actually on the website at the moment. So that's the survey that was undertaken at the end of 2020.
And do you know the number there?
14,380, but with quite a wide sort of confidence interval.
So how is the number determined, and who, if anyone, reviewed that estimate?
We engaged specialist contractors. It was an aerial transect, and then it was peer reviewed. I think it was peer reviewed by both CSIRO and one other independent expert, but it was using best practice.
And who were the contractors? Sorry.
I'll try and grab that for you in the course of the next few minutes.
Okay, thank you. Just on this issue still, so the government commissioned an Aboriginal cultural values report as input to the draft Kosciuszko Wild Heritage Horse Management Plan. The report recommended that there be wild horse eradication zones to protect places of high Indigenous significance, particularly the headwaters of the Murrumbidgee and the lower Snowy Valleys. Why does the draft plan therefore propose merely a reduction of feral horses in those areas rather than removal as recommended by that cultural values plan?
So the draft Wild Horse Management Plan is prepared in accordance with the Wild Horse Management Act. There's quite specific tests in that act as to what the plan is to do, and that is to ensure that the heritage value of the horses is protected in certain areas while also maintaining the other values in the park. So we've had to take into account advice from various sources in formulating that plan. The plan reflects our best judgment, having taken into account all of that advice.
Okay, so just to be clear then, that the Wild Horse, the Wild Horse Heritage Act, overrides in this instance the Aboriginal Cultural Values report and the requests of that report that those horses be eradicated from those areas of Indigenous significance.
The Wild Horse...
Of high Indigenous significance, actually.
The Wild Horse Heritage Act, sorry, I'm using short form, sets out a specific legislative test that we need to meet in preparing the plan. And that test, again, I'm paraphrasing slightly, but it is to ensure that the heritage value of horses in designated areas in the park is protected, while the other values of Kosciuszko National Park are maintained. As I said, therefore, we're taking...
Or valued, yeah. So the Wild Horse Heritage Act values the heritage values of those horses more than the high Indigenous significance value. That's what the Act says.
Well, I'm summarising the test for you. I would just add that the test enables us to obviously take into account impact of horses and the impact on heritage, but it does require us to ultimately meet... Again, I'm paraphrasing, but meet that balance, which is maintain heritage values of horses in locations of high heritage value while seeking to maintain the other conservation values of Kosciuszko National Park.
I'm not sure that sounds like a balance to me, Mr. Fleming.
It's the legislation.
I know. I'm going gently with it. So on the heritage value then of the horses, the draft Kosciuszko Wild Horse Heritage Management Plan lists in Section 3 the criteria for claiming heritage value for feral horses in certain parts of Kosciuszko National Park. One of those criteria is the colour of the horse's coat, so grey, various kinds of brown and some mixed colours. So what scientific evidence did the department rely upon to distinguish Kosciuszko's grey and brown horses, for example, from other grey and brown Australian horses?
Sorry, I'm not sure what you were quoting from when you quoted the section in the requirement.
This is from the Section 3 of the Kosciuszko Wild Horse Heritage Management Plan, that there are the different colours of horses' coats in that Section 3 to determine heritage value of the horses.
So we've taken into account advice from the Community Advisory Panel, which we're statutorily required to consider. If you look at that report, it contains a series of information about the heritage values of various horses. But I think if you read through the draft plan, it also cites other examples of where the information has come from in relation to the heritage values of different horses.
So can I just check then that it doesn't sound like that's scientific evidence, therefore, to suggest that the colour of the horses' coats determines their heritage value? It's not scientific evidence, it's from members of the Community Advisory Panel who were saying that?
I want to be helpful, but I'm not sure I fully understand the question, so I'm answering it as best that I can.
Was there...
There is a series of inputs to us, relevant inputs around the heritage values of horses. they are referenced in the draft plan. And I think what you're referring to is that some of those references cite the different origins, if you like, of the various horse populations in the park. Kiandra greys, for example.
Okay, just on the same issue, the Atlas of Living Australia, you're aware of what that is, shows a concentration of the broad-toothed rat, which is conservation status vulnerable, in exactly the area proposed as a feral horse retention zone on Long Plain and nearby areas in northern Kosciuszko. So what's the science case behind the draft management plan's proposal to single out the Long Plain area as one of the zones that will have the least protection from feral horses in Kosciuszko National Park and the home of the vulnerable broad-toothed rat?
So I do want to just reference the Minister's comments this morning about meeting the test in the Act and trying to find the balance that is broadly acceptable to the community.
Mr Fleming, could you just move the microphone a little bit closer to you?
Sure. I did just want to echo the Minister's comments this morning, or reference them, in terms of trying to find the right balance and a solution that's acceptable to the community. That's obviously the backdrop to this. But the outcome proposed in the plan, and it is a draft, and we're receiving submissions and they'll be taken into account before it's finalised by the Minister. There are obviously areas where horses are being removed, but the overall population is being reduced by in the order of 80%. So really across the park, from an environmental point of view, either we're preventing horses entering areas which are currently free of horses, we're removing horses from some areas altogether, and for those areas where horses will be retained, the population is being reduced significantly. So I think when you look at those things in combination, the draft plan meets the test in the Act around maintaining the other environmental values of Kosciuszko National Park.
What measures will be put in place, therefore, that if, for example, if that area does become a retention zone for feral horses to be in that area, and we have the habitat of the vulnerable broad-toothed rat there as well, are you looking at ways to protect the broad-toothed rat from the horses? I know you mentioned some kind of fencing off areas. Is that you're considering active management to that effect?
So there are a range of other measures that are being introduced. The wild horse plan is important, but we're working with ANU and others to develop an ecological health framework for the park as a whole, which is really critical because that will help us track the health of a whole range of attributes, including species like the broad-toothed rat. We've also declared a number of areas as assets of intergenerational significance across the park. It's about 49, I think, from memory. That includes areas for the broad-toothed rat. So for those areas, we need to develop specific conservation action plans, which would map out the sort of additional measures that you're referencing. So there's a range of things. Really cute. There are a range of things that are being done across Kosciuszko National Park.
I'm just trying to tell my honourable colleague over here, Mr Shane Mallard, how, despite its name, the broad-toothed rat is in fact a very cute endangered native animal in Australia and New South Wales, isn't it?
I agree with you wholeheartedly.
I think Mr Pearson just had one follow-up and then... Did you want one follow-up on just one quick, and then we'll go to Abigail.
Okay. So I think you might be the best person to answer this question, Mr Fleming. But the Legislative Council unanimously passed a motion for us to put in considerable research and development, and I think you know where I'm going, into immunosterility pilots. And of course I spoke with Mark Speakman and also with the current Minister over the years. I'm just wondering, is there anything on the table? Is anything moving in that direction to maybe trial immunosterility programs, which are quite successful, say, in the Rocky Mountains and other parts of the world, but I understand there needs to be a specificity for our environment and the situation. But I'm just wondering, are there any moves in that direction?
Yes, so from memory, and I'll stand corrected if I'm getting this wrong, but from memory we do have a reference in the plan to the fact that that is something that, looking forward, we're going to keep a watching brief on that. I don't think there is anything in that area that could currently be deployed to address the horse problem in Kosciuszko National Park, but into the future, if that technology develops and as circumstances change, so it's more likely to be successful if the population is small than with a very large population. So there's a range of factors that would influence whether and when that technology could be deployed.
Thank you. Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll start with questions to you, Ms Mackie. I wanted to ask about the load-based licence scheme review. I understand that you sought public feedback on an issues paper between 31 October and 23rd of December 2016. Can you tell me where that review is up to and when we should expect to see a final position?
So that review is in the final stages of being completed, and we expect to be able to share it this side of Christmas.
Why is it taking so long? Why has it taken 5 years?
I think there's been a range of different considerations through that time. We've also gone back out and sought additional information from various parties, and we're certainly, we have tested some of the actions that we intend to take. So when we land the review, we're in a position to be able to take forward those changes.
With the amount of, I guess, new information that's coming to light, particularly in relation to air pollution and the impact on health, I can only assume that you have been updating the load-based licence scheme, the revised one, based on that evidence? Is that why it's taking a long time?
So our colleagues in EES have lead on the Clean Air Strategy and also the Clean Air Regulation, and so they would be able to update you on what's happening in both of those regards.
Yeah, absolutely. Dr Wilson will probably be the officer best placed to assist you.
Thank you. Dr Wilson?
So, Kate Wilson here. Ms Boyd, as you're aware, the draft Clean Air Strategy was released earlier this year, public consultation, and that presents a significant amount of evidence. And as you say, we get new evidence all the time. The strategy is in its final stages of completion. In addition, the Clean Air Regulation had a technical update this year for some technical reasons, but we'll be going out to consultation and doing a full update of the Clean Air Regulation in the coming 12 months.
So with the load-based licence scheme, is the purpose to, I guess, is that review driven by the objective of more accurately reflecting the true cost of those emissions, and will you be taking the health costs into account when calculating that load-based licence scheme amount?
So the load-based licensing scheme is a regulatory tool. It's not a policy tool in terms of some of those issues that you were just mentioning. I might ask possibly David Fowler or Nancy Chang to chime in on some of the considerations that we've been doing around the LBL review.
Thank you. It's Nancy Chang here. So in terms of the timing on the load-based licensing, it has been very important for us to develop that policy with respect to the other policies that the government have announced recently, including the net zero plan, the energy roadmap, and also the upcoming clean air strategy. As Tracy says, this isn't a policy per se, it's a regulatory tool, and we just need to make sure that it complements all the other government strategies that have been announced or will be announced.
Okay, so if I could just clarify then, so what you're saying is that the policy as to whether or not the load-based licence scheme actually reflects the impacts or the health costs and all the rest of it from the emissions, that's a separate thing to how you then implement it with the load-based licence scheme, is that correct?
That's right, because the load-based licence scheme is not designed to be a tool for government to cost impacts across a range of portfolios. It's quite a discrete regulatory tool around the operations of certain industries who have emissions. So that's why we call it a regulatory tool.
Sure. And is there an explicit policy then that governs that? And where is that policy document?
There isn't a policy per se. There's a scheme, and that scheme has been reviewed, which was the subject of the load-based licensing review.
Yep.
And so that's, as I said, we're close to finalising. We expect to be able to provide that.
My question is, how is it being reviewed if not in line with a particular policy goal?
So that's why we're lining up with the Clean Air Strategy and the Clean Air Regulation.
Understand. But the Clean Air Strategy doesn't touch on, for example, coal-fired power stations. There's nothing in there about this.
So it has to complement. This is a regulatory tool. It's not meant to go beyond and into the broader clean air space.
I understand, but it must, presumably you don't do it in a vacuum. You're telling me it's a regulatory tool. It must be driven by a particular policy. If there is no policy, how can that be the case?
Well, there are a range of strategies and there's a range of responsibilities that we have, and this is one of the regulatory tools that we use in terms of providing licensees in particular sectors with an arrangement to be able to emit certain things, and there's a cost associated with that.
Could you tell me, given that there's nothing in the Clean Air Strategy, draft Clean Air Strategy, about coal-fired power stations, where is the policy in relation to how much coal-fired power stations should pay for their emissions, which is guiding the review of the load-based licence scheme?
So I can't comment because it's currently before government, as my EES colleagues have indicated. The Clean Air Strategy is in the final stages and will be released shortly. So I can't indicate to you whether it is or isn't and what is contemplated in that.
I'm very confused because, for instance, at the moment under load-based licence scheme, we know that the amount that's being charged to coal-fired power stations is a 50th of what the health costs of that are. When those numbers are reviewed and updated, on what basis will they change, if not on the basis of a policy?
So I might ask one of my colleagues to talk through some of the considerations that we've done as part of the review in terms of the various issues that we've canvassed, particularly around the costs associated.
Yeah, thank you. It's Nancy Chang here again. So the EPA is considering all available information to inform the design of the scheme. In particular, I will go to the point that it is a regulatory tool, and we need to consider what fees should be set and at what rate that will actually enable a change in behaviour and incentivise the industries to lower emissions. The aim of the scheme is to ensure that we lower the emissions, and it's about what is the best tool in order to achieve that in the scheme of considering all the other strategies and all the other incentives that the government has put in place.
Thank you. So does that explain then this approach to what is possible more than what is necessary, for example, health and environmental reasons? This idea of what is possible framing what we get from the review. Is that why we do see, for instance, Vales Point Power Station being given exemptions to pollute at much higher levels than everyone else because they just deemed to not be possible to do it, or it wouldn't be an incentive?
So there's been no decision on Vales Point being able to continue to emit at those with that exemption in place, and in fact we've gone beyond our statutory responsibilities in terms of considering the current application before us. As I'm sure you probably know, we've gone out to public submissions, which is absolutely not a requirement, but we're keen to hear from community, and they're open for about 3 weeks, and my colleague Mr Beeman can confirm that. And we'll certainly be taking that into consideration. I certainly am also aware that even our stakeholders, such as the Nature Conservation Council, have been quite surprised that we're willing to release and be transparent about all the information we have at hand on that. We are attempting to be as inclusive as possible in terms of taking on board all that information before we make a decision. There has been no decision
Sorry,
made.
I wasn't asking you about the review of that licence. As you know, those conditions, the exemption was given to Vows Point in 2012. So we've had good 10 years for them to try and reduce their pollution. And now we're considering doing it again. Was that exemption granted on the basis that you just thought that they couldn't afford to curb that pollution? Why?
I would have to take on notice what were the considerations in 2012, because that is way before my time. But there are a range of considerations that we take into account for any licence variation or amendment that we consider.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now will have we've got a scheduled break until 3:45, which is 12 minutes. See you back here at 3:45.
God.
we'll go to questions from the opposition. Ms Penny Sharp.
Thank you. Dr Grimes, I think this is one for you. Are you able to provide the committee with information about the efficiency dividend that will be applied across the agency this year?
I'm not aware of a single efficiency dividend across the agency. We get allocated a budget that applies to EES, which has a number of components. I might just take it on notice, just to ensure that I don't miss something that I should be advising you of.
Yes, look, it's been on. It's an issue that I ask about every year.
Yeah.
Mr Fleming would be familiar with it. Does National Parks and Wildlife have one this year?
Similar to Dr Grimes, I'm not sure if I can identify an efficiency dividend per se, but I'm pleased to say our staff
Savings
levels,
target, I'm not quite sure what they're calling it these days.
you normally ask about staff levels, so I'm pleased to say our latest staff level was 2014.
No, I know, that's why I haven't asked.
Okay.
But I am interested in how much money you've got to find for the next year. If you could provide that on notice, that would be great. Thank you very much. I've got a waste question. I think it's probably Mr Beeman, maybe, or Mr Fowler.
Mr Beeman doesn't have waste anymore. He has operational.
Oh, okay. Well,
matters.
sorry, well, Ms Mackey, you can start. We'll go from there. I'm wanting to just bear with me for a minute. Sorry, I just got to look at the right bit of paper. Sorry, I just want to, basically I've had concerns raised with me about your recent circular about batch process and continuous process for recovered fines. There's been issues raised. My understanding is that departments made changes to the way in which the industry operates. That means that fines that are recovered from, skip bins most typically, although it's more complicated than that, will no longer be able to have an exemption on that. Can you just let me know where that is up to?
Sure. So as part of what we do across a whole range of areas that we regulate, we look at changes and we do audits and undertake research. And in this particular space, since 2018, we've been looking very closely at the operation of this particular, if you like, exemption that's in place, and looking at whether or not it's fit for purpose and should continue in its current form. We've done significant consultation. We've gone back out quite recently to the sector and indicated that we believe that given the findings, particularly of the samples that have been taken over a long period of time, that we need to change the arrangements in this space to make sure things are safe and there is no impact on the environment. So it's particularly about stopping the use of a skip bin residue for construction and landscaping purposes, because there are a range of contaminants that were being found in that particular line of waste. It is out for consultation. We're aware that there are a very small number of operators and the sector themselves has indicated that they've had problems with compliance against the current arrangements. So we're aware that they have feedback and a number of issues they want to explore. David Fowler can talk more, but he's had lots of meetings in this space. We'll continue to hear from them during this consultation period before we finalise any new arrangements.
So just to be clear, you did some audits. There's concerns about contaminants that are then being used in soil products. Is that essentially the issue?
I'll let David he's the technical guy on this.
Mr. Fowler, I'm sure he'll know.
David Fowler. Yeah, that's correct. We, through our audits and through our sampling programs, had identified that there were levels of contamination, including treated timber, chemical contamination, and some asbestos in samples taken. And there was also.
Can you tell me what the percentages of those are? I mean, if you can, there's an audit document that you could provide to the committee on notice.
I can most certainly take that request on notice.
Does that mean you're going to think about it, or is it you're going to provide it?
We've actually shared the...
Is it fine? You think you'll be able to give it to me? Great.
So we've previously shared the findings from all of that with the sector. It's not been something that we've held in secret, so we're happy to provide that information.
Thank you. Zero extinctions target, Mr. Fleming. Can I just be clear, is there any additional resources that are being put into that target?
So the resources available to national parks have increased in the last couple of years fairly significantly, and the reason I say that is because the resources that are applied to this target will then come from different buckets or different sources, if you like. A lot of our fire management is directed towards threatened species work. A lot of our feral animal control is directed towards threatened species work. So we're approaching this in quite an integrated way. We've had significant bushfire recovery funding, and obviously there's an element of the Saving Our Species funding that is going to support the zero extinction approach.
Saving Our Species has been cut, hasn't it? It used to be $20 million a year. It's now going to be $15 million a year. Am I correct?
That will be its funding, yes, $15 million.
So it has had $5 million a year cut to the program. So the other extra, when you're talking about that extra resources, I mean, that money for firefighting comes out of the Climate Change Fund and is predominantly about bushfires. I mean, it obviously has a flow-on effect in relation to threatened species. Or are you saying they're doing something new with that?
I guess what I'm saying is we have a very complicated funding base. So yes, there is money that comes from CCF. We also have money from consolidated funding for fire management. So we've got money coming from a range of sources. What this approach is really doing is ensuring that we apply all of that in an integrated way to ticking a number of boxes, one of which is the zero extinction strategy.
That mean when the minister announces various money going into various things, he gets to count them 3 or 4 times?
I'm not aware of that happening.
Sounds like it to me. Anyway, that's okay. I will move on. In relation to the intergeneration... Sorry. Someone want to jump in?
Sorry, if I could just clarify, because there are basically 3 major funding envelopes with respect to threatened species. So we have $26 million over the next 2 years for land management, biodiversity conservation. We have the 193 that the minister talked about this morning with respect to koalas, and then we have the $75 million for saving our species. So, and I think as some of the questioning this morning talked about, Saving Our Species in its first round did have a koala component to it. Now we have a standalone program. They'll obviously speak to each other, but at the same time, I just want to say that there are those 3 main line items, and when you add them up, it's close to $300 million. So I just wanted to put that in context.
And I look forward to the detail of the koala plan, Mr. Knudsen.
And I should add just very quickly, when I referred to the various buckets, that partly what Dean Knudsen has just mentioned, but in addition to the other things that I've mentioned, there's the feral free area funds, there's the ecological health monitoring funding, and some of our land acquisition is targeting. In Narriara, for example, purchased the entire habitat of the grey grass wren in New South Wales. So that's we're factoring threatened species into everything that we do.
That's very good. I'm just trying to disentangle where the money's going. Trying to follow the money. I'm wondering, obviously Region Honeyeater, and this is not a question about Warragamba, it's actually a question about Burragarang, Caper Tree and Hunter Valley. My understanding is that they're not included as intergenerational assets. Can you explain why that is the case?
Only because we're doing it in a staged manner. So the first tranche, if you like, which from memory was 92 species plus the original Wallamai Pine Declaration, so 93 habitat for 93 threatened species. That focused on species that had very high percentage of their records on national park and that were in the critically endangered or endangered category. But that's certainly not the end of the process. So Region Honeyeater is one of the species that I expect will be included in a future and hopefully not too distant future round of listings.
Was it not included because of the impact of Warragamba dam wall raising?
No, it was not included because, as I said, that first focus was on critically endangered and species with a high percentage of records on national park. And the other key driver for that first lot of listings was species with a fairly discrete habitat. So a lot of the initial listings were plants, for example, that occupied, in the case of, I think, the Imlay Mallee, it's about 4 hectares on the national park. So if you like, the first tranche were the easier ones to map and identify. Regent honeyeater being quite a mobile species, as you know, is obviously much more difficult to identify. The key or most important areas of park that should be identified. So it's a little bit more complex. That's why it's in a future tranche.
Okay. I want to ask about swift parrots. And this is sort of in line with the impact of the bushfires and how your agency is able to manage, particularly with state forests, where there are areas that weren't burnt and that are significant. I'm aware of a pretty significant coop that's in the state forest near Mogo that has been demonstrated to be a very significant area for feeding of swift parrots, of which there are about, as I understand, around 800 anticipated in left altogether. Yet that area is still slated for logging. What is the role in terms of those in your area, the department, that are dealing with threatened species in that sort of situation? I mean, what action or discussion has taken place regarding saving that coop of important flowering gums that feed swift parrots?
So in our regulator role, we draw on the expertise across the agency and further. So we do talk to colleagues in national parks, but also in science in particular, and also at times in biodiversity and conservation around various species and the ecology around certain sites when we're considering the arrangements the plans that Forestry Corp provide us. And we're now, as was mentioned earlier today, we're certainly much more engaged before, during and after that process with Forestry Corp to try and make sure any particular issues such as this one are borne out in the planning process.
I appreciate that, and it's clear from your evidence today that obviously there's been issues in the past, but this is clock's ticking on this particular threatened species. It is still slated. Does the EPA speak directly to Forest Corp and say, we know that there is this particular coop, which I have actually written to the Minister about, so this is not, I'm just not pulling it out, but, what active action is actually taken? The clock's ticking, and the next 18 months, this particular area of forest is slated to be logged, and I don't see any action being taken when it's actually one of the key feeding areas that's been demonstrated over 20 years. This is not just guessing. This is scientists that we actually know now. We spent a lot of time, as I said this morning, looking at things and studying things, which is absolutely terrific. But if we're not applying it to actually saving the trees, how does that work?
My colleague Carmen Dwyer can provide a bit more information. Terrific. But we certainly do work with Forestry Corp about particular species at the various sites, and in fact we've done our own work with stakeholders not only on the south coast but also on the north coast, and we've developed something called the Tell the EPA app. So we're trying to make it easier.
I'm telling the EPA right now about these swift parrots.
So what I was going to say is this is really important in terms of sightings of particular species, and that's been problematic in the past in terms of where were they sighted, when were they sighted, to try and gather that evidence so that we've got that, and we've certainly been working much more closely with Forestry Corp and their ecologists around how they're doing that planning work. But Carmen can add to that.
Carmen Dwyer, just to reinforce what Ms Mackey said, so Forestry Corp are required to check all of the threatened species databases as part of their planning for any forestry activity that occurs on Crown Forest.
Can I just stop you there, Mr. Wright? Do you know whether they've done this in this case? How do you know that they've done that, given you just told us they didn't give you data for 5 years?
No, so let's just so we're really clear. So the data issue is around private native forestry. So that's the co-regulation with LLS on state forests. that Forestry Corp, that's a very different arrangement under the IFOA, and we do get to approve the plans. And so if it's something that they're not intending to harvest for the next 18 months, we're unlikely to have received the plan at this point. That will happen much closer to the point in time. So we can check if we have a plan for that particular site, or maybe Carmen knows, and come back to you around that. But we would expect to check it, closer once we had the plan, and that's usually within the weeks preceding the harvesting. So that's when we get to, review it and determine if there's anything that's been missed or needs to be added.
So, Carmen Dwyer here, if I can just clarify that, Ms Mackie, the EPA doesn't approve the plan.
No, we check them.
However, we do have access, that's exactly right. We have access to the plans and we check the plans. So we do both desk-based reviews and inspections of the sites pre-harvest, during harvest and post-harvest, and that can be multiple inspections. So if we become aware of a record, like a swift parrot, through information gained in any scenario, we are able to pass that on to Forest Corp or check that it's been included in their planning.
So, sorry, you check it, but you have no ability to stop it?
Well, it's part of their requirements under the IFOA that they operate in compliance with. So if they're not identifying a threatened species that is present on the site, then that would be a matter of...
So what, I mean, I know that we're getting right into the weeds here about this, but it's quite important. I mean, swift parrots don't always, as I understand it, and the scientists who have spoken to me about this tell me, and I believe them, they've been studying it for 20 years, swift parrots don't necessarily come every year to this particular area, but it has been identified over a long period of time that every couple of years they come, because it is they have very defined areas in which they feed on these flowering gums. So my question is this: if you're waiting, you get one report through the IFOA from state forests about intention to log, they may have gone once into that particular coop, even though we know there's a body of evidence, which I believe is held within the department, this is not unknown, that there is really no... We just might get lucky. One day they might see a swift parrot, and then they've got to stop. I mean, look, it's quite important because one of the most threatened birds in New South Wales. We know a lot about it. All of the checks and balances and all of the work that the department as a whole and the government says they're doing to save threatened species actually hinges on: do we have the rigorous system in place that actually will guarantee that this very important habitat for this very endangered bird is actually going to be protected? I'm not hearing that today.
So there's a consideration around whether or not there's been sightings, but it's also about whether or not that's a location for that particular threatened species, and what the records show, which is why we draw on the expertise that sits across the agency. And often we also get advice from local groups that have been engaging that particular environment for a long period of time. So we get a range of sources of information to inform that. And Forestry Corp have a responsibility as well through so they have their own ecologists who are looking at the sites. They've got a responsibility to gather similar information about both habitat and species that are present.
And I'll await my response from the Minister. I wanted to go back to this morning we were talking about the outstanding private native forestry codes and the land management vegetation reviews. I'm wanting to understand, and I know that this isn't primarily not this department's role, but there is a role for the Minister in concurrence. Can you explain to me the role that the various parts of your agency play in the preparation of those?
That would probably be across EPA and EES. Who wants to go first?
So I might do private native forestry because that's probably a little bit clearer. And then perhaps Paul can do the remainder. So in terms of private native forestry, that's a concurrence with the Minister for the Environment. Local Land Services have the lead on undertaking the review of the codes. They've done a public consultation around the draft codes, which closed in May 2020, and we're waiting for those draft codes to be developed so that we can go through a decision-making process within government.
So your input really comes after at this, so that there'll be draft codes of which we haven't seen or we're there. So I'm just trying to understand at what point again the environmental agency and government actually has input into the impact.
So throughout the development, so we were certainly involved in 2019 and early 2020 in the lead up to those codes being released.
What's the nature of that involvement? Like, is there an interdepartmental, like how does it actually work in practice?
There was certainly a working group at that time, and there was a range of staff at an officer level working together on the development of those draft codes, and there was certainly research and science contributed around various elements of the codes as they were being drafted. But what we step away from, if you like, is the process side of managing the process around the consultation, and then.
Oh yes, I'm not that concerned about that. I'm interested in the actual scientific input. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from the crossbench, starting with Mr. Mark Pearson.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just actually follow on from Ms Sharp's questioning. I'm just trying to get a better understanding of the local land services. What is the actual working relationship between local land services and your department? Or departments?
Essentially, it's multi-dimensional. If we take the department proper, there'll be engagements in a number of different levels, including engagements between national parks and LLS. And then, of course, the EPA has its own set of relationships with LLS as well. So we could turn to each of the officers in turn, and they could describe their interaction with LLS, or we could drill down in a particular area.
Yeah, it might be a little bit, rather than, that could be a bit lengthy, right? So probably to go to an example to help us understand. So for example, the local land services promotes the building of exclusion fencing with landholders, even though I think the money for promoting that comes from a federal pocket, but still the local land services actually administers that. So when would there be a trigger for local land services to refer any activities that they're authorising to your department, if there is a chance or it's likely to impact on the environment?
I might turn to, I think Ms Dumazel's probably the best person to answer that question, but she may refer to other officers if necessary.
Thanks for that. I think in terms of when we're working with local land services and if there's an impact, first I might say we've got like an overarching structure where we actually have a board where where our executive meet both for environment, energy and science and our local land services, and we bring items to that, and then depending on what the item might be, for example in this case where we're talking about exclusion fencing, if a paper comes through from local land services or they ask for us for advice, we would then seek advice from different parts of our organisation. For example, in this particular scenario, we would look at it from a neighbour's perspective as well as a scientific perspective as well.
But it would be up to local land services to trigger that referral for your assessment. There's no rule?
Yeah. If a fence triggers the biodiversity offset scheme, for example, where there's a fence and there is clearing on either side of the fence for that, and it triggers the offset scheme, certainly, local land services engages with us on the impact there and what their requirements would be under the biodiversity offset scheme.
Okay. think that I'll leave it there, yeah.
Mr.
Questions?
Pearson, earlier today, I think you'd asked for a copy of the prosecution guidelines.
Yes.
I just thought maybe now, Chair, now would be an appropriate time to table those
To table them? That's fine,
guidelines,
rather than read it.
Yeah,
Yes.
I thought this was probably the appropriate
Thank you.
time.
Yes, thank you
so
very
I can
much.
table
There was something
those.
about wombat mange.
Yes, I wanted to go back to the wombat mange. You asked Mr. Pearson about moxidectin.
Yep.
And that, I just wanted to confirm that is an active ingredient in sidectin, which is one of the measures that we've trialled. So we have trialled it. It was initially successful, not so successful going forward, so we've moved on to trialling something else.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
Great. We'll now move to questions from Mr. David Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair, and nice to see you all again. My questions probably are first to you, Ms McKay. Last year, the EPA issued a series of stop work orders against Forestry Corporation in South Broome State Forest. Can you please advise us what, if any, penalties and/or prosecutions have been issued against Forestry Corporation arising from those breaches?
Sure. We have a number of prosecutions that are underway in the Forestry Corp space. I might get Ms Dwyer to talk you through each of those.
So could we start with South Broome?
I can. It's come to just bringing up the results for South Broome, if you could bear with me. What I can clarify is that the EPA has a number of. We have 9 current investigations underfoot with Forest Corp, and 3 current prosecutions before the courts. And I've just, if I could come back to you on South Broome.
Well, while you're getting South Broome, Ms Dwyer, can you tell us what the 3 current prosecutions are, which forests they relate to?
They relate to, sorry, Tracy, did you want to?
Yeah, I can do that while you look for South Broome, if that's helpful. They relate to Wild Cattle Creek, and Dampier State Forest, and Tomarong.
In terms of, could you give us an update? Well, perhaps I'll ask a broad question to start with. Can you provide us with the status on all prosecutions, fines and stop work orders issued to Forestry Corporation since the beginning of the 2020 calendar year?
We'd have to take that on notice and put it together for you.
Yeah, but you can take that on notice?
Yes.
So do you have before you a list of the completed prosecutions, either court prosecutions or penalty notices in the last calendar year against Forestry Corporation?
I'd have to look to my colleagues online to see if they've got...
As I understand your evidence, there are 12 on foot in one way or another, 3 in court and 9 actively under investigation. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah. Do you know how many of them have been successfully completed?
I don't think we've completed any of the... Oh, no. Actually, I think we might have completed a prosecution.
Why don't we go to Ms Dwyer?
Yeah, I'll just clarify that I'll double check, but I don't think we've got a completed prosecution, but we have 3 before the courts at the moment.
All right.
There were 2 stop work orders and a 3rd considered, and there are a number of other regulatory actions that we've taken, but I'd need to put that detail together for you.
Yeah, so you'll give us that full set of answers about the regulatory actions since 1 January 2020. The reason I say 1 January 2020, it's a good starting point given the damage we had from the fires. But you don't know how many PIN notices have been issued and paid in the time?
No, we didn't prepare that information for today,
no,
so we'll have to pull that together.
I can clarify on South Broome.
Oh, thanks, Ms Dwyer.
South Broome's in the final stages of consideration for what is the most appropriate regulatory action. So the investigation is complete, and we're just determining what is the most appropriate regulatory action.
All right. Do you have a time frame for when the South Broome case will be at least resolved as to what form of action will be taken?
Before the end of the year.
Okay. I've been unable to find the forestry snapshots report for 2019-20 or 2021, the EPA. I'm sorry if I missed that question earlier, but is the 1920 available or the 2021 available?
The 2021 is not available, but the 1920 is in the final throes of, it's been graphic designed, it's ready to go. So I should be in a position to be able to forward that up to the government in the coming weeks. So it's a matter of weeks away, not months. And we did talk about this morning the reason why it takes so much time is we rely on the gathering of information from a range of other parties, and then we get all of that information together and get it checked before we publish the snapshot.
But it's not much point having a snapshot that's more than 12 months out of date. It kind of almost... it's counterintuitive to call that a snapshot, isn't it? It's more like a mirror shot.
Well, I would hope that it's pleasing to the committee that we're now getting the snapshots in a regular progression of time, because certainly one of the first things I did when I took this role, I think we released 3 of them at the same time.
Ms. McKay, I would commend you for the work you've been doing with the EPA. More proactive, more transparent. So I commend that. I think many stakeholders have noticed it's more transparent and more proactive. So I just want that for the record. But there's also a degree of frustration that it takes so long to get the snapshots out.
We are relying on others for the provision of that data. So there's only so hard we can push in terms of the collection of that data.
So who is it that is slow in getting you the information?
I would take that on notice, and we'd have to look at the range of engagements and correspondence that we have with various parties.
Yeah, because, I mean, ideally that would be being resolved and we'd be getting these more rapidly going forward. You're learning lessons and implementing change. So if you could let us know where the defaulters are, and you can describe them however you like in your answer, and we can get an indicator of where we need to put pressure to get the information.
We can certainly look back at our records at where there are some challenges.
Recently, the Natural Resources Commission released research from the University of Wollongong, which found that the 2019-20 fires were, and I quote, likely to pose significant risks to the CIFOA objectives and outcomes. Importantly, the magnitude of the fires and their effect on disturbance regimes have placed the CIFOA generally in a highly vulnerable state. First of all, are you aware of that report by the Natural Resources Commission?
Yes, I am.
So what role does the EPA have in responding to those findings?
We will provide advice to government as a part of all the considerations and issues that are being explored across the IFOA space.
Well, is there a time frame for when that advice will be provided? I mean, because right now those coastal forests are being logged under rules that ignore that advice from the Natural Resources Commission. So do we have a time frame?
That's a matter for government.
Do we have a time frame for when you'll be providing the advice to government?
We certainly need to adhere to the government processes around this. So as we're required, we're certainly looking at that report from our point of view to understand it. It was only released, as you know, in the last matter of a couple of weeks ago. Mm-hmm. So we've certainly taken a deep dive into that report to look at it. And as required, we will provide advice to government.
If you read that report, it basically says business as usual will cause extinction level events in our forests. I mean, that's not an unreasonable reading of it, is it?
I think there's a range of statements that are in that report which are matters for government, not us as the regulator. We've certainly been quite open with our advice to government around needing additional measures post-fires to ensure that the impacts of logging are mitigated and that there's broader considerations than there previously was. As you would be aware, we had those additional requirements in place, but Forestry Corp have now moved to operate under, if you like, reverted to the IFOA without those additional conditions in place.
And what the report from the Natural Resources Commission says is that Forestry Corporation operating without those restrictions as business as usual is going to cause extinction level events in New South Wales public forests. That's what the Natural Resources Commission report ultimately says, doesn't it?
Look, that is, there's a range of conclusions in that
Correct
report.
me if I'm wrong. on that summary? If you disagree with that summary, tell me why.
I think it canvasses a range of issues, and there isn't just one conclusion to draw from it. It certainly indicates that there's more and a range of issues that we should be looking at in terms of regulating post the fires, which we absolutely agree with and have been quite open about advocating for in the forestry space.
While you're advocating, Forestry Corporation is logging, and they're logging under rules that ignore the advice from the Natural Resources Commission. I mean, how long is that going to continue for?
That's a matter for Forestry Corp.
But you're the regulator in this space. Just simply saying it's a matter for Forestry Corp to go and continue business as usual, causing extinction amongst species in New South Wales is not a good answer from the regulator, Ms. McKay.
No, sorry. I answered that. You asked me about... so Forestry Corp are the ones that have made the decision to stop using the additional special considerations we put in place. That was not a decision of us as the regulator. That was a decision of Forestry Corp. We have been quite clear that our absolute preference is for them to operate with those special conditions on a site-by-site basis, because it allows us to look at the risk associated with it, but they've chosen not to go down that path. And we would encourage you to talk to Forestry Corp about why they made that change, because it was working quite well in terms of being able to look at the risk and mitigate the impact as much as possible. We are bound by the regulations that we have to operate under, and so at the moment, all we've got is the IFOA, and that is the rule set. And as we've talked about many times in this committee, we've stepped up and we've done the forestry reset so we can be as active as possible in that space to regulate, but we must regulate against that rule set.
Ms. McKay, the Natural Resources Commission has provided their advice about forestry operations under the Coastal IFOA, dealing with how to address forestry operations as the public forest estate recovers from the 2019-20 bushfires. Have you seen that advice?
We've certainly been involved in providing advice to the NRC around all of the work
I'm asking if you've seen the advice from the Natural Resources Commission. They've provided advice to government about what changes are needed in forestry operations based upon their review. Have you seen that advice?
We've seen a range of advice that the NRC have provided to government.
Well, have you seen the advice that they have about the changes that are needed on forestry operations to deal with the catastrophic events of the 2019-20 bushfires?
We've absolutely been engaging with the NRC and talking to them about our experience, our learnings, what we think could be in place.
All right. Well, Ms. Campbell, maybe I'll just...
We continue to engage with them very closely in the work that they do.
You've already said that, Ms. McKay. But the... why has there been no action in response to that advice from the NRC, and why has that advice not been made public?
That's a matter for government. It's a policy decision of government. We're the regulator that operates under the rule set.
It may be appropriate to see if Mr. Knudsen or Dr. Kelly have any comments in this area as well.
Dr. Kelly, anything from your perspective on the report itself?
We're not specifically on the report, Mr. Knudsen. Thank you. We're considering, like the EPA, considering the recommendations of the NRC.
Okay, well, that didn't shed a lot of light. Dr. Grimes, how much of the $50 million that was allocated for green hydrogen in the 2020 electricity bill, when I say electricity bill, I mean in a parliamentary sense, not in a unpleasant in your letterbox been allocated?
How's it being allocated?
How much has been allocated?
I'd have to refer to Mr. Lewis on that question.
That was from the Climate Change Fund, I think.
Yeah.
Mr. Lewis?
Thank you, Dr. Grimes. At this point in time, there has not been any of that $50 million expended, but it is recognised as part of the money that's been allocated for hydrogen hubs and other initiatives that were announced in the hydrogen strategy that was recently released.
So at least $50 million of the hydrogen strategy was a re-announcement of that $50 million from the 2020 bill.
As you're aware, Mr. Shoebridge, there's a number of initiatives announced in the hydrogen strategy.
And my question was just focused on that, Mr. Lewis. My question was just focused on whether or not the $50 million that was set aside in 2020 has been repackaged in the hydrogen announcement, the more recent hydrogen announcement, and the answer seems to be yes.
So the roadmap legislation and the $50 million was to be spent on green hydrogen over a number of years, and that expenditure has been included in a number of the initiatives that were announced as part of the hydrogen strategy.
All right. While we're on renewable energies, the New South Wales government has made a number of statements about the extraordinary potential for offshore wind in New South Wales. What steps has the New South Wales government done to put in place a positive regulatory framework for offshore wind? Through you, Dr. Grimes, wherever you think it's best to go.
Probably Mr. Hay is the best person to make any comment on that matter.
Mr. Hay?
It's James Hay. We're still looking at the offshore wind resource and commissioning that. As you're aware, there's 5 onshore reses that are substantial, so that is the primary focus of Energy Co to date, but considering the offshore wind resources also on that agenda.
Well, are there plans afoot to extend either the Newcastle or the Illawarra renewable energy zones offshore, at least to the edge of the state limits?
Not at this point. I think this is a broader question to understand the resource first. We don't want to hold up the existing reses for that work. There's more work to be done on the nature of deep water offshore resource, which tends to be the nature of offshore wind in New South Wales.
Thank you. We've now moved to questions from the opposition. Ms. Rose Jackson.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to ask about smart meters. So that might be Mr. Hay or Mr. Lewis again. Hello again, Mr. Lewis. I just wanted to know how many customers in New South Wales have smart meters at the moment.
Certainly, Ms. Jackson. As of September 21, 962,610 smart meters have been installed in New South Wales, which is approximately 26% of residential and small business customers.
Are you able to give me a breakdown between residential and small business, or perhaps you might have to take that on notice, Mr. Lewis?
I'm very happy to take that on notice and get that breakdown for you.
I mean, are is the department concerned about the pace of uptake of smart meters? I mean, as you would be aware, they've been mandatory in Victoria for some time, and New South Wales, as well as other states, but including New South Wales, has been a bit slow in the take-up of smart meters. Is that something that is on your radar as an issue of concern?
It's on our radar, definitely. The framework that's in place in New South Wales and other jurisdictions is a market-led rollout of smart meters. And so we are seeing, I think, over 20,000 smart meters a month being installed in New South Wales. A lot of that is driven by solar installations, which generally need a smart meter to take full advantage of the solar panels that when they are installed, but also the requirement that all new and replacement meters be smart meters is also having an impact on that uptake. Obviously, in recent times with the with COVID lockdown restrictions, that has had some impact on particularly solar installation and therefore the delivery of smart meters via that process. But we are certainly continue to monitor the rollout of smart meters because we recognise the value that they have in providing more information to consumers and opportunities that smart meters present to be more efficient and reduce bills as a result of timing in, particularly if customers are on a time of use tariff, how they can optimise their energy consumption to take advantage of the lowest tariff options.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right. I mean, as you have identified, there are a number of benefits to smart meters, to the consumer. Who's able to better manage their electricity, their bills, but also obviously more broadly, smart meters do contribute to emissions reductions and the efforts towards decarbonisation. So when you say, though, that it's a market-led rollout, do you mean by that there are no initiatives from government to promote smart meter take-up or incentivise or do anything to encourage consumers to take up smart meters?
There are no direct financial incentives from the New South Wales government at this point in time to encourage smart meter uptake, but I understand that as part of the updated energy security safeguard mechanism, will be some opportunities for the installation of smart meters to generate certificates if it can be demonstrated that they lead to reduced energy consumption. So again, that will be an opportunity for the market to identify the appropriate opportunities under that mechanism to help promote smart meter uptake.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I wanted to ask about the Kurri Kurri gas plant. That might be you, Mr. Hay. I appreciate the minister's comments on it, but just from the work of the department, where is that project up to in terms of state-based approval mechanisms? Have all of the state-based approvals that are required been provided, or where's it up to?
Yeah, look, Andrew Lewis can also...
Thought you off the hook there, Mr. Lewis, but no. Okay, yep.
So the project is progressing well, and the intention is that it's operational for the summer of 2023. It was a very well-developed project at the time that the grants were made. It was one of the reasons it was considered eligible to help address essentially the closure of Liddell. And so, sorry, Kurri Kurri. Sorry, I was thinking about the Tullawarra.
No, sorry. I appreciate that it is a federal project, a federally funded project, but I'm just wondering about, I guess the state-based, first of all, the state-based approval mechanisms, and so where are they up to with Kurri Kurri?
Yeah. On that one, I will hand to my colleague, Mr. Lewis, who's sitting to my left.
Yeah, I wondered if you guys were sitting next to each other. It looks a bit funny here. Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Lewis.
I will absolutely double check, but my understanding is that the EIS for the project has been on an exhibition. The submissions have been made against that process, and it's now with the proponent to be responding to the submissions made as part of the EIS process. But I'm happy to double check and provide an update on that. Obviously, the EIS process is managed by the Planning and Assessments area of the department.
Yep. And is the government providing any funding for that project, the New South Wales government?
I'm not aware of any New South Wales government funding for that project.
Has the New South Wales government done any modelling on expected emissions from that project?
I'm not aware of any modelling that has been done by the government. Similar to other answers that have been provided, that is something that is required to be included by the proponent as part of the EIS process, and then when that EIS has in the assessment of that EIS by the relevant agencies, the modelling and data that has been included will be assessed.
And finally, just on that project, has the New South Wales government done any modelling on employment growth projected from that project, or any of the employment outcomes allegedly associated with that project?
The area that I am in the department, we have not done any of that modelling. I can answer for other areas and other departments and clusters that may have looked at some of the economic impacts, but again, I believe that's part of some of the requirements that are in the EIS.
And moving on just briefly to the electricity infrastructure roadmap. So in the roadmap, obviously there was the Aurora research around the impact of the roadmap on household electricity prices. So has there been any update on that modelling since the roadmap was approved by the Parliament? Or is that still the best available modelling?
That's the best available modelling at this point.
And do you have any sense of whether household electricity prices are tracking well against that modelling, consistently with that modelling?
We're seeing at the moment wholesale and retail prices tracking downwards there, as was predicted in that modelling. The impact round will be closures of plant and timing of the roadmap.
And just wanted to ask next about solar feed-in tariffs. So obviously you'd be familiar with the recommendations of IPART to cut the benchmark tariff rate for solar. Is this you, Mr. Hay and Mr. Lewis again?
Andrew Lewis, yes, we are aware of the IPART report and recommendations on the voluntary feed-in tariff levels.
Yeah, I mean, are you concerned that that may have an impact on the uptake of household solar? Is that something that, again, you've done some modelling on or you've looked into?
The greatest benefit from having solar on a household roof is to offset the self-consumption of the household. Any additional revenue that is made available from export is obviously a bonus, and we note that the voluntary prices that have been identified, the price bands that have been identified by IPART have been decreasing, but as the IPART report outlines, IPART's assessment is based on what the equivalent wholesale electricity price for the solar output is modelled at, and if there was to be an artificially high feed-in tariff that was required, that would need to be met by non-solar customers as part of a cross-subsidy arrangement. So the solar feed-in tariff that IPART assesses and recommends is based on a comparison with like for like comparison with what the wholesale price that retailers purchase the equivalent amount of electricity is at in the market.
I mean, I appreciate the point that you're making, which is perhaps the primary benefit is that the household reduces its electricity bills, but that bonus, as you referred to it as, is quite significant for some people. So do you anticipate perhaps slower uptake of solar once that bonus is reduced or removed?
The prices that we're seeing from IPART don't indicate that a voluntary feed-in tariff would be removed. We do know that retailers quite often offer a feed-in tariff that is above the IPART recommended benchmark, and they do that for their own customer attraction purposes. So again, it's primarily a market-driven approach as to how retailers structure their tariffs and their offerings for solar customers. We continue to see strong increase and uptake of solar installations in New South Wales, and we do expect that to continue.
It's a pretty significant thing just to sort of leave to market factors. Like, I appreciate that point you're making, which is, plenty of the retailers do their own thing to attract customers, and that's great, but it's really important for our state emission reduction goals that we have strong uptake of household solar. So there's no other plans to incentivise that being worked on?
Well, as I mentioned before, we have the Solar for Low-Income Households program, which is particularly targeting current energy rebate recipients of the low-income household rebate, allowing those households that potentially wouldn't be able to afford to install solar to help with their bill reductions. And that program has recently received a $50 million increase as part of the COVID recovery measures announced by the government. So that is just one of the programs where the government is looking to help promote and increase the uptake of solar energy, particularly for vulnerable and low-income households.
Are households who are eligible in that category able to use funding to access household batteries, or is it just for the panels?
That program is just for solar panels. The value of the low income household rebate is $285 per annum, and what we're seeing is that customers who take up the offer of the free installed solar system are saving up to $600. And the latest average I have, which includes the winter months, which is obviously a lower period for solar generation, indicates that the savings are in excess of $430 per annum. So the households that have participated in this program to date are receiving a significantly greater benefit by signing up and participating in this program than they would have if they than just receiving the $285 low-income household rebate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is a good program, and it is important for those individual households, and as I said, for our statewide goals. One of the things that could make household solar even more effective is greater take-up of household batteries. So at the household level, individuals were able to store that power that's generated during the day and use it at night, but battery take-up is still pretty limited. I have a figure here of 4.4%. I think that's an Australia-wide figure. Do you have a percentage in New South Wales for household battery?
I don't have a percentage figure. The latest figures that I've seen is that last financial year, I think over 75,000 household batteries were installed in New South Wales, and the New South Wales government is currently trialling the Empowering Homes program, which does offer interest-free loans for qualifying applicants to be able to install either a solar system or a solar and battery, for a battery system or a solar battery system under that program.
And how many loans have been taken up or issued, including for battery use under that program, under that trial or pilot, or whatever you want to call it?
So under that program, we have over 400 participants at this point in time.
And is there what's the time frame? When does that wrap up, the trial?
We've recently expanded the trial to include additional areas, additional local government areas, so we're expecting an increase in those numbers, and we continually review the trial to try and optimise the design. One of the matters that has emerged is that at the time the design of the Empowering Homes program was announced, interest rates were higher, and a lower interest rate and a greater diversity of low or no interest offerings from commercial providers means there's a range of different solutions other than the New South Wales government program that is available. So we are continually reviewing the results and the feedback that we get from participants to understand how we can improve the program.
And so what are the additional local government areas that were added to the trial?
I'll take that on notice, but we and provide the full list. But we did include, I think, at least an additional 15 local government areas.
Yeah, that would be useful.
Yeah, and was expanded into.
And again, just to clarify, I mean, the purpose of these trials is, as you say, to test whether these programs work, and then presumably either decide that they don't and come up with something else, or if they do, potentially roll them out statewide. So, is there a time frame on when those kind of assessments might be made so that we can know whether this is a good way to get household battery uptake moving?
As I mentioned, we review the program on a regular basis based on the feedback that we're getting, and there is currently a total of 24 LGAs. The 15 additional LGAs included the Central Coast, Newcastle, Blue Mountains, Lithgow, Cabonne, Orange, Oberon, Port Macquarie, Hastings, Walker, Bathurst Regional, Midwestern Regional, Tamworth Regional, Kempsey, Hawkesbury and Blaney.
I mean, yes, as I said, so I just want to clarify, so I'm sorry to be difficult here, Mr. Lewis, but other people in other areas of New South Wales might look at that program and go, ooh, geez, that looks like something I'd like to take advantage of. Oh, I can't do that because it's a trial and I'm not currently included. And they might want to know when there might be an assessment that, yes, this is working, it's a good program, and just so there is no time frame. It's just, you're just rolling on, just continually getting feedback, and who's making the decisions about when more areas might be eligible or that kind of stuff?
The department assesses how the program is proceeding, and then we make recommendations to the minister around potential expansion, and that is what happened with the expansion into the additional 15 local government areas.
And is there any part of you or your team's work plan that is about making additional recommendations to the minister on the rollout of that trial? Is that part of something you have in the works?
Absolutely. Yes.
Good news for other people in other local government areas. That's excellent. I just wanted to ask the Save New South Wales Energy and Money draft plan, which was produced in October 2016. I don't think we ever saw the final plan. Did I miss that, Mr. Lewis or Mr. Hay?
Andrew Lewis. The release of that document or policy or strategy preceded my time in the department, so I'll have to take on notice what happened with that one.
Okay, so, well, it would be useful to know if the draft plan released in October 2016 was ever followed up with the release of a final plan. And in the draft plan, there was an identified cut to electricity bills of $17 billion by 2050. And I wondered whether that was still the goal or the target, or whether that had been superseded by another goal or target.
I'm very happy to take on notice. I'm not familiar with that program, so I'll need to get some further advice. I'm not sure maybe if Ms. Wilson might have some information on that or not, but I'm very happy to take it on notice and provide and get some more information for you.
Yeah, Kate Wilson here. I can confirm that a final plan was not released. A number of other programs have superseded that, including, of course, the electricity infrastructure, the electricity strategy and the net zero plan. But I'm not familiar with that figure that you refer to, so I'd have to take that on.
Thanks. It was good to know that I didn't miss it. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Yeah, well, it would.
Miss it.
I mean, are you able to confirm that, as you said, policy's moved on, New South Wales has moved on, there will be no final plan? Just to confirm that it's not something that you're sitting on coming out as soon as possible. That particular plan is, yeah. It's going to remain forever in the draft stage. That's okay. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to ask some questions now about Bingo landfill, if I can. So has the EPA confirmed, I think you would be taking this, Ms. Mackie, is that correct? Has the EPA confirmed that reports of local residents experiencing headache, breathing difficulties, sore throats and stinging eyes, all of which are symptoms of hydrogen sulphide poisoning at Minchinbury, Rooty Hill and nearby suburbs, is a result of the nearby Bingo landfill?
So we certainly identified that the Bingo landfill was the cause of significant odour between sort of March and July, so post the significant rain event in March. And we've taken action with them to address the odour that was emanating from the site, and there's now an investigation underway.
So what material was causing the odours?
So I might get Steve Beeman to talk to this because his team led the response and they did quite a lot of research around the cause of the odour.
Okay, great. Mr. Beeman.
Ms. Beeman, Steve Beeman. So just before I launch into this one, I just want to say that the odour caused by the landfill was totally unacceptable impact on that community. And I do have to be a little bit circumspect what I say because this matter is still under investigation. But research we've done, particularly at the US EPA, is the significant rainfall event in March introduced excessive water into the landfill mass, and there's a breakdown of gyprock. The gypsum and the gyprock breaks down and that produces the hydrogen sulphide. And so there's some really interesting research out of the US EPA about hydrogen sulphide generation by landfills. We issued a clean-up direction on the 23rd of April and we actually varied their licence. And the big changes at the site was to have the site entirely capped and a landfill gas extraction system put in. So 31 wells were put into the landfill mass and the gas is then extracted and burnt through 4 landfill flares. And what we've seen as soon as they went in, we saw a pretty dramatic reduction in odour complaints. We also conducted 55 of our own odour surveys and had our own odour specialists actually do odour surveys around the community. And something that we hadn't done before, but we did for this situation, is we've placed hydrogen sulphide monitors around the landfill boundary, but outside the bingo premises and in the community. So there are 3 hydrogen sulphide monitors in the community that monitor hydrogen sulphide levels every 10 minutes continuously, and that uploads to our website automatically. So really giving the community pretty excellent information around hydrogen sulphide. And once we saw the landfill gas flares go in, we saw those concentrations pretty much will go to zero. And in terms of odour complaints, in the last 2 months, September, October, we only received 2 complaints in each one of those months. And the matter's still under investigation.
Okay, thank you. When you said you varied the licence, how did you vary the licence?
So we changed it to add a couple of conditions. One was to actually reduce the size of the tipping face, so the area where the active landfilling was occurring. So we did that. We actually removed a couple of different types of waste off their licence to minimise any, what we said is no odorous waste to come onto that licence, onto that landfill site. And they were the 2 major licence variations initially in May. And then subsequently, we've got them to prepare a longer-term strategy, which we call a filling plan. So what's the strategy and how's the, because it's actually quite a big hole. It's about 6-7 hectares in size. So we've actually, they're preparing a filling plan, a surface water management plan, and a longer-term landfill gas management plan to make sure that they're actually using best practice to minimise the risk of any odour generation.
Okay, so does that sound like then, in terms of the licence variation, that you changed it because they never were permitted to receive organic waste? And I understand it would have been the receiving of organic waste that would have resulted in hydrogen sulphide odours. Is that the type of licence change you're referring to?
No, the organic odours we think came from the building and demolition waste component of it. So it comes from the breakdown of actually the gyprock material in building and demolition waste.
Right. So that just to confirm, you're saying that the hydrogen sulphide odours came out of the breakdown of construction demolition waste, not organic waste.
Yes.
That's right.
So, well, it's unusual for those landfills, and we've had 1 or 2 similar landfills post that March rainfall generate hydrogen sulphide. And the research that we've done from the US EPA, so they publish some excellent research, and it attributes to the breakdown of the gyprock and the form of gypsum in building demolition waste. So, the gyprock from a building demolition gets crushed up into small pieces. When you add it needs particular environments for it to generate hydrogen sulphide, and one of those is excessive water. So it seems to make sense with the excessive rain we had in March. It was a pretty significant rain event for Western Sydney, or for most of coastal New South Wales. It was about 6 or 7 weeks later is when we saw that hydrogen sulphide issue emanating out from the Bingo landfill.
Thank you. I just wanted to go maybe to you, Dr. Grimes, and you can see who this can be referred to. I understand that, what is your understanding actually of how, if a development is going to have a serious and irreversible impact on, for example, a critically endangered community, what avenues does the department have to reject that development, if you like, or to put in place measures that prevent the impact, the serious and irreversible impact on a critically endangered community?
I think probably best to refer to Ms Dumazel to provide you with a summary.
Yep. So the main thing is if it is a serious and irreversible impact and it's going through a local development process that cannot proceed. If it's, for example, a major project and it's a planning consent through the department, then the impacts, the conservation measures need to be considered as part of that.
Okay, so
we provide the advice then to planning and assessment colleagues, then where that might be the case, and what would be, and then it would be a consideration for the consent authority to determine whether the actions that are proposed are sufficient.
Okay, so therefore, I understand with the Mirvac development, which I've asked about previously today, the old IBM site at West Pennant Hills, there was, coming from senior officers within EES in relation to that Mirvac development, they said development consent cannot be granted to proposals which impact on SAII entities, which is serious and irreversible impact, which was in relation to blue gum high forest trees. Are you aware of that, Ms. Dumazel?
I'd have to take that one on notice.
Let me just get one more question. Hang on.
I don't have the particulars for that one. I'll have to take that one on notice. But certainly, yep.
Yeah, that's fine. Taking it on notice is good. So in relation to, this is around just another question around the biodiversity assessment methodology. I understand this is potentially for Mr. Elton, but maybe for one of the officials at the table. So I understand section 8.4.1. This is in relation to the Mirvac IBM development again, because a lot of community are very concerned about what is actually going to be cleared for that development on that site. So I understand that the biodiversity assessment method recommends that some of the measures for mitigating impacts on resident fauna include that you can mitigate in terms of the timing of works to avoid critical life cycle events, for example, like breeding and nursing. So, but often demolition and destruction of native habitat happens during cycles of breeding and nursing. On the Mirvac site, the avoidance of clearing 1,253 trees in spring wasn't included in the biodiversity development assessment report, nor was it included in the local planning panel's condition of consent. We hear that Mirvac is going to start felling the trees in mid-November, where hundreds of native wildlife are currently breeding on the site. They'll likely be destroyed, according to the local community who is monitoring that site very closely. Is there anything that the National Parks and Wildlife Service can do to prevent the destruction of this amount of trees in West Pennant Hills at a time when much of the wildlife that use those trees will be breeding in those trees?
If
Dr.
I may, I think your question, in effect, is going to involve our planning colleagues as well as the experts within the department. And so understanding what the conditions that were put in place by planning, in effect, and what of those conditions might go to the issue that you're talking about would be important for us to dig into. If it's agreeable, I think, picking up on Ms. Dumazel's point, we can come back on notice about what are the avenues available. And further to that point, we will pick this up with planning as soon as possible after this hearing, just to understand, so that we're not waiting for a formal process of getting back to you on questions on notice. So that's my undertaking to you, that we will pursue this with planning.
Chair, can I also just clarify something on the record? I think you just asked whether there was anything National Parks and Wildlife Service could do, but it's not a national park we're talking about, so the answer is nothing.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you. Mr. Field.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Fowler, just to come back to where we were in my last round, could you just confirm, was in that data drop that you got from LLS, was there any information about the volumes of timber removed from private native forestry operations?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so we're unlikely to have information that historically, whether it was to go to the EPA or LLS, was supposed to be reported annually by PNF approval holders, correct, Ms Mackie?
That's correct.
Okay.
And we should clarify that while there may not have been any in that delivery of data, over the last 12 months, I believe we've received 7 reports from 5 properties.
That would be substantially less than the number of private native forestry approval holders.
Correct. We understand there's probably been around 1,000 PNF activities that should have been.
I suspect we might want to get this resolved before you finalise the review of the PNF code, Ms Mackie.
We will keep working at this one.
When I spoke to the Minister this morning, I asked some questions about hydrogen, the production of hydrogen via biomass. He seemed to give an indication that there would be some regulatory barriers that might be looked at to prevent that from happening. And he pointed to you. Could you just give us a bit of an idea of what you're planning here?
So we're certainly working up advice for the Minister along the lines that he suggested to make sure that the regulatory arrangements in place are quite clear about what should and shouldn't be allowed to be used for the production of energy.
Has there been any policy position taken, or is it your view that native forest biomaterial should be prevented from being able to be used in the production of hydrogen in New South Wales?
So we won't have a policy view, the government will, and we're providing advice to the government presently.
Okay. Now, the Minister seemed to suggest that hydrogen production would only occur, or green hydrogen production would only occur through electrolysis provided by renewable energy. Of course, there's the Verdant proposal in the Hunter, which describes itself as renewable energy, 1 million tonnes of mostly native forest biomaterial. I might suggest you erred this morning in suggesting the Land and Environment Court was making a decision about who would be the consent authority around it. It is actually making a decision on the modification proposal. So I'd just like to ask again, have you considered joining that? Does the EPA have a view on the proposal given the substantial amount of native forest biomaterial that plant would consume?
So I might ask Ms Cheng to provide a response because she's been in the detail of this one.
Yes, thank you. Nancy Chang here. So we are not party to those proceedings. However, in order for that amendment to be made, because it requires an EPL variation, it would need the support of the EPA, and the EPA will consider the current regulatory frameworks that apply to biomass.
Obviously, the current regulatory framework has so many loopholes in it that allows timber coming from both private native forestry and CFIOA operations to be used. So I'm trying to understand, what sort of process do you go through to work out whether or not that is acceptable or not?
So what will be acceptable in terms of any policy change will be a matter for government, and obviously we've been doing quite a bit of work in the biomass space, and we're sharing that with the Minister at the moment for government to be able to consider the policy position.
I'm not asking you to consider or change the policy position. The policy, as in the regulations, allows for that material to be burnt for electricity. So what are your considerations when it comes to a licence variation here? If the consent authority, the Land Environment Court, says, yep, modification approved, tick, 1 million tonnes a year of native forest biomaterial, what powers do you have to stop that under the current regulatory environment?
I might ask Nancy Chang to answer that one.
So in terms of the current, thank you Nancy Chang here, so in terms of the current regulatory framework, we need to make sure that the current regulation prescribes that the production of wood from native forest for electricity is not allowed. So you cannot source wood from a native forest for the purposes of producing electricity. The only time biomass can be used for energy recovery is if it would otherwise go to landfill or be burned in situ. So this is in line with also the higher order use that is in the current regulation as well.
I'm sorry, Ms Cheng, that is not true. There is an exemption for timber including pulp logs and other heads that would be left on the forest floor under CFIOA operating conditions or PNF that can be used. There is a clear exemption in the regulation, is there not?
There is an exemption for that only after having considered whether it could be used for other. So the best use and higher use needs to be considered first, including leaving it on the forest floor.
Okay.
Which is considered to be a best and higher use than using it.
I'll have some further ones on notice on this one. Thank you.
Mr. David Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I don't know if you had an answer on the South Brisbane forest prosecutions. Did we get the... It was that there's only one outstanding investigation. Is that the situation, Ms. Dwyer? There's one outstanding investigation, which you tend to have, which you're going to have an answer by the end of the year. Is that right?
What I said was that the investigation for South Brisbane is complete, and we're currently considering the most appropriate regulatory response for that, the findings of those investigations, and yes, that will be complete by the end of the year.
And how many breaches were considered in that subject of that investigation?
So it wouldn't be appropriate for us to canvass the breaches because part of the consideration process at this pointy end is what is the regulatory action, and we've got our prosecution guidelines. So if that is one of the paths we want to take, there's certain, as you would be aware, the basis upon which we would consider what those breaches are.
How many incidents are the subject of that investigation?
When you mean incidents...
Well, there are a series of reported breaches. There are a series of stop work orders that are issued. Is the investigation covering all of the stop work orders?
There was only one issued in South Brisbane in terms of the stop work order. Carmen, you might want to talk to the scope of the investigation.
Thanks, Ms. Mackey. Carmen Dwyer. I can clarify that there are actually 2 investigations for South Brisbane. So I think that Mr. Shoebridge goes to your concern about are all matters being investigated. So yes, all matters that have been raised with the EPA are being investigated, and both of those matters we should have our regulatory decision by the end of the year.
Thanks, Ms. Dwyer. Moving on to another matter, again, it's probably to you, Ms. McKay. What work has been done, if any, to assess the impact of microplastics generated from the installation of synthetic playing fields across New South Wales?
So planning has been leading on that work, but I know Mr. Fowler, from our point of view, has been engaging in that, so he might be able to help.
So most certainly our technical people within the organisation have been engaged on the early stages of the work undertaken by planning. Planning have recently released their report looking at the risks and potential mitigations for those risks, and planning will be working with local government who have an approval role around synthetic grass.
Well, but what about the role of the EPA? And I suppose here I'd like you to specifically address the role of the EPA in considering microplastics coming from the field, given I think it's action number 5 of the New South Wales Plastics Action Plan. And action number 5, if you remember, is reducing the risk of nurdles entering the environment.
So planning are in the final stages of a study to look at all of the risks associated, including possible water pollution and so forth. It hasn't yet been finalised, so once it is, we'll certainly be looking closely at it and determining whether or not there are other steps we need to take.
But it's not planning who has the lead on the New South Wales Plastics Action Plan. It's your department. So are you saying that this critical action under the action plan, is it the department's position that that's all just been handed over to planning?
No, absolutely not. But there's significant work underway which will be quite helpful for us to determine what's the appropriate steps for us to take. So we're waiting for that work to be, or that study to be finalised.
Well, what's happening in terms of that action point number 5 in the action plan? $500,000 of public money is being spent to try and prevent nurdles going into the environment. Meanwhile, nothing is being done to prevent the rollout of synthetic fields, which are pumping each of them hundreds of kilograms of that same plastic waste into the environment every year. Dr. Arms, how are those two things happening simultaneously?
I think there's a sequencing issue in terms of the waste and sustainable materials strategy, and the plastics plan have recently been released. The implementation work on both of those is well progressed across both EES and EPA. I'm sure Kate Wilson can assist in terms of the particular actions, but
my question was to Dr. Grimes. So, Dr. Grimes, you're responsible for this multi-headed hydra. You've got, on one hand, you're putting $500,000 of public money to try and stop nurdles going into the environment, but on the other hand, you're doing nothing about preventing, for each synthetic field, 800 kilograms of the same pollution entering the environment every year. How are those two things happening at the same time under your watch?
As Ms Mackey was suggesting, perhaps Dr. Wilson might be able to give us some further information on this.
Yeah, Mr. Shoebridge, as Ms Mackey said, the plastics action plan that you refer to was released alongside the concurrent waste and sustainable materials strategy in June this year, and we're currently in a, if you like, a bridging year when we're planning out what action we could do. So working very closely with colleagues in the EPA, particularly Ms Nancy Chang and her staff, and the actual implementation will start from next financial year. So you're correct that we're not far down the track of implementing that, but that's because it's a recently announced policy, and the funding actually commences from July 2022.
Okay, we have the last few minutes. Questions from Ms Penny-Sharp.
I think this will be my last. I just wanted to get nurdles onto hands.
You got it?
Yep.
Okay.
Got it.
Let's
all of them.
The new 25-metre boundary clearing code allows the removal of vegetation along fence lines, and the code is based on self-assessment by landholders. What role does EES have in monitoring how the 25-metre code is being used?
Yes, Mr Knudsen or one of his officers will probably be best placed to respond on that.
Sure, and I'll turn to Ms. Dumazell in a second on this, but one thing I would highlight is that it does allow for clearing of certain vegetation within 25 metres of the landholder's boundary without assessment or approval. The code does, however, exclude a number of key environmental attributes. Those include certain threatened species, areas of outstanding biodiversity value, mapped critically endangered ecological communities, and core koala habitat, as identified in a koala plan of management. But in terms of the specifics about what our role is,
before you go to Ms Dumazell, can I just follow up directly? Who is monitoring? It's self-assessed. Who is in charge of monitoring those decisions?
Right. So I think that'll come to the governance point.
Thank you.
That I'm going to turn to Ms Dumazell on.
So from our perspective, and I might need to hand over to Dr. Kelly or Ms. Malloy as well. From our perspective, given the nature of this clearing, because it's quite linear, it will be identifiable in satellite data, and we'll be able to see that through, and we should be able to see it through our early change monitoring program as well. So we will be monitoring. Yeah. That to see what's going on, and we'll be working very closely with our colleagues in Resilience New South Wales in terms of the ongoing operation of this particular code.
So just to be clear, there's no boots on the ground monitoring the impact of this clearing. It's just going to be caught up after the fact.
Maybe.
Can anyone tell me whether there's anyone who's actually going to be walking along that fence and seeing what's been cleared?
I'm not aware of there being boots on the ground, but if we've got any boots on the ground, surely one of our officers will advise that now.
Well, for example, I mean, just to go to Mr Fleming then on this, I mean, a lot of these boundaries are actually, a lot of properties bound National Park. There's quite a lot of discussion about national parks and those kind of things. I mean, you don't have a lot of people on the ground, but if you're looking at fencing, I mean, is national parks, is there any way other than just observing it that you would be reporting concerns that you would have with the clearing that's happening on your boundary line in relation to threatened species, for example?
I think our staff, if they were out in the field and saw clearing that they were concerned about, would report that, yes.
Who do they report that to?
The environment line, or if they're working closely with colleagues across EES, they may mention it to their colleagues in EES, but the environment line is how most things are reported.
There's no monitoring. Oh, that's enough for me.
Okay, thank you.
If I can just, because I don't want it left with the impression that there's no observation going on in this. So Dr. Kelly, can you just give a quick response on that? And then Ms. Malloy, if you need to add anything, thank you.
Yes, look, I'd like to comment on our technology improvements. We use multiple satellite platforms, and we can actually use the European Space Agency to provide weekly high-resolution images, and we combine that with other satellite providers to actually get daily images at high resolutions. So as Ms. Dumazel pointed out, we will pick that up in the linear fashion. Our early change monitoring can deploy these satellites to any particular area within the state, and so we can pick this up in a matter of weeks or days to alert us to any clearing that's not in line with the code, which was released by RFS, under the RFS Act. So these techniques will allow us to detect both woody and non-woody clearing in this linear fashion in a very timely way.
Thank you. That was actually extremely helpful and quite exciting if we're actually able to watch it that closely. My question, though, remains, are we just watching it being cleared? Where is it an intervention if you're concerned that there's a whole lot of strip of koala habitat being ripped out?
The colleagues who monitor the satellites work very closely with our compliance colleagues. So I'll ask Ms. Malloy to, because she looked after the compliance colleagues.
Ms. Malloy, are you answering that? Can't see if you're accidentally on mute.
She's on mute.
Ms. Malloy, I think you might be on mute.
I think that's the answer.
Otherwise, we are over time, and maybe we can take any more of it on notice.
It was pretty clear where the answer was going.
Yeah.
The matter would be referred on to our compliance officers, and they would assess and then take relevant action.
It's cleared. Okay.
But no reference to
death.
Thank you very much to all of the government officials who have spent the entire time with us today, particularly those who did that virtually. It was quite nice to do it in person, actually, because we know how exhausting it is to do it virtually all day. So thank you very much for joining us. The Secretariat will be in touch for the questions that you took on notice and any supplementary questions. That's the end of our public hearing. If members could stay behind for a quick deliberative. Thank you.